Welcome to Quiet Scare, where horror doesn't scream, it whispers. Real documented experiences, carefully adapted into sleep-friendly narration. Sophisticated storytelling meets documentary truth, so the core stays intact and the atmosphere lingers. Quick note, please like and subscribe, and tap the bell for new episodes. There are no more than 3 ads in the first 15 minutes. After that, uninterrupted listening. Curated accounts, elevated with literary craft for sophisticated listeners. Sleep well and dream dark. I was already behind schedule when the valley stole my signal. That's not me being poetic. I mean it the way a mechanic means a bad belt. The moment my truck dropped off the ridge and the road dipped into that low rural bowl, my phone went to no service, and my GPS stopped speaking in street names. The radio didn't die. It just turned into a soft, empty hiss like someone had vacuumed every station out of the air. It was twilight. That copper-gray hour where the world looks flatter than it is. I'd been driving professionally long enough to trust what's on paper, what's in the route sheet, what's on the map. Instinct is for rookies and drunks and people who don't have a dispatcher waiting to chew them up. But I'd just passed a sign for construction up ahead. The note from dispatch was vague. Closure near the valley, watch for detour, and I didn't want to get stuck with a trailer and nowhere to turn around. That's why the exit caught me. It wasn't marked. No reflective sign, no number, no county route name. Just a thin turnoff angling down the slope. The asphalt darker than the highway, like it had been laid more recently. I told myself it was the detour. I told myself I'd be smart to take it early. I signaled, checked mirrors, and eased down. The highway noise fell away like a door closing. The valley road curved between low hills and pasture land, fenced and empty. The air felt cooler down there, and the light pulled strangely in the dips, violet in the shadows, bruised blue under the trees. Everything looked normal, too normal. Like a model scene set up to prove that nothing was wrong. Then the town appeared. It wasn't far, maybe a mile. One gentle bend and suddenly there were buildings. 2-story brick fronts, a tidy main street, a scatter of houses with porches. It sat in the lowest part of the valley, as if someone had placed it there carefully and stepped back to check symmetry. There was no welcome sign, no water tower with a name, no billboard for the diner. 1 mile ahead. No gas prices posted. Nothing to tell you where you were. My GPS showed a clean line through the valley. No labels. No little clusters of street names. Just me moving through blank space. I slowed, because that's what you do when your eyes are arguing with your instruments. Headlights washed across storefront windows and caught rows of identical ceramic mugs, all stamped with the same black symbol. 3 blunt strokes. Not letters, not a logo I recognized. It looked like a mark you'd put on inventory, not something you'd sell as a souvenir. I saw the first person at the corner under a street lamp that wasn't lit. He stood like he'd been waiting for a light to change, hands at his sides, posture straight. In my beams his face came into focus, and my stomach did that sudden drop you get when a deer steps out. Except nothing had stepped out. He looked familiar in the worst way. Not I've met him, more like I've seen this face in general. Like a display dummy, like a stock photo, like a face assembled from the average of 1,000 faces. Then I saw another person farther down. Then another. They were spaced along the sidewalk, not clustered, not chatting, just placed. Men and women, all adults in plain clean clothes, and every one of them had the same face. Different haircuts, sure, a taller one, a heavier one, but the eyes were the same. The nose, the mouth, the exact set of the jaw. It wasn't resemblance, it was repetition, like someone had printed the same portrait and swapped the clothes. My grip tightened on the wheel. I scanned for an explanation. A film crew, a festival, a costume thing, anything. There were no cars, no kids, no dogs, no music leaking out of a doorway, no signs in the windows. The town had the shape of life without the mess of it. As I rolled past, their heads turned together, a slow synchronized movement that made the skin at the back of my neck prickle. I kept my speed steady, trying to look like I belonged on that road, like I wasn't a trucker, suddenly realizing he'd driven into the wrong story. One of them stepped off the curb. Not fast, not threatening, just one careful step onto the edge of the asphalt, close enough that my headlights threw a clean shadow under my bumper. He raised his hand, palm out. It wasn't a wave. It wasn't a stop sign. It was an invitation delivered like a command, calm enough to assume I'd obey. Every rule in my job says don't swerve for anything you can brake for. Don't panic. Don't do something that turns a near miss into an accident. But the part of my brain that handles danger wasn't thinking about physics. It was thinking about distance, about keeping space between me and whatever was happening in that town. I didn't stop. And I eased left just enough to give him room and kept rolling. He didn't flinch. He didn't blink. And as I passed close enough to see details, I noticed the same black 3-stroke symbol stitched on his shirt pocket, neat as a stamp. I checked the mirror. He was still there, standing exactly where I'd left him, watching the trailer go by like he was counting the wheels. At the end of the main strip, the road split around a small square with a fountain in the center. The fountain was dry, pale stone bowls stacked neatly. No stains, no coins, no algae. The benches around it were empty. The storefronts were shut with curtains drawn to the same depth, as if someone had measured every window and decided uniformity mattered. My thought, clear as a road sign, was turn around. Now, a rig doesn't just spin on a dime. You need space, time. You need to commit to backing up and swinging wide and trusting your mirrors. I didn't want time in that town. I took a side street that looked slightly wider, the tires thumping over a seam in the pavement. Houses lined the road, porches, rails, porch steps. So similar it felt like passing the same house over and over. And there were more of them out there, standing in driveways, on porch steps, at the edge of lawns, watching. Same face, same calm, same quiet. I found what looked like a community building or school brick. Tall windows, no name. The road widened enough that I could attempt a 3-point turn. My pulse was loud in my ears, my palms slick on the wheel. I started the turn, forward, swing, check mirrors, back, slowly. The trailer responded, heavy and obedient. The reverse lights washed the building behind me, and for a second the tall windows reflected something that wasn't just my trailer, and the twilight. Faces. Too many faces. Not pressed up against the glass like a horror movie. Not frantic, just layered in rows, as if the room inside was full of them standing shoulder to shoulder in dim light, all staring outward with the same relaxed mouth and the same wide-set eyes. My foot hit the brake hard enough to jolt me against the belt. The truck settled, idling. My breath came short and sharp. I forced myself to look again. The windows were dark, empty. Only reflections of my lights and the sky. I finished the turn anyway, because stopping was worse. I pointed the rig back toward the way I'd come and drove out. Faster than I should have, the trailer humming behind me. They watched me leave. No one chased, no doors opened, no voices carried. The town didn't react the way a real place reacts when a semi barrels through it at twilight. At the edge of town, the road rose slightly. For a heartbeat I saw the valley laid out behind me. The main street too neat. The dry fountain centered. The sidewalks lined with still figures placed like chess pieces. Then the road curved, and the town vanished behind the hill. I drove until the valley road climbed, and joined the highway again. One moment I was between dark slopes. The next I was back on familiar asphalt with reflective lane markers, and the steady rush of passing cars. My radio snapped into a song mid-chorus like it had been playing the whole time. My phone jumped from no service to full bars. I pulled onto the shoulder and stared through the windshield, waiting for my heartbeat to come down. Then I looked back. There was no exit, no unmarked turnoff, no darker strip of asphalt, no gap in the guardrail, just a stretch of shoulder and scrub, and the highway disappearing into dusk. I sat there with my hands on the wheel, trying to convince myself I'd simply missed it, that I'd taken a normal county road and rejoined at a different spot and wasn't remembering right. So I checked. My GPS route showed no detour, no town. It drew a straight path down the highway as if I'd never left it. I checked my dash cam when I parked later. The video showed me drifting toward the shoulder like I was taking an exit, and then it glitched. Not a dramatic cut, just a brief smear of pixels, a tiny jump in the timestamp. The next frame showed the highway again, my truck centered in the lane, as if I'd corrected and continued on. Several minutes were simply gone. I told myself it was a file corruption, a camera hiccup, a coincidence, but my body didn't feel like it had been a camera hiccup. My muscles were tight like after a real near miss. My mouth tasted like adrenaline. Over the next week, I tried to find it again, in daylight, in clear weather, with a fresh head and no schedule pressure. I drove that stretch slow and scanned both shoulders for the turnoff. I pulled over where it was safe and walked the roadside, looking for tire marks, for a worn patch, for anything that suggested a road had ever dropped into that valley. Nothing. Maps showed pasture land and trees. Satellite view showed fields and fences. No street grid, no brick strip, no fountain. I asked around, carefully, the way you ask without sounding like you're losing it. A diner, a gas station, a feed store. Is there a town down in the valley off the highway? Small place, no topic signage. People frowned and shook their heads. They named a few unincorporated areas, a few ranch roads, a creek crossing that floods. No one offered a name that matched what I'd seen. No one said, "Oh, you mean?" After a while, I stopped asking, because every time I did, I felt like I was nudging something that wanted to stay quiet. Months passed. The memory didn't fade. It settled. It became a thing I kept tucked behind the normal facts of my job. Like a bent nail in your pocket, you forget until it pokes you. Then I had to take that highway again, highlight again, because of course it was. The same copper blue light, the same valley to the right, darkening in its bowl between hills. The same sense of approaching a place where the world might thin. I drove with my eyes hunting the shoulder, waiting for that unmarked turnoff to appear like a dare. It never did. No break, no darker asphalt, no invitation down. I passed the lowest point of the valley and felt my shoulders loosen with reluctant relief. That's when my radio hissed. One sharp burst like someone exhaling directly into the speaker. My GPS screen dimmed and brightened. The cab light flickered once, and on the far side of the highway across the median, there was a small pond catching the last strip of sky. In the pond's surface I saw, perfectly reflected, brick storefronts and a dry fountain, and a line of still figures standing evenly spaced along a sidewalk, all identical, all watching. Then my headlights shifted, the angle broke, and it was only water again, rippled by a breeze I couldn't feel. I didn't slow down. I didn't turn around. I kept the truck steady, eyes forward, swallowing hard against the urge to check mirrors for a face that would never change. The highway carried me away on its straight, familiar promise, and the valley filled with night behind me like a mouth closing, leaving that town exactly where it wanted to be, somewhere you can enter once and never find again, except in the thin copper edge of twilight, when the world forgets to label itself and you realize how easy it is to take one wrong turn into nowhere at all. At 72 miles an hour, with my trailer tracking steady behind me, I heard footsteps on the roof. Not wind, not a loose strap slapping aluminum, not the dull patter of grit kicked up by tires. These were spaced, deliberate impacts, heel, then toe, like someone walking a narrow hallway above my head. The sound came through the trailer frame and into the cab in a way I felt more than heard, a low, confident thump that didn't belong on an empty run. I'd been driving long enough to know my rig's language. 20 years behind the wheel. Another life before that. Boots, sand, and nights where you learned the difference between normal silence and the kind that waits for you to blink. I wasn't jumpy. I wasn't new. I didn't scare easy. That's why my first reaction was irritation. Something's loose. Something's wrong with the roof. A panel's flexing. A latch is rattling. Then the next footstep landed, heavier, and my irritation drained out like coolant from a cracked line. I was deadheading west on I-80, empty dry van, heading for a pickup before sunrise. The cab smelled like coffee and menthol. The dash lights were dimmed low, so the dark outside stayed dark. Beyond the headlights, the prairie was a sheet of ink, with a few distant red lights floating at tower height. The highway was mostly mine, just occasional taillights far ahead, and the rare set of headlights pushing up from behind. Thump. A pause. Thump. My hands tightened on the wheel. I checked my mirrors out of habit, expecting to see something ridiculous. Some kid clinging to a ladder rung, some drunk daredevil, some stupid human answer that would make me mad and relieved at the same time. But the mirrors showed only the long white wall of the trailer sliding through darkness, reflective tape bright and unbroken, tires rolling clean. The footsteps moved forward. That's the part I remember most clearly, because it was impossible to misinterpret. The sound started near the back third of the trailer, then advanced in a straight line toward the tractor, the spacing consistent, the weight shifting like a person balancing on a roof bow. Each step had its own little metallic resonance, as if whatever was up there knew exactly where to put its feet. Then the trailer swayed. It wasn't the gentle float you get with an empty van when crosswind catches it. This was a responsive sway left then right, like the roof load had moved and the whole box was answering. I felt it through the fifth wheel, through the frame, up into my seat. The steering wheel went slightly light and then slightly heavy, as though the truck was being nudged by a hand I couldn't see. I eased off the throttle, just a little. I wanted to change something, anything, to see if the noise changed with it. The engine note dropped, the wind noise softened, and the footsteps continued as if I hadn't done a thing. I tried the next sane step. Rationalize. Maybe a branch had gotten up there. Maybe a chunk of tire tread had flipped onto the roof and was sliding. But debris doesn't step. It doesn't pause. It doesn't speed up when you look for it. A scraping sound joined the footsteps, thin and sharp like a nail dragged over sheet metal. It came in short bursts, then stopped, then came again, as if whatever was making it was testing the surface. I told myself not to do anything stupid. Don't slam the brakes. Don't jerk the wheel. Don't pull onto the shoulder in the pitch black with nothing around but cold wind and open land. If it was a person, stopping alone would be dangerous. If it wasn't, stopping alone would be worse. If it wasn't, stopping alone would be worse. 2 miles ahead, a rest area sign appeared, green and comforting. I kept my speed steady and aimed for light. As I took the exit lamp, the footsteps stopped. Not faded, not diminished, just gone, like someone had flipped a switch. That silence crawled up my neck. I rolled into the rest area and chose a spot under a sodium lamp that made everything look washed and unreal. I set the brakes, listened to the air settle, and waited. Shoulders tight, eyes fixed on the top edge of the windshield as if I could somehow see through the trailer roof with sheer will. Nothing. No thumps. No scrape. Just the normal sounds of a rest area at night. Distant traffic, a truck's air dryer popping, the mutter of someone near the restroom building. My heart beat hard enough to rock my chest against the seatbelt. I grabbed my flashlight and went outside. Cold air hit my face and cleared my head the way it always does. I walked my rig slowly, beam low, sweeping the pavement and the undercarriage first. I checked the trailer door sealed. I checked the hinges and latches tight. I shined the light under the trailer, expecting to see legs, shoes, anything that would turn this into a problem. I understood. Nothing. No one hiding. No shadows moving. The roof was too high to inspect from the ground. I didn't carry a ladder, and the rest area didn't have one. I stared up anyway, at the dark plane above the trailer wall, willing something to shift, to blink, to betray itself. Nothing moved. Back in the cab, I didn't sleep. I sat with my window cracked, listening. My mind kept trying to create the sound again, like replaying an unpleasant moment to find the hidden mistake. But the night stayed quiet, Around 30 minutes later, I got back on the interstate. For 10 miles, everything was normal. I started to hate myself for how relieved I felt, because that relief came with a whisper of embarrassment. Maybe it was fatigue, maybe it was stress, maybe I'd heard some weird vibration, and my brain had built a story around it. Then, on a long straight stretch where my headlights tunneled into emptiness, the first footstep landed again. This time it was near the rear, as if whatever was up there had waited until the rest area lights were miles behind me. Thump, thump. The trailer swayed in response, a slow roll that grew sharper with each step. My pulse spiked. I checked the mirrors again, and again there was nothing. Just the box, the tape, the spinning tires. The roofline was a dark knife edge against darker sky. The scraping returned. Too short. Testing strokes. I tried something I'd learned in other places, other years. Control what you can. Keep breathing. Keep your hands steady. Keep the vehicle stable. The road doesn't care what you're afraid of. A set of headlights came up behind me and passed. I watched the driver's face flash in their windshield glow as they went by. Blank, unconcerned. They didn't slow. They didn't honk. They didn't look twice. If they saw anything on my trailer roof, they gave no sign. That made my stomach sink, because it meant one of two things. There was nothing there, or whatever was there was low enough to stay hidden. The footsteps moved forward again, toward the tractor. My mind offered an image I didn't want. Something crouched, weight low, holding position against the wind, the way a cat braces on a ledge. I tried to replace it with a human explanation, but the trailer's movement kept betraying me. It wasn't random. It was responsive, like a living thing making micro-adjustments to stay balanced. I saw the sign for a truck stop 20 miles ahead, and locked onto it like it was a lifeline. Light meant witnesses. Light meant options. Light meant whatever was riding me might not like being seen. The next few minutes felt longer than the miles should allow. The footsteps continued. Thump, thump, pause. Always moving, never rushing as if it had all night. And then I did something I regret even now. I hit the air horn. A long blast, enough to shake the cab and make my ears ring. For a heartbeat, everything went still. Then something struck the roof with a single heavy impact. Like a body drop, like a sack of wet grain thrown from height. The trailer jerked. The whole rig shuddered. My hands clenched so hard my knuckles hurt. I didn't brake. I didn't swerve. I held the wheel steady and let the truck slow naturally, easing down a few miles per hour, letting the sway settle instead of feeding it. Above me, something moved again, slower now, as if it had repositioned. The scraping sound came in one long drag that made my teeth ache. The truck stop exit finally appeared. I took it, keeping my movements smooth and predictable. As the speed dropped and the ramp curved, the footsteps stopped again. Instant, total silence. I rolled into the lot under brutal white lights. Diesel fumes and fryer grease met me at the open air. People walked between rigs with bags and hoodies, and the easy body language of folks who believed the world was ordinary. I parked close to the building, killed the engine, and sat very still. I went inside, tried to keep my voice level, asked the clerk if their cameras covered the lot. He told me they covered the pumps and the doors. His eyes flicked over my face in a way that said he'd already decided what kind of story this was. He suggested highway patrol in the same tone. Someone suggests water for a headache. I didn't call. Not then. I wasn't ready to speak it out loud to a stranger who'd file it under weird driver at 2 a.m. Outside, I did another walk around under the lights. Trailer doors sealed. Sidewalls clean. Tires fine. Undercarriage nothing hanging. No one climbing down. No footprints in the dust that didn't belong to me. I stared up at the roofline until my eyes watered. Still nothing. So I drove. I drove because the highway was motion, and motion was the only thing that felt like control. I drove until the black sky thinned into slate, and then into that ugly pre-dawn gray. The footsteps didn't return, and that absence felt like a choice. Like it didn't need to perform with the sun watching. When I reached the receiver's yard, the place was waking up, forklifts beeping. Men in reflective vests moving between trailers, the smell of cold metal and exhaust. I parked and finally did what I should have done the first time. I got eyes on the roof. A ladder leaned against the yard office. I dragged it over without asking. My hands were steady, but my stomach was a tight knot. I set the ladder against the trailer's side and climbed until I could hook my arms over the roof edge. The aluminum was scarred. 4 long gouges ran forward in parallel lines. Not perfectly straight, but close enough to make my skin prickle. They started near the rear third of the roof and angled toward the center, like something had dug in and been dragged, or had dragged itself while the trailer moved. In places, the metal was curled up in bright burrs that caught the morning light. Near the front, there were shorter, deeper punctures, clusters where something had braced hard, digging in with concentrated force. I touched one of the gouges with a fingertip and felt the sharp edge bite. Fresh. No oxidation. No dirt packed in. It had happened during my run. I sat back on my heels, careful not to put too much weight on the roof panel, and stared at the marks until my eyes started to blur. All I could hear in my head was the rhythm of those footsteps, and all I could feel was the trailer's sway answering a weight that shouldn't have been there. I took pictures, close-ups, wide shots. I climbed down slowly, like gravity had become personal. Later, I wrote it up for my company in plain language. I stuck to times and locations. I described the noises, the sensation, the inspection. I attached the photos. I didn't write claws, I wrote gouges, consistent with multiple parallel points of contact. I tried to sound like someone reporting damage, not someone confessing fear. The response I got was a short message, asking if I'd driven under any low trees and reminding me to be more careful about route selection. After that, I stopped volunteering for night runs. I said it was for my health. That wasn't a lie. Sleep matters when you're hauling steel and air, and responsibility at highway speed. But the real reason was simpler. Night made room for things you couldn't prove until morning. Weeks later, I washed the trailer at a yard that had a scaffold, and I looked at the roof again. The gouges were still there, dulled a little by dust, but unmistakable. A mechanic climbed up with me, whistled, and said it looked like someone had scraped it with a fork attachment. Then he laughed because the idea of a forklift reaching that roof in the middle of nowhere was absurd. I didn't argue. I didn't tell him about the footsteps. I didn't tell him about the way the trailer rolled like it was being paced from above. I let him keep his explanation, because it was kinder than mine. But sometimes when I'm parked at a rest area with the engine ticking down and the wind moving through the weeds, I still catch myself listening for that first soft thump, measured, confident, and possibly close. And I remember how the sound stopped the moment I reached the light, as if whatever followed me understood rules I never learned. And I wonder if it's out there right now, waiting for another empty trailer to take into the dark until it can leave its marks in the metal and vanish before daylight. I didn't slam the brakes, I didn't freeze, I did the worst possible thing you can do at highway speed when you're surprised. My hands moved before my brain finished identifying what I'd seen. It was a clear night, the kind that makes the road feel like a private corridor. No rain gloss, no fog, no snow glare, just asphalt stretching out under my headlights, white lines sliding past in a steady rhythm. The heater whispered. The tires made that soft, constant hiss that usually calms me. I'm not a vibes driver. I'm the boring kind. Seatbelt before ignition. Mirrors set the same way every time. Phone face down where I can't reach it. I work safety compliance for a construction company, which means my whole job is prevention. Spot the hazard before it turns into a report. I'm the guy who circles loose cords with a pen and asks why a guardrail is missing, even if everyone swears it'll be put back tomorrow. That mindset follows me into the car. I keep distance. I don't tailgate. I don't drift. I don't speed up just because the road is empty. And that night, it was empty. No headlights in the opposite lanes. No taillights ahead. No one pacing me in the left lane. The highway felt rinsed clean of other people, like the world had narrowed to my hood, my beams and the black beyond them. I'd been driving home from a site visit that ran late. Nothing dramatic, just the usual arguments disguised as explanations. A foreman who thought temporary meant optional. A subcontractor who could never find the paperwork until you threatened to stop the job. I'd kept my tone even, made my notes, and left with that tight jaw feeling you get when you swallow irritation, instead of letting it out. Maybe that matters. Maybe it doesn't. I've replayed the night so many times that every detail feels like a possible lever. My mood, the late hour, the long day, anything that could make the next part make sense. A few miles from the last exit I recognized. The road straightened into one of those stretches where your headlights don't just illuminate the lane, they carve the world. Bright pavement, crisp lines, and then nothing. Darkness so complete it feels solid. I remember blinking. I remember scanning far ahead, then checking mirrors, the way you're taught. I remember thinking briefly, stupidly, that this was the safest kind of driving. No traffic, no weather. Then something stepped into the beam. Not an animal, not a scrap of trash. A person-shaped figure crossing from left to right. That's the only phrase that fits, even though it doesn't describe what I mean. It looked like a person the way a cutout looks like a person. It had the height, the posture, the motion of a stride. But there was no face, no clothing detail, no pale hands or reflective strip. It wasn't lit by my headlights the way it should have been. It was darker than the dark around it, like someone had erased a human outline out of the night and set it walking. My body reacted like it was about to hit someone. I yanked the wheel. The car snapped right, then left, as I corrected. The tires squealed once, high and sharp, and the seatbelt bit into my shoulder. My stomach dropped like I'd driven off a ledge. The headlights swept over the shoulder gravel, then back to the lane in a fast, dizzying arc. For half a second, I thought I'd overcorrected into a spin. I saw it in my head with disgusting clarity. The vehicle rotating, the sound of impact, the roll, the report written afterward with my name in it. I could almost hear myself explaining it to an insurance adjuster, my voice too calm, because I wouldn't know what else to do. But the tires grabbed, the car settled, the wobble smoothed out into a straight line. I was back in my lane, breathing too hard, hands locked on the wheel, and the highway ahead was empty. No figure stumbling on the shoulder. No shadow slipping away into the grass. No movement at all. Just the same clear stretch of road I'd been driving on before my hands tried to kill me. I kept looking left shoulder, right shoulder, the narrow band of pavement where a person would have been if they'd crossed. My eyes were hunting for proof that I hadn't imagined it. A flash of motion, a shape crouched low, anything, nothing. My heart refused to slow. My skin felt hot and cold at the same time. I eased off the accelerator without realizing it, letting the car drift down in speed while I forced myself not to make any more sudden moves. The safety part of my brain tried to take over. Steady your breathing, keep the vehicle stable, scan for hazards, don't compound the mistake. A couple miles later, I took an off-ramp, just so I could stop in a controlled way. At the end of it was a wide patch of broken pavement where trucks sometimes pull over. I parked under a lone light that made the hood look gray and tired. The engine ticked as it cooled. For a long minute, I just sat, listening to my own breathing, staring at my hands like they belonged to someone else. My dashcam's little blue indicator was still glowing. I'd installed it years ago after a near miss. Partly for insurance and partly because I like evidence. Evidence is clean. Evidence means the story doesn't get slippery. I didn't want to mess with it out there alone, but I got out anyway and checked the front of the car with my phone flashlight. I swept the beam over the bumper, the grille, the hood, as if I might find a smear of dirt or fabric that would tell me I'd clipped someone, and my mind was refusing to accept it. There was nothing. No new scratch, no scuff, no hair, no anything. I walked a few steps down the ramp and stared toward the highway. The road itself was mostly hidden by the angle, but I could hear the distant hush of passing cars far away, like the world continuing without me. The air was cold and clean. No smell of burnt rubber, no smell of anything. Back in the car, I sat until the tremor in my legs faded. I told myself it was fatigue, a trick of the light, a post or sign at the edge of the beams that my brain briefly shaped into a person. because brains love patterns, but the memory was too specific. The stride, the angle, the split-second certainty. If I didn't swerve, I would hit it. I drove home after that with both hands on the wheel and my eyes doing double duty. Every reflective post seemed too bright. Every dip in the shoulder seemed like it could rise up and walk. When I got home, I didn't go to bed. I brought the dash cam inside like it was a witness. I didn't fully trust. I made coffee. I didn't need more for the ritual than the caffeine. Then pulled the memory card and slid it into my laptop. The file opened to the familiar wide-angle view, my headlights flattening the road into a bright strip, blackness on both sides. The timestamp marched forward. The audio was steady, engine hum, tire hiss, my occasional inhale. I watched the minutes leading up to it, waiting for the moment my body had decided to panic. The road looked normal, empty, clear. Then the camera lurched as I swerved. The headlights swept the shoulder. The tires squealed. You could even hear the edge of my breath change. Sharp and involuntary, but the road was empty. No crossing figure, no shadow, no shape, no interruption in the light, no dark outline, no movement at all. The lane was a clean ribbon of asphalt, undisturbed. I rewound and played it again. Same result. Again, slower. I stared at the exact spot my memory insisted the figure had been. Mid-lane, mid-stride. I paused frame by frame. I leaned in so close my nose nearly touched the screen. Nothing. The dash cam showed an empty highway, and a driver who suddenly yanked the wheel for no visible reason. A colder feeling crept in, replacing the initial shock. It wasn't fear of the road anymore. It was fear of myself. Because if the camera was right, then my eyes were wrong. And if my eyes were wrong, what exactly had I reacted to? I tried to be rational about it. Cameras aren't perfect in low light. Wide-angle lenses distort. Sensors don't capture depth and contrast the way human eyes do. Maybe it had been something that didn't register on the video. Some trick at the edge of illumination, but my headlights had been on it. The figure, whatever it was, had been inside the brightest part of the beam. If something solid had crossed there, it should have shown up. At least as a blot, an interruption, a change in the road's brightness. The dash cam caught my swerve perfectly, caught the squeal of tires, caught the sweep of light across the shoulder. It just didn't catch what I swerved for. I spent the next hour doing what I do when something feels unsafe. I investigated. I checked the lens for grime. Clean. I checked the mounting angle. Stable. I watched the clip on a different screen. Same emptiness. I turned off the lights in my kitchen and replayed it again, hoping the dark would somehow reveal a shape I'd missed. Nothing. And the longer I watched, the more my memory began to feel negotiable. Like a dream you're sure was vivid, until you try to explain it and it starts to thin. The stride stayed in my mind, sharp as a photograph. But the evidence on the screen was louder in a different way. Blunt, indifferent, impossible to argue with. The next day at work, I found myself paying too much attention to automatic movements. The way my hand reached for a railing without looking. The way I stepped over a cable without thinking. We live on reflexes. We trust them because they keep us alive. But reflexes don't ask for proof. They just act. I considered telling someone, not because I wanted comfort, but because saying it out loud would make it real in a controllable way. A story you can share is a story you can file. I didn't. I could already hear the jokes. Saw a ghost. Huh. Too much caffeine, man. Get more sleep. I didn't want the moment turned into a punchline. I didn't want it softened into something easily dismissed. Worse, I didn't want someone to look at me with that quiet, careful concern. People reserve for the possibility that you're not reliable, so I kept it private and tried to anchor it in facts. I drove that stretch of highway again in daylight, not stopping, just observing. Dry grass, gravel shoulder, a drainage dip, fence line farther back. Nothing that explained a person being there at night, crossing lanes like they belonged. I looked up incidents in the area, half hoping to find a report, anything to connect my experience to a real-world pattern. I didn't find anything solid. No recent pedestrian accident that would prime my brain. No construction detour that might put someone on foot out there. The highway was just a highway. That should have made me feel better. Instead, it made the memory feel like an intrusion. Like something had entered my world without leaving a footprint. Weeks passed, and I kept driving. I kept the dash cam running. If anything, I became more cautious, which is a frustrating kind of irony. I couldn't point to a lesson. I couldn't warn anyone about a hazard because I couldn't describe it in terms that fit inside normal reality. All I had was this: a clear night, an empty road, a person-shaped darkness stepping into my headlights, and my hands choosing survival over reason. Sometimes, late when I can't sleep, I pull up the clip again. I watch the clean highway roll toward me. I watch my own sudden swerve, the squeal, the sweep of light. I pause it at the exact moment. My memory insists the figure crossed. I stare at that blank, illuminated stretch until my eyes burn, and every time the emptiness sits there on the screen, steady and unarguable, while somewhere inside me the reflex that saved me keeps insisting it saw someone. Right there, right in front of my hood, perfectly timed, perfectly shaped, perfectly unrecorded, waiting to cross again, just beyond whatever a camera can prove, just outside the reach of headlights, just out there. I drive nights because nights are predictable. That sounds backward, I know, but the day has too many moving parts. Kids darting between cars, delivery trucks double parked, people stepping off curbs while staring into their phones. Evening is different. Evening settles, streetlights click on, the city exhales, everyone has somewhere to be, and most of them are already on their way there. It's orderly in the way a locked door is orderly. That sense of order is the whole reason I've lasted in a job where strangers climb into your back seat with their secrets, their arguments, their half-drunk confessions. I keep my cab clean. I keep my routes familiar. I keep my routines tighter than a drum. Seatbelt, mirrors, doors locked, partition up when I'm alone. I like the feeling of the cabin being mine, my little box of rules moving through a world that can't help breaking them. That evening had rain earlier, the kind that leaves the asphalt dark and glossy, making everything look like it's underwater. The clouds were low, bruised purple over the buildings, and the air still had that wet concrete smell. I'd been between rides for a while, cruising the edges of downtown where the fares thin out, but the traffic does too. My meter was idle, and my thoughts were already drifting to the garage and a late snack. That's when the radio started playing. It wasn't a station I recognized. At first I thought I'd bumped the tuner by accident. A slow crackle of static rolled in, then a bright brassy swell swing music, clean horns, brushed drums, the whole sound of another era stepping into my cab like it belonged there. A singer joined in with that rounded, careful diction you only hear in old films. I smiled before I could stop myself. My grandfather used to have records like that. The sound carried a weird comfort, like a warm lamp in a dark room. Then I looked down at the radio display. It wasn't showing a frequency. The digits that should have read 98.7 or 104.3 were just a dull dash, like the unit couldn't decide what it was tuned to. I tapped the faceplate. No change. I twisted the tuning knob, expecting the music to slide into something else. It didn't. The song stayed perfectly locked in place, as if it were pinned to the exact center of the speaker. I tried the seek button. The moment my thumb pressed it, the band stuttered just a half-beat wobble like a needle catching on a scratch. Then the music snapped right back into rhythm without shifting station. My smile faded. That little stumble felt reactive. The closest stumble felt. I told myself it was interference. Some nostalgic broadcast bouncing off the wet air. A pirate station. Something. I know the local stations the way you know the cracks in your own driveway, and none of them ran 1940s big band at this hour. Still, the idea of a weird station was easier to hold than the alternative my body was already hinting at with a prickle under my collar. I kept driving. The traffic lights ahead were mostly green, stretching out into a long corridor of slick pavement. The city was quiet enough that the song seemed louder than it should have been. even though it stayed at a polite volume. I turned the knob down. Nothing changed. I turned it up. Nothing changed. The music stayed at the same exact level, like the volume control wasn't connected to anything, like the sound was choosing its own distance from me. That's when the song thinned, as if someone had pulled the band a few steps back from the microphone. The static hiss rose slightly, and a voice cut in, close and steady, in the perfect gap between lyrics. Ben, my name, not shouted, not teased, just spoken like the voice knew it belonged to me. My hands clamped around the wheel. I checked the rearview mirror so fast my neck twinged. The back seat was empty. Partition up. No silhouette, no movement. I flicked my eyes to the passenger seat, empty. Seatbelt strap lying flat where I kept it. The voice had sounded like it came from inside the cab anyway, from the space a person would occupy if a person existed there. The music resumed as if nothing had happened. Horn section bright and cheerful, like it hadn't just reached into my life and pulled out my name. Curiosity burned through my fear for a second. Who would do that? How? A prank? Someone with a scanner? Someone on my dispatch channel? But dispatch doesn't go through my radio, and nobody calls me Ben on air. Most people call me driver. I signaled, eased to the curb under a streetlight, and stopped. I didn't slam the brakes. I did everything calmly, because calm is control, and control is safety. The song kept playing. I stared at the radio display with those dead little dashes. Then I pressed the power button. The display went dark. The music did not stop. I sat there, waiting for my brain to catch up. The singer kept singing. The drums kept brushing. The static hiss kept breathing along the edges, slow and steady. I pressed the button again. Again. Nothing. The radio face was dead, black plastic reflecting a faint ghost of my eyes. The music continued, unchanged. That's when I felt the first real shift inside me. Alarm, sharp and cold, replacing curiosity like a hand yanking a curtain. I leaned forward and reached behind the radio unit, fingers searching for the wiring harness. It wasn't easy in the cramped space, but I'd replaced fuses and reseated connectors before. My fingertips found the usual bundle of wires, then found something that made my stomach drop. The main power connector was loose, not wiggly, not half-seated, unplugged. I pulled it forward into view under the dome light. A blunt plastic plug, pins and sockets, not connected to anything at all. The band played on anyway. For a second, I just held the unplugged connector like I was showing it to an invisible jury. No power, no feed, no explanation. I popped open the fuse panel under the steering column. My hands shook, and I hated that they shook. I forced my fingers to be precise, to do what they'd done 100 times. I found the audio fuse and pulled it out with a little plastic tweezer. I set the fuse on the dash where I could see it. I Warsovia really was Drugvax. I worked Vax. Then I waited. The music didn't even falter. I stared at the fuse, then at the dead radio face, then at the empty seats as if something might appear if I looked hard enough. The cabin felt smaller than it had a minute ago. Not physically, nothing had moved, but the air carried a pressure now, like I was no longer alone in my own space. I opened my door and leaned out, half on the sidewalk, half in the cab, letting damp night air spill in. I listened for the source. The song was coming from inside, from the dash speaker grill, as if the speaker had decided to become its own instrument. I shut the door. The latch clicked. The song kept time. The voice returned, slipping into the music with effortless timing. Dan, same steadiness, same closeness, like someone speaking without turning their head. My throat tightened. I didn't answer. Answering felt like giving permission. Instead, I did the next thing my sense of security demanded. I tried to fix it. If I could make the problem obey, it would stop being impossible. I pried the trim around the radio with my fingertips, until the plastic clips gave a reluctant pop. I worked carefully, minding the edges. The whole time, the band played like it was amused. When I pulled the radio unit forward, I expected the sound to shift or crackle or die. It didn't. If anything, it sounded clearer, as if the act of exposing the unit pleased whatever was pushing music through my cab. I held the radio in my lap. Dead display. Unplugged harness. No battery pack. No hidden power source. I flipped it over and shook it lightly, listening for anything loose inside. Just the dull rattle of plastic parts. The music continued. It didn't feel like the radio was playing anymore. It felt like the cab was, and then the voice spoke. Not just my name this time. "Keep driving, Ben." The instruction landed in my chest like a shove. I looked out the windshield at the empty stretch of road ahead, wet and reflective under streetlights. Nothing waited there that I could see. No figure, no flashing hazard, just road. The thing I understood, my instincts fought each other. One screamed to shut everything down and run. The other, the one that keeps me safe by keeping me in control, wanted to comply, to keep the cabin's rules intact, to not escalate. I slid the radio unit back into the dash cavity, still unplugged, still dead, like returning a weapon to a sheath. The music sharpened slightly, as if it liked being put away. That detail made my skin crawl. Objects aren't supposed to have preferences. I didn't snap the trim fully back in. I wanted quick access if I needed it again. Then I released the handbrake, signaled, and eased into the lane. The band played as the city moved past. Neon sneered on the wet pavement. A bus hissed by in the opposite direction. Normal life, normal noise. Inside my cab, a broadcast from another century rode shotgun. For a few blocks, nothing else happened. The music ran through 2 songs with clean transitions. No commercial breaks, no station IDs. Just song to song like a private playlist. I tried not to look at the radio. I tried to focus on driving correctly, on the familiar rhythm of lights and mirrors and lane lines. But the longer it went on, the more I realized something worse than the mechanics of it. It wasn't random. The voice had said my name like it was confirming my attention. It had told me to keep driving like it wanted me moving. This wasn't a glitch. It was targeted. My mouth tasted like metal. I turned into an empty parking lot beside a closed hardware store and parked under a buzzing lamp. The lot was mostly puddles and cracked lines, the kind of place that feels abandoned even when it's in the middle of town. I stopped, put the cab in park, and stared at my own reflection faint in the windshield. The music softened, not in volume, because volume didn't change but in presence, like it was waiting. I decided to cut all power, just to prove to myself that electricity still mattered in my world. I turned the ignition off. The engine died. The dash lights went dark. The fan stopped. The cabin became still. Warm air trapped in upholstery. Total ordinary shutdown. The 1940s band kept playing. The song floated in the darkness like a candle you can't blow out. My fear finally crested into something I couldn't reason away. Because now it wasn't just the radio system. It wasn't even just the cab's electrical network. I had removed the key and stopped the engine, and still the music persisted, perfect and patient and impossible. I held the key in my hand and stared at it, as if I could make it mean something again. A simple object, teeth and plastic, a symbol of control. The voice spoke once more, close enough that the hairs on my arms lifted. Funny, but then just my name again, like a hook. The static hiss around the music sounded more like breathing now. Slow in, slow out. I couldn't tell if it was the broadcast texture or something else, something that had been there all along, and I'd only just learned how to hear. I clicked the door lock button, even though the doors were already locked. The sound of the locks engaging was small and pathetic against the steady swing rhythm. I reached into the glove box and pulled out my flashlight. I snapped it on and aimed the beam at the radio face, searching for any sign of life, any glow, any flicker, any tiny lie of electricity. Nothing. Dead plastic. Dead glass. The music continued, unbothered by my evidence. Then, mid-measure, the band cut off cleanly, not fading, not crackling out, just on, like someone lifted a needle from a record. Silence dropped into the cabin so fast my ears rang. In the sudden quiet, I could hear my own breathing too loud, too uneven. I could hear the rainwater dripping somewhere outside. Slow taps in the lot. I could hear the faint settling creak of the cab as my weight shifted. I waited for the voice to fill the silence. It didn't. That absence frightened me almost as much as the sound had. If the voice was deliberate, then the silence was deliberate too, like it had gotten what it wanted or decided to wait for a better moment. I sat in the dark, key still in my hand, flashlight beam still pinned on the dead radio, and I realized something that made my stomach twist. The only reason I'd heard it at all might be because I was alone, because the cabin was quiet enough for it to push through, because the routines that make me feel safe also make me accessible. After what felt like a long time, I put the key back in and started the engine. The dash lit up, the fan whirred, the cab vibrated in its familiar way. Ordinary life snapped back into place with insulting ease. I didn't touch the radio. I drove straight to the garage, taking the most direct route, stopping fully at every sign, checking every mirror twice, as if good driving could undo what I'd just experienced. The whole way, the cabin stayed quiet. No swing music, no hiss, no voice. When I pulled into my usual spot under the fluorescent lights, I sat for a moment before getting out. My hands rested on the steering wheel, and I noticed the faint tremor in my fingers that hadn't left since the first time my name came through the speaker. I finally opened the dash trim again and reached behind the radio unit. The connector was still unplugged. The fuse was still missing. Everything was exactly as it should be if the radio had been dead the whole time. I stood outside the cab and looked at it as if it were a stranger's vehicle. It looked normal. It smelled normal. It sat under the lights like any other car finishing a shift. I told myself I'd imagine it. I told myself stress does weird things. I told myself the mind can fill gaps with familiarity. My grandfather's music, my own name, a voice shaped like expectation. But when I leaned in to grab my jacket from the passenger seat, I caught something I hadn't noticed before. Something so small I almost missed it. The radio's tuning knob had turned slightly from where I always leave it, as if someone else had brushed it with careful fingers. And from the dark speaker grill, with the radio still unplugged, a single thread of static sighed out just one soft breath, like it was remembering the shape of my name, waiting for the next evening to call it back. And I knew with a cold certainty I couldn't argue with that whatever had spoken to me hadn't been using my equipment so much as my space, and it could do it again whenever it wanted, and the only thing it needed was for me to get back behind the wheel and feel safe enough to listen. Now, fog turns a highway into a hallway with no walls. That's the first thing I wrote in my log the next morning, because it was the only way to explain how the night felt, like I was driving through a place that wasn't fully built yet. Just lines, lights, and the steady breath of the engine. Everything else swallowed into gray. I'd been hauling a partial load west. Nothing urgent enough to justify pushing my limits, but I'd told myself I could finish the last stretch before sleeping. The radio was static and distant talk, the kind you don't listen to so much as let it prove you're not alone. My wipers moved lazily over a windshield that wasn't quite wet, just damp, like the air itself wanted to cling to glass. After a while, my eyes started doing that heavy thing. Too many miles, too little rest. So when a diner sign appeared in the fog, I took the exit without arguing with myself. The neon didn't look real until I was almost under it, glowing pale and soft like it had been rubbed with an eraser. The parking lot was empty except for my rig and one old sedan. Fog pooled around the tires, hiding the edges of the pavement. When I shut the truck door, the sound didn't echo, it just died, muffled, as if the fog had hands. Inside, the diner was warm and smelled like burnt coffee and fryer oil. A couple of locals sat in a booth near the window, faces turned down toward their mugs like they were listening for something. The waitress behind the counter looked up and nodded once. Not friendly, not rude, just acknowledging that I'd entered her world. She handed me a menu, but I barely looked at it. I ordered coffee and something I could eat fast. My eyes kept drifting to the window where my truck sat like a dark island in milk. The waitress brought the coffee quick. It was strong enough to make my tongue feel clean. I'd taken 2 sips when she didn't walk away like I expected. Instead, she stayed by my table, wiping at a spot that was already clean. Her voice was quiet, like she didn't want the walls to hear. "Watch for the black dog," she said. I gave a short laugh, the automatic kind, and asked what she meant. Around here, truckers get told all sorts of things: where the cops hide, which exits closed, what stretch floods. A black dog sounded like a local joke, but the waitress didn't smile. "On the highway," she said, still not looking at me. She looked out the window. "Big, black, doesn't move. If you see it, don't swerve." The way she said it, flat and sure, made my laugh feel wrong in my mouth. I asked if it was a stray that hung around the road. "No," she said, and I swear there was something in that one word that made the hair on my arms lift. "It's not like that." Then she finally met my eyes. Her expression wasn't spooky or dramatic. It was the same expression someone wears when telling you not to touch a live wire. "You hear me?" she asked. I nodded, because what else do you do when someone looks at you like that? She left my table and went back behind the counter. The locals didn't look up once. I ate my food slower than I meant to, chewing while the warning sat heavy in my head. I tried to talk myself out of it. Maybe it was a deer. Maybe there'd been a bad wreck, and this was the diner's way of telling drivers to be careful without saying the word death. Maybe the waitress had a dark sense of humor, but it didn't feel like humor. When I paid, she didn't add anything, just slid the receipt over and watched me sign it. As I stood to leave, she said, almost like an afterthought, "Fog brings it out." Outside, the cold hit my face, and the fog swallowed the lot lights again. I climbed into the cab, shut the door, and the world narrowed to gauges and the fan of my headlights. For a moment, I sat there with my hands on the wheel, feeling ridiculous for being unsettled by a sentence. Then I pulled out and eased back onto the highway. The fog was thicker than before, heavy enough to soften the beams into pale cones. The road was a 2-lane stretch between fields and ditch lines. No streetlights, no houses, just black land and a gray sky pressed low. I kept my speed under what I normally would, not because I believed in black dogs, I told myself, but because fog is honest danger. Fog hides stalled cars. Fog hides deer. Fog hides anything that doesn't care whether you live. Still, my eyes kept drifting to the edges of the light, searching for a shape I didn't believe in. Mile after mile, nothing happened. The truck's engine tone stayed steady. The trailer tracked true. My coffee warmed my stomach. With time, the waitress's warning started to lose its bite and turn into a story I'd tell later. A weird roadside superstition. Then on a long straightaway, I saw a darker patch on the right shoulder. At first it looked like a clump of brush or a broken sign. The fog makes everything uncertain, and my brain kept trying to name it something normal. But the darkness didn't scatter like fog darkness does. It held its shape as I got closer. It seemed to rise, not jump, not step, right. A silhouette unfolded from the gray, and my hands tightened on the wheel before I could stop them. The shape was low at the front, high at the shoulder, like a large dog or a wolf standing with its weight forward, too big for a coyote, too heavy for any stray I'd ever seen near a road. My mouth went dry, I glanced at the speedometer, then back up. The shape was clearer now, edging into the light. Black, not dark brown, not wet fur reflecting gray. Black like a hole. I remembered the waitress's voice. A part of me wanted to laugh again to break the tension, but my throat wouldn't do it. The thing stepped into the lane, slowly like it had all the time in the world. Its legs were long and thick, the joints bending wrong in a way that made my stomach twist. It walked to the center of my lane and stopped, facing me. I hit the brakes firm. Not a slam, because you don't slam brakes in fog unless you want to die from someone else's mistake. The trailer pushed gently, and the air system hissed. The truck slowed, but the shape didn't even flinch. It just stood there. I reached for the horn, then didn't press it. I don't know why. Maybe I didn't want to announce myself. Maybe I didn't want to hear how the sound would die in the fog. Maybe some instinct told me it wouldn't matter. The headlights washed over it, and I expected to see eyes shine back at me. That animal reflection that catches light. But there was nothing. No glint, no spark, just an outline that seemed to eat the beam. The closer I got, the bigger it became. It wasn't big for a dog. It was massive. Shoulder height near the hood line, thick chest, heavy head held level like it was confident, and it didn't move out of the way. No hesitation, no survival fear. My mind scrambled for the practical solution. Swerve around it. But the waitress had said, "Don't swerve," and the ditch was right there, deep enough to roll a rig if I caught it wrong. So I stayed straight. The last few seconds stretched out. The fog throbbed in my headlights. The dog thing filled the lane. I could see the suggestion of ribs under its coat, and I could swear the coat wasn't fur so much as a texture like smoke that had learned to look solid. I braced for impact. I've hit things before. Not proud of it, but it happens in this job. You learn the feeling, the thud, the shudder, the way the steering wheel kicks. You learn the awful moment after, when you wonder what you've done. I was ready for that. Instead, the truck met nothing. No thud, no crunch, no lift of the hood. The shape didn't bounce off or go under. The headlights dimmed for a fraction of a second, like the beam had been covered, and then the cab filled with cold, sharp, sudden wrong. A smell came with it, faint but unmistakable. Wet fur and turned soil, like a graveyard after rain. The dog thing passed through the front of the truck like fog, not like a trick of speed, not like I'd missed it. I watched the blackness slide across the hood line and smear along the sides of the cab, as if the truck was cutting through smoke. My skin prickled. Every hair on my arms lifted. My breath hitched hard enough to hurt. And then it was behind me. The truck kept rolling forward. Brakes still applied. Everything mechanically normal. The road lines continued under the headlights, like they hadn't just witnessed something impossible. I stared into the side mirror. Nothing. Just my own trailer lights bleeding orange into the fog. I eased onto the shoulder and stopped with my hazards blinking. The click of the flasher sounded too loud in the enclosed cab. For several seconds I didn't move. I just sat there with both hands still locked on the wheel, staring at the pale road ahead, waiting for reality to catch up. It didn't. My heart was banging so hard it felt like it was trying to climb out of my chest. I forced myself to breathe and climbed down. The fog wrapped around me immediately, cold and damp. The shoulder gravel was slick under my boots. I walked to the front of the truck with my flashlight, beam wobbling because my hands weren't steady. The bumper was clean. No blood, no fur, no smear, no dent, no crack. I crouched and checked under the grill, then under the cab. Nothing, just wet pavement and a few leaves stuck to metal. I stood and swung the flashlight beam up and down the road. The fog swallowed it within a few yards. The highway looked empty in both directions. No animal movement, no shadow pacing, no eyes glowing from the ditch, just fog, and the quiet hum of my idling engine. Somewhere far off, a car passed in the opposite lane, its sound arriving before its lights, then fading like it had never been there. I wanted to wave it down, to ask the driver if they'd seen anything, but by the time the thought formed, the lights were gone, eaten by gray. I climbed back into the cab and shut the door hard, like I could lock the world out. For a long time I sat there, listening to the engine and my own breathing. I kept expecting the smell to linger, but it faded quickly, leaving only the stale coffee scent and the faint rubber odor of the cab. I checked the mirrors again. Nothing. I told myself out loud that it was fog and fatigue and a trick of my eyes, but my body didn't believe me. My hands were still trembling. My skin still felt too tight. Eventually I started moving again, because sitting on the shoulder in fog is its own hazard. I pulled back onto the road and drove like an old man, slow and careful, scanning every inch of beam ahead. Each mile marker felt like something I'd earned. I didn't see the dog again that night. But the warning stayed with me, heavy as the trailer. When I reached my drop the next day, I told nobody. Not because I was embarrassed, though I was, but because I didn't know how to say it without sounding insane. I drove through a dog that wasn't solid. Isn't the kind of sentence that gets you taken seriously. It's the kind of sentence that gets you laughed at, or worse, quietly watched. Still, I couldn't let it sit unspoken, so I did what truckers do with things we can't carry in our hands. I wrote it down. Time, location, weather, what happened, what it felt like. I stared at my own words afterward and didn't like them on the page. They made it more real. Weeks passed, then months, sometimes on other routes when fog rolled in thick enough to turn the world into a gray tunnel. I'd hear the waitress again in my head. Don't swerve. I'd catch myself scanning the shoulders for a darker patch, a shape that held still against the shifting mist. I'd tell myself I was being stupid. I'd sip coffee. I'd keep driving. And sometimes on long straight roads at night, I'd get a feeling that had nothing to do with sight, like something ahead was waiting. Like the road wasn't empty, just hidden. I still don't know what it was. An omen, a warning, a thing that lives in fog and uses the highway like a path. All I know is this: it didn't move out of my way. It made me choose not to swerve. And when I did what the waitress told me, when I held my lane and kept steady, my truck went through it like it was smoke. The next time I stopped at a diner in heavy fog, I almost asked the waitress if she'd ever heard of a black dog. The question sat on my tongue, hot and foolish, but I didn't ask. But because what if she looked at me the same way, steady, tired, certain, and said she'd been waiting for someone like me to bring it up? Because what if I'd learn it wasn't a story at all? Now when fog presses close and the road narrows into headlights, I keep my hand steady and my lane true. I don't swerve for shadows. I don't trust the edges of the beam. And if I see a shape standing dead center in my lane, too black, too still, too big, I already know what happens next. I already know how it feels when something impossible slides through your cab like cold breath, and the road keeps going as if it can erase anything. I just keep driving, watching the fog ahead. Night freight has a way of sanding the world down to essentials. Lane lines, headlights, the hum of rubber on cold asphalt, the steady pull of a diesel that's done the same job for 1,000,000 miles, and doesn't care what time it is. I've always liked that part of it. The simplicity, the professionalism of it. When everything else is noisy, the road is honest. You keep your rig straight, you keep your logs clean, you keep your promises. I'd built my whole life around that. Deliver on time. Don't take dumb risks. Don't let fatigue turn into an excuse. Don't let fatigue turn into an excuse. That night I was running late. Nothing dramatic, just the usual chain of delays that stack up in winter. A slow loader, a tight yard, snow that came down sideways for an hour and left a thin slick skin over the interstate. My trailer was sealed, my reefer was steady, and the appointment on the other end didn't care about excuses. So I drove, late, quiet, focused. My cab was the way I always kept it. Floor clear, straps coiled, paperwork clipped, coffee in the cup holder, a small flashlight in the door pocket. I'd made up the bunk earlier out of habit, blanket tight, pillow squared, because a neat sleeper makes a long run feel less like you're living in a machine. I'd locked both doors when I climbed in after fuel. I always did. The road ahead was empty enough that my high beams stayed on for miles at a time. The dash glowed green. The defroster hissed. The wipers ticked on a slow rhythm, even though the snow had thinned to drifting specks. The CB was dead except for the occasional crackle that sounded like someone whispering and losing their nerve. I remember thinking for no reason at all that the cab felt smaller than usual. It wasn't claustrophobic. Just close. Like the dark outside was pressing in on the glass. I shifted in my seat and rolled my shoulders once, trying to knock the stiffness out of my back. My eyes were tired in that gritty way that makes you blink harder than you need to. But I wasn't drifting. I wasn't dozing. I was present. Then I felt the truck settle. It was subtle but unmistakable. Like when someone climbs up into a cab and drops into a seat without easing their weight down. A small dip in the suspension, a change in balance that traveled through the frame and into my spine. Not a bump in the road, not wind, a human kind of weight, My hands tightened on the wheel before I even realized I'd done it. There's a moment after something like that where your brain scrambles for the nearest normal explanation. Load shift, air suspension burp, road scene, anything that keeps reality neat. But the sensation had the wrong texture for all of those. It wasn't sharp or rolling. It was the blunt certainty of presence. I kept my eyes forward, because that's what you do when you're driving 80,000 pounds through darkness. You don't whip your head around. You don't let panic jerk your hands. You keep it steady. Find a safe place. Handle it like a professional. Still, my gaze flicked up to the rearview mirror, the one I keep angled into the sleeper opening, and there he was. A figure, upright, sitting behind me as if my truck had a back seat. Broad shoulders, dark clothing that swallowed most of the dim interior. A face that looked too pale for the shadows. Not sprawled on the bunk, not half hidden by the curtains, seated like he belonged there, like he'd paid for the ride. My throat went dry so fast it hurt. I didn't turn around. I stared into the mirror and tried to make the image fall apart. Tried to force it into a reflection. A trick of convex glass. A smear of light from outside. I shifted slightly in my seat, expecting the angle to change and the shape to slide away. It didn't. The figure stayed centered. Still, patient. The cab was warm, but the back of my neck prickled with cold. I forced my breathing slower, in through the nose, out through the mouth. I checked my lane position, checked the speed. The road was straight, empty, quiet. My thumb pressed the door lock switch without thinking. Click, locked. I glanced at the passenger door lock, locked. In the mirror, the man's head seemed angled toward me, as if he'd been watching the whole time, and only now I'd finally looked. That was when the weight shifted again, just a small adjustment like someone settling more comfortably. My stomach clenched hard enough to make me taste acid. I kept driving. I told myself, safe first, shoulder later, lights later. I started scanning for an exit sign, for a truck stop logo, for anything that meant people and cameras and bright fluorescent reality. 10 miles to services. The green sign promised. 10 miles is nothing. 10 miles is forever. The thing behind me didn't move like a living passenger. No fidgeting. No cough. No rustle of fabric. Just that steady, oppressive sense of someone occupying my space. Violation is the only word that fits. Not an attack. Not a threat. A trespass. Like someone had stepped into my locked house and sat down at my kitchen table without asking. My mind tried to bargain. If it's a real person, you'll hear them. If it's a prank, they'll laugh. If it's fatigue, it'll vanish if you change something: temperature, music, light. Light. The dome light switch was above my head. A small rocker near the top of the windshield. I'd used it 1,000 times. I knew exactly how bright it would make the cab, how it would flatten shadows and turn the sleeper into plain upholstery and blanket folds. I told myself not to do it while the road curved. Not while passing an on-ramp, not while my hands were shaking. The highway straightened out again, lane lines rolling under the hood in a steady rhythm. No headlights behind me, no taillights ahead, just me and winter and that silent presence. I lifted my left hand from the wheel. My fingers felt stiff, like they belonged to someone else. I reached up by feel, found the switch, and hesitated. A ridiculous thought slid in. What if the light doesn't make it disappear? What if it makes it clearer? Then my professional brain snapped the argument shut. Control the variables, confirm what you can, handle it. I clicked the dome light on. Warm yellow flooded the cab. It lit the passenger seat, the dash, the floor. It filled the sleeper opening behind the seats, showing the made bunk and the folded blanket and the hanging coat exactly as they were. And in the same instant, the weight vanished. Not eased, not drifted away. Vanished, like a hand lifting off your shoulder. The suspension rebounded a fraction. A tiny rise I felt more than saw. I stared into the mirror. There was no one there. No pale face. No shoulders. No seated outline. Nothing but the empty sleeper. Now plainly lit. The kind of normal that almost looks staged when you're desperate for it. My own eyes stared back at me in the mirror. Wide, glassy, disbelieving, I kept the light on. I drove the remaining miles to the exit with the cab bright as noon, because I didn't trust the dark anymore. I checked the mirror so often my eyes started to ache. Every time, the back stayed empty, but my body didn't accept that emptiness. My shoulders stayed tight. My jaw hurt from clenching. The place where the weight had been felt exposed, like skin after something crawls away. When the truck stop sign finally rose out of the darkness, it looked like salvation. I took the ramp carefully, smooth on the brakes, smooth on the steering, professional, controlled. I parked under a sodium light with other rigs nearby, backed in slowly, set the brakes and sat there with the engine idling and the dome light still on. Silence roared in the cab. I grabbed my flashlight anyway. I swept the beam across the sleeper, even though the light above me made it unnecessary. I leaned back, twisted in my seat, looked directly not through mirrors, not through doubt. Empty. Bunk smooth. Pillow square. No disturbed fabric. No footprints because there was nowhere for footprints to be. No smell that didn't belong. Nothing. I got out and walked the perimeter of the truck like I was doing a pre-trip inspection. Passenger door sealed. Locked. Driver door locked. Outside storage under the bunk. Latched. Trailer intact. Seal unbroken. No sign of tampering. No stranger stepping out from between trailers. No laughter. No running footsteps. Just the ordinary noise of a truck stop airline sighing. Distant voices. A door slam somewhere. Human life continuing like nothing had happened. Back in the cab, I shut the door and sat with both hands on the wheel, dome light still on, staring at the mirror until my eyes watered. I tried to be honest. If it had been a real person, they couldn't have dissolved because I turned on a light. They would have had to move, to climb over seats, to open a door. I would have heard it, I would have seen it. If it had been my imagination, it wouldn't have come with that clear physical drop of weight into my suspension, physical sensation. Then the sight, then disappearance. A clean sequence, like something following rules I didn't know. Eventually I turned the dome light off. Not because I felt brave, but because I couldn't live in constant brightness. The dark returned, softer now with the truck stop lights outside, but still dark enough to make corners. I watched the mirror. Nothing. I finished the run because that's what I do. I delivered on time. I handed over the paperwork. I nodded at the dock workers and made small talk that felt like acting. In daylight, the whole thing felt impossible, like the night had tried to fold itself away and pretend it never happened, but it didn't fold away completely. Even now, on empty late-night stretches, I sometimes feel my cab tighten around me. Sometimes the suspension will give a harmless little sigh, and my heart will jump like it's learned a new reflex. And sometimes rarely, just rarely, I'll glance at the mirror and hold my breath a beat too long, waiting for a pale oval in the darkness. Most times there's nothing, just my clean sleeper and my hanging coat and the road sliding beneath me. But the worst part isn't seeing something. The worst part is knowing how it felt when something sat down behind me, like it owned my space, and how easily it took that weight away when the light came on, leaving me alone in my locked cab with the certainty that it could come back whenever it wanted, and I might only ever catch it in the mirror, smiling in the dark where it belongs. Rain at night makes the road feel like a tunnel, just two pale cones of light, the wipers scraping time into seconds, everything else swallowed by wet dark. I was driving home from a late shift, the kind where your brain goes quiet and your eyes do all the work. I've always been that way. I noticed the little things. A mailbox knocked sideways, a deer print in the shoulder mud, the faint shimmer that means black ice. That night the rain wasn't a storm. Exactly. It was steady, cold, patient. The asphalt shone like oil, reflecting my headlights back at me in a thin, nervous line. I was rounding the long bend by mile 17 when the first thing went wrong. A pair of headlights appeared ahead in the oncoming lane. too fast for the weather. They bobbed, corrected, then bobbed again as if the driver was fighting the road with both hands and losing anyway. I slowed immediately, foot easing off the gas. The oncoming car's beams jittered across the wet pavement. For a half second I thought, they're going to cross the line. Then it happened. The headlights flared bright, swung toward me, and I heard a sound that didn't belong to rain. An ugly hard impact, like metal snapping against metal. The lights pitched upward, as if the car's front end had climbed something. And then the beams vanished, not faded, vanished, like someone had flipped a switch. I braked hard enough to feel my seatbelt bite. My tires skittered but held. I pulled onto the shoulder just past the curve and threw on my hazards, orange pulses blinking into the rain. For one long breath, I sat with both hands locked on the wheel, staring into my rearview mirror. I was waiting for the follow-up noise, rolling crunching, the final thump into trees. I was waiting for a horn stuck down, for shouting, for anything that proved the moment hadn't just been a trick of water and light. Nothing came, just the hiss of rain and the low, constant rush of the creek down the embankment. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped out. The cold slapped my face. Rain soaked my shoulders instantly. My boots sank slightly into the soft edge of gravel as I walked back toward the bend, beams sweeping the ditch, the guardrail, the slope beyond. I expected debris, plastic shards, a smear of paint on the rail, fresh grooves in the mud where tires had clawed down the hill, branches snapped and hanging. I found nothing. The guardrail was straight, beaded with rain, no dent, no scrape. The white line on the road was clean. The shoulder gravel was undisturbed, except for my own footprints. I stood there in the rain and felt something simple in my chest. The urge to help with nowhere to go. I walked the curve twice, slower the second time, flashlight tracing every inch. The embankment dropped into dark brush and wet leaves. The creek audible but mostly hidden. If a car had gone down there, the slope would have been scarred. There would have been chaos. Broken vegetation, exposed dirt, some harsh sign of physics doing its work. Instead, the place looked normal. Too normal. I called 911 anyway, because there was no version of me that could drive away after hearing that impact. The operator asked for my location. I gave the mile marker, the road name, the direction. I told her I'd seen an oncoming vehicle lose control on the curve and disappear, like it went off the road. "Do you see the vehicle now?" she asked. No, I said, and the word tasted wrong. I can't find anything. But I heard the crash. She told me to stay where I was, keep my hazards on, don't go down the embankment alone. A patrol car arrived in less than 10 minutes, its red and blue lights smearing across the wet road. The officer stepped out with his collar up, rain dripping from his hat brim. He looked from my truck to the curve and asked me to walk him through exactly what I'd seen. I pointed to the bend. Headlights came around too fast, I said. They slid, I heard a hit. Then the lights went up and out. He frowned. The practical kind of frown. He shined his own light along the guardrail, then down the slope. Another unit arrived, then another. Spotlights swept the trees, slicing the rain into bright strands. They worked the scene like they expected the evidence to appear if they looked hard enough. One officer ran a gloved hand along the rail. Another crouched to scan the pavement for skid marks. A third started down the embankment. A few careful steps, testing the wet ground. Then came back up, shaking his head. "No tracks," one of them said. "No damage," another muttered, as if that was the strangest part. And it was. The first officer asked me if I was tired, if I'd had anything to drink, if I'd been using my phone. His questions were routine, not accusing. I answered honestly. I was tired in the normal way, but alert. No alcohol. Phone in the cup holder. He stared at the curve again, then at me. "You're sure you heard impact?" "I'm sure," I said. It was loud, like rail maybe. They searched a little farther up and down the road, checking pullouts and scanning the ditch line for any sign of a stopped vehicle. The rain kept falling, soft and relentless, washing the world clean as fast as they could look. After nearly half an hour, The officer came back and told me, carefully, that they couldn't locate any wreck, any debris, any evidence of an accident. He said they'd keep an eye out for reports of a damaged vehicle or anyone calling in for help. Then he said, "If you notice anything else, call us right away." He didn't say I imagined it. He didn't say it didn't happen. He just left me with the empty road and my own certainty. I drove home slower than usual, hands tight at 10 and 2, eyes flicking constantly to the mirrors. The whole way I kept expecting to see the missing car, pulled off with a hazard light blinking, or creeping along with a smashed front end, or stalled in some driveway like a wounded animal that had found shelter. I saw nothing. In bed, the moment played on repeat. Headlights, slide, impact, the impossible clean vanishing. Every time I tried to explain it away, the sound came back first, sharp, unmistakable, not at all like thunder or a branch cracking. The next morning, the sky was pale and rinsed out, the rain gone. I drove back to the curve in daylight, partly because I needed to prove to myself I'd missed something. Sunlight should reveal what darkness hid. It revealed only the same absence. The guardrail was clean, the slope was intact. No torn brush, no broken limbs, no disturbed mud. The creek whispered over stones like it always had. Standing there, I felt a different kind of unease than I'd felt at night. At night, the unknown hid behind darkness. In daylight, the unknown sat in plain sight, daring me to explain it. After work, I went to the sheriff's office. The building smelled like paper and floor cleaner, like every county building I've ever been in. I told the desk deputy I wanted to follow up on the call from the previous night, because I couldn't stop thinking about it, and because, truthfully, I wanted to know if anyone else had ever called about that curve. He brought up the incident log and asked me to confirm the exact mile marker. I did. His eyes narrowed slightly as he typed. Then his expression changed in a way I can't quite describe. Less surprise, more recognition, like he'd bumped into a familiar bruise. "Hold on," he said, and he got up. He came back with another deputy, older, the kind with a careful calm. They pulled up a separate record system and started searching by location. When the older deputy spoke, he did it gently. "You said mile 17, right at the bend by the creek?" "Yes." He nodded once. "There was a fatal crash there." My throat tightened. "When?" He turned the monitor slightly so I could see. The date was years back, long enough that the report looked like it belonged to another decade of the town's life. The weather note on the file hit me like a hand on my shoulder. Nighttime rain. Loss of control. Vehicle left roadway near curve. Guardrail involved. "Same spot," the deputy said. I stared at the screen and felt the room tilt. Not from dizziness, but from recognition. Did anyone say anything about the lights? He scrolled and tapped a line in the narrative. It was dry official language, but it made my skin prickle. Witness described headlights lifting briefly, before disappearing from view due to slope and rain. The accident I'd reported without wreckage, without tracks, had already happened. I asked, quietly, if I could see the report. They printed a summary page and handed it over. 2 occupants, both dead at the scene. The car recovered from the embankment near the creek. The guardrail repaired later. Case closed. I left the office with that paper folded in my jacket like a weight. On the drive home, everything looked too ordinary. People parked at the grocery store. Kids rode bikes in driveways. A dog barked at nothing behind a fence. The world kept moving, smooth and forward, while my mind kept drifting backward to that wet curve in the instant the headlights went out. For a week I tried to set it down. I told myself the brain is a pattern machine. I'd heard the impact of something else. My own tires over a seam maybe, and paired it with headlights and panic. The rain had warped distance. Reflection had tricked me. But every time I imagined the scene, the details stayed stubborn. The speed, the slide, the unmistakable hard hit, and the clean, empty road afterward, as if the place had been reset. I didn't tell many people. The few I did tell laughed or shivered or offered the kind of explanations people offer when they don't want the world to have cracks in it. Maybe it was a drunk who made it home. Maybe you saw a reflection. Maybe you dreamed it. I didn't argue. I didn't need them to believe me. I just needed to understand why my body had reacted the way it did. The immediate physical urge to stop and rescue. That instinct had been so strong it felt borrowed, like it belonged to someone else and had simply passed through me. The second time it rained at night, I drove that route again on purpose. Not because I wanted to see it again, but because I couldn't stand not knowing whether it would repeat. The rain fell steady, just like the first night, turning every streetlight into a hazy halo. My wipers kept time. My headlights carved the road into a narrow corridor. As I approached mile 17, my pulse climbed. My grip tightened. The curve waited ahead, black and shining. No headlights came around the bend. No impact sounded. Nothing slid. I rounded the curve slowly, eyes scanning the shoulder, the guardrail, the drop toward the creek, and yet right at the point where the old report said the vehicle had struck, I felt it again, that urgent, senseless need to pull over and run down the embankment. My chest tightened as if someone had called my name. The sensation wasn't fear, it was duty, a command without a voice. I almost stopped. My foot even drifted toward the brake. Then I remembered the report in my jacket pocket back home. The date, the names, the fact that the rescue had already happened years ago, under a different set of headlights. I forced myself to keep driving. In the rearview mirror, the curve shrank into rain and darkness. For a moment, my taillights reflected off the wet guardrail in two thin red lines, like a pair of eyes blinking open and shut. When I got home, I stood by my window and listened to the rain hit the street, soft and endless. I thought about that long ago night, someone coming around the bend too fast, the sudden slide, the helpless lift of headlights, the creek waiting below. I thought about how a place can keep a memory the way fabric keeps a smell, and how sometimes if you pass through at the right moment, you can breathe it in. I didn't see anything outside. No figures, no glowing shapes on the road, nothing that would make a neat story, just rain. And somewhere out there, on a clean, ordinary stretch of highway, a curve that had learned one terrible scene so well it could replay it without leaving a mark, waiting for a helpful stranger to stop again in the dark, and feel the old urgency rise up, sharp as impact, and vanish into the rain. The first flakes hit my windshield just past the summit exit. Light and lazy the way snow falls when the air is too cold to hurry. The outside temp read -5 degrees and dropping, and my wipers made that dry rubber squeak that always tells me the road is about to turn slick. Midnight on I-80 between Laramie and Cheyenne is usually a quiet kind of lonely. A ribbon of black asphalt cutting through white shoulders and darker rock. I was running eastbound with a sealed trailer. On schedule, heater fighting the cold, coffee going stale in the cup holder. 15 years of nights like that had earned me a reputation I didn't ask for but didn't deny either. Guys at the yard called me unspookable. I noticed the first truck in my mirror because it didn't have lights. At first I thought my eyes were adjusting, or the snow had thrown a curtain across the beams. But there was a shape back there where there should have been a pair of pinpoints. Big, square. Too tall to be a pickup, too steady to be a drifted shadow. I eased off the throttle a hair and waited for headlights to bloom as it closed the gap. Nothing. Then the second shape appeared behind the first, and then a third behind that. All three lined up so clean it looked like somebody had drawn them with a ruler. 3 vintage rigs, old school long noses and boxy cabs, the kind you see in calendar photos and parade lines. Even in the dim spill of my own taillights, I could tell they weren't modern. Their roofs sat a little lower, their hoods ran longer. The stance was different, like they belonged to another decade and had wandered onto the interstate by mistake. They followed me in perfect formation. I tapped my brakes once, not hard enough to flash panic, just enough to drop 5 miles an hour. The gap behind me stayed the same. The first truck didn't creep closer. It didn't fall back. The distance held like it was welded in place, and the other two held their spacing behind it, equally clean. I sped up, then slowed down again. Same result. No matter what I did with my speed, Their formation stayed locked. I told myself it was perspective. Snow can mess with depth. Night can play tricks. So I did what I do when something feels off, and I want to prove it isn't. I moved to the left lane and held steady. All 3 trucks moved with me, one after another as if they were connected by a hidden bar. No wavering, no late reaction, no hesitation. They didn't drift across the lane lines the way tired drivers do. They didn't angle their wheels like somebody correcting a trailer sway. It was a smooth, practiced slide, and then they were centered behind me again. Still dark, still silent. Their running lights weren't just dim, they were absent. No amber dots along the top of a cab. No markers down the side. No glow under the bumper. If they had headlights on, they were so perfectly shielded that not a single beam spilled onto the pavement. It was as if 3 full-size trucks were moving through the snow. Without acknowledging the basic rules of being seen, I reached for my CB mic without thinking. Habit, the old lifeline. I switched to channel 19, thumbed the button, and gave a short call out to the road behind me, asking if anyone was running dark, or if I had some kind of escort I didn't know about. Only static came back. No voices, no laughs, no annoyed get off the air. Just that steady hush like wind through a crack. I tried again on a different channel. Same thing. The radio wasn't dead. I could hear the faint buzz of the carrier and the soft pop when I released the button. But nothing answered. Not the 3 trucks behind me. Not any other driver catching my call. The snow stayed light, but it changed the world anyway. Every reflective sign glowed a little too bright and then vanished. My headlights tunneled the road ahead into a narrow cone, and everything outside that cone felt like it was watching. I kept my eyes moving. Mirrors, gauges, road, mirrors again. Every time I checked, the 3 rigs were still there, still spaced the same, still aligned like a drill team. My first explanation was simple. Some guys like old iron. Maybe it was a group hauling their classics, testing them out at night when the traffic was thin. Running without lights, though, wasn't a quirk. It was a death wish, and I don't care how much you love an antique hood ornament. You don't take it out in Wyoming snow at midnight and trust everyone else to see you. My second explanation tried to be generous. Maybe their electrical systems were shot. Maybe they had just enough juice to crank and move, and they were trying to make Cheyenne before the batteries gave up. That still didn't explain the formation. It didn't explain the distance, staying perfect through every speed change. After 10 minutes of watching the same impossible precision, generosity dried up. A feeling settled into my gut like a cold weight. Not fear exactly, more like the sense you get when you realize an animal has been tracking you for a while, and you're only just now noticing the prints. The westbound lanes on the other side of the median were mostly empty. A couple sets of headlights passed, bright and normal, and for a moment I wanted to flash my brights and get their attention, just to prove the world was still populated by regular people and regular vehicles. I didn't. I kept driving. I kept thinking, and I kept testing in small ways that wouldn't get me killed. I nudged up to 70. The 3 trucks held back at the same distance. I drifted down to 60. Same distance. I signaled right and took the right lane again. They followed with the same clean slide, no delay, no wobble, by 0040. The wind had picked up enough to shove a fine dusting of snow across the lane lines. The road crews had been through earlier, but the cold made the surface glassy in spots. I could feel it in the steering. That lightness that means traction is there until it isn't. I backed off and let my speed settle where it felt safe. The formation behind me didn't change. It was like they weren't driving on the same pavement. I reached for my phone, more out of stubbornness than hope, and checked for signal. 1 bar blinked and died. Wyoming has its dead zones, and this stretch between Laramie and Cheyenne has plenty of them. I put the phone back down and forced my breathing to stay even. Unspookable, I reminded myself. That was the whole point. Don't let the night make you dumb. But dumb is what it feels like when you can't explain what your eyes are seeing. A rest area sign loomed ahead through the snow, reflective green and reassuring, in the way only a place with lights and other humans can be. The Daowo was coming up, A break in the dark where I could stop, take a look, put real distance between me and whatever game those 3 rigs were playing. The decision made itself. The persistent, silent formation behind me wasn't going to end with me pretending it didn't matter. If they were just drivers with bad wiring, they'd roll past while I parked. If they were something else, I needed to know before the road narrowed or the weather got worse. I signaled and took the exit. My trailer hissed softly as the air shifted in the lines. The ramp curved, and my headlights painted the snowbanks and the warning signs bright and ordinary. Behind me, 3 dark shapes curved down the ramp in perfect formation. That was the first real jolt. It wasn't a theory anymore. It wasn't a trick of straight-line perspective. They took the exit because I took the exit, as if my route was their route by default. The rest area lot was half empty. A couple of modern trucks sat with their cabs lit like aquariums, curtains drawn, sleepers warm. One RV idled near the far end, its exhaust ghosting in the cold. The overhead lamps threw pools of yellow light onto the pavement and left the corners in shadow. I pulled into a spot near the center, not too close to anyone, not too far. I straightened out, set the brakes, and let my engine idle. The silence that follows the click of the parking brake always feels heavier at night. In my mirrors, the first vintage truck rolled into the lot. No running lights, no headlights. It moved through the lit area like it belonged to the darkness. Its outline defined only by the way it blocked the lamps behind it. The second and third followed, keeping the same spacing they'd kept on the highway, and then they angled into spots directly behind me in a line, each one centered on my trailer's doors, as if they were aiming down a sight. They stopped. No hiss of air brakes reached me. No engine idle rattled the cold. I watched my side mirror and my convex, waiting for some sign of life. A cab light flicking on, the door cracking open, a glow of a cigarette, nothing. Just 3 dark cabs sitting there, motionless with snow beginning to gather on their hoods. I sat with my hands on the wheel and tried to decide whether I was angry or scared. Anger was safer. Anger kept you moving. Fear made you freeze, and freezing is how bad things happen on the road. I turned on my interior light and wrote down the time on my logbook, the old-fashioned way, pen pressing into paper, hard enough to leave a groove. The numbers were steady. My hand wasn't shaking. I made myself look at the details, because details are what reality is made of. In the lot's yellow light, I could see more. The trucks were definitely vintage. Rounded fenders, tall stacks, big grills that looked like teeth. The paint was dark, maybe black, maybe something else that the night swallowed. The chrome, if there was any, didn't catch the light. The windows were dark as if tinted or covered. I cracked my driver's side window an inch. Cold air knifed in. I listened. No idling. No ticking metal cooling. No faint music. Just wind and the distant hum of the interstate. The world doing what it always does when you stop paying for movement with fuel. That's when a small irrational thought tried to wedge itself into my mind. If they weren't running, how did they follow me down the ramp? I didn't let it grow. I shut the window and did what any driver with a problem does. I checked what I could control. I locked my doors. I turned on my hazard lights. I adjusted my mirrors until I could see the front of the first truck behind me as clearly as possible. Then I waited. Minutes stretched thin. Snow tapped softly against my windshield, melting into dots. The rest area stayed quiet. The other trucks didn't stir. No one came out to stretch or smoke. Even the RV's exhaust seemed to fade, as if it had shut down or moved on. My mind started running through normal explanations again, desperate for something that fit. A prank, maybe. 3 buddies messing with a lone driver because they were bored. But who pranks in a blizzard at -5 degrees with antique rigs and no lights? And why keep the distance so perfect? Why park in line behind me like that? I couldn't see license plates. The lot lights didn't reach their bumpers well, and the snow softened everything. I thought about climbing down and walking back to get a closer look, but the idea of stepping into that cold darkness between my trailer and their grills made the back of my neck tighten. Unspookable, Danny, I told myself. But unspookable doesn't mean stupid. I decided on a test that didn't involve leaving my cab. I released my brakes, eased forward 5 feet, and stopped. In my mirror, the first truck rolled forward the same amount. The second and third moved too, each one matching the motion so smoothly it looked like a single thing with 3 segments. I sat back, heart thudding once, hard, then steady again. I eased forward another 10 feet. They followed. I backed up a little. They backed up. The spacing stayed the same, as if an invisible tape measure stretched between us and refused to change length. It wasn't random. It wasn't a coincidence. Whatever was behind me was actively maintaining position in relation to me. Predatory behavior. That phrase came to me like something I'd read on a safety bulletin about road rage incidents and stalking. The kind of scenario they warn you about in orientation, and everyone half listens to because it sounds like a movie. The difference was I'd never heard of the predator being 3 silent vintage trucks with no lights. I tried the CB again, voice low, not wanting to wake anyone in the lot, but needing to hear another human sound. I called out that I was at the rest area between Laramie and Cheyenne, and had 3 rigs following me, asked if anyone nearby could confirm what I was seeing. Static. A faint click. Nothing else. I flipped channels. I listened. I tried again. It was like the air itself had been emptied of voices. I turned my interior light off and sat in the dim glow of my dash. The 3 trucks behind me were harder to see without the cab light reflecting in my own window. They became shapes again, darker than the night, anchored in place. My phone buzzed once with a weak vibration, then went quiet. When I checked, there was no new message, no missed call. Just the screen waking and sleeping, as if it had shivered in the cold. Outside, snow continued to drift down, light enough that it didn't obscure the lot, but steady enough to make every surface slick. The wind rocked my trailer gently, a slow sway that reminded me how heavy I was, and how small the cab really is when you can't trust what's outside. I thought about staying put until morning, but morning was 3 hours away, and I didn't like the idea of spending those hours with 3 unknown rigs parked in a line behind me, matching my every inch. If they were waiting for something, waiting them out might be exactly what they wanted. I thought about pulling around to the front of the lot near the bathrooms and the lights. I didn't want to walk into the building, but the cameras and the open space would at least give me room. Then another thought came. Colder than the air, what if they followed me there too and parked behind me again, keeping the same distance no matter how I moved? The question wasn't whether they could. The question was what I would do when they did. I chose motion. Motion is what I understand. Motion is what I'm good at. I started rolling again, slow at first, tires crunching over thin ice. I circled the lot and headed toward the exit. My trailer tracked behind me, and my mirrors showed the 3 rigs peeling out of their spots and following. Formation unbroken. No lights, no sound that reached my cab, just the certainty of their presence. At the stop sign by the ramp, I paused. I looked both ways even though the road was clear, because stopping gave me one more chance to see if anyone else noticed. The lot lights behind me threw enough glow that I could see the first truck's grill clearly now. It looked old, it looked solid, and it looked empty. Not empty as in no cargo. Empty as in the cab window didn't reflect like glass. It was just dark, flat, like someone had painted over it. I leaned closer to my mirror, trying to catch any sign of depth, any outline of a driver. Nothing. The cold weight in my gut shifted. Fear finally found a place to stand. I turned onto the ramp and eased back onto I-80 eastbound. My headlights hit the snow-swept pavement, and the wind hit the side of my trailer like a shove. The interstate opened in front of me, straight and black and familiar. Behind me, the 3 vintage trucks merged in perfect formation. I wanted to go faster. I wanted to run. But speed on ice is just a different way to die, and dying wasn't going to prove anything except that I'd let the night make me dumb. So I held my lane and kept my hands steady, letting my instincts do what they'd been trained to do. I tried another test. I signaled right and pulled onto the shoulder. Not all the way, just enough that a normal driver would either pass or back off. I slowed to 50, then 45, watching for the moment the first truck would either drift by or brake. It didn't pass. It moved onto the shoulder behind me, maintaining the same distance. The second and third followed, lining up behind it on the shoulder like it was a planned maneuver. 3 big rigs on the shoulder in the snow, no lights, sitting in my blind spot like a thought I couldn't shake. I signaled left and eased back into the lane. They followed. I sped up 5 miles an hour. They matched it. I slowed back down. Same distance. I couldn't make them do anything but follow. That's when the intimidation settled in. Not as a sudden spike, but as a steady pressure. It wasn't just that they were there. It was that they were choosing to be there. Silently, deliberately, and they were doing it with a precision that made my own driving feel sloppy by comparison. The road signs for Cheyenne began to appear more often. Reflective green panels promising exits and services. The faint glow of the city was still far off, but it existed, a low dome of light under the clouds. I aimed for it like it was a lighthouse. At 0220, a gust of wind pushed a sheet of snow across the lanes, and for a moment the world went white. I tightened my grip and rode it out, eyes fixed on the faint tracks of the vehicle ahead of me. There was no vehicle ahead of me, just my own headlights in the snow, in my mirror. The 3 trucks were still there, still dark, still perfectly spaced. I did something I hadn't done in years. I reached into the glove compartment and took out the little flashlight I kept for pre-trips. It was cheap, plastic, nothing special. I clicked it on and aimed it at my mirror, trying to bounce the beam back onto the first truck's cab. The light caught nothing. No reflection, no glint. It was like shining a flashlight into a hole. My throat tightened, and I swallowed hard. In the cab's quiet, I could hear my own breathing and the faint rattle of the heater fan. Everything else felt muted, like the night was holding its breath with me. I kept driving. I kept my speed safe. I kept my eyes moving. As Cheyenne drew closer, traffic started to appear, one car then another, their headlights normal and bright. For a moment, I felt relief. More witnesses meant less power for whatever game was happening behind me, but the cars didn't react. None of them slowed. None of them honked. None of them flashed their lights or swerved as if they'd seen 3 unlit trucks in the lane behind me. They passed in the rememberable way cars do. Little streaks of light that come and go, and it was as if the space behind my trailer was empty to them. I watched a sedan move into the right lane, settle behind me briefly, then change lanes again and pass. In that brief moment, if those vintage rigs were truly there in the lane, the sedan should have either approached them or been blocked by them. It wasn't blocked. It didn't brake. It didn't even hesitate. The sedan passed like the road behind me was clear. My mouth went dry. My hands stayed steady because they had to, but my thoughts started to skid like tires on ice. I checked my mirrors again and again, searching for the mistake, the angle, the trick. The 3 trucks remained, locked in place at the same distance, as if they were painted onto the night. I told myself there had to be an explanation that didn't involve the impossible. That was the only way to keep functioning. The human brain will accept a lot as long as it can keep driving the truck. At 0247, I saw a lit sign for a travel plaza off an upcoming exit. Bright lights, open lot, cameras, other drivers. I decided I was done being alone on the interstate with 3 silent shadows. I signaled and took the exit. The ramp was clearer here, sanded more, and my tires hummed on the surface. The plaza lights threw a hard white glare onto the snow, making everything look sharp and clean. Behind me, the 3 vintage trucks followed me off the interstate in perfect formation. I pulled into the lot and headed toward the brightest section near the storefront, where cars and trucks were parked in clusters. I chose a spot under a lamp and swung my rig in, setting my trailer straight and my cab close to the curb. I set the brakes and sat there for a second, listening to my own engine idle, like it was the only heartbeat in the world. In my mirrors, the first vintage truck rolled into the lot. It didn't go to the far end. It didn't choose a dark corner. It came straight toward me, staying centered behind my trailer's doors. And then it stopped at the same distance it had kept all night. The second and third stopped behind it, forming a line that pointed directly at me like an accusation. Under the harsh lot lights, they still had no running lights. No markers, no glow at all. The snow on their hoods didn't sparkle. It looked dull like ash. I sat there staring and realized something I should have noticed earlier. Their cabs were too clean. Not polished, not shiny, just free of the little signs of life that every working truck has. No bug splatter, no road grime, no random sticker, no reflective tape catching the light. They looked like objects placed in the world, not machines that had driven through it. I forced myself to act. I couldn't stay frozen. I reached for my phone again. This time I had signal 2 bars. Steady. Relief hit me so hard it almost made me laugh. I opened the camera and aimed it at my mirror, trying to capture what I was seeing. The screen showed my trailer doors, the lamp glow, the edge of the lot. No trucks. I shifted the angle. I zoomed. I aimed out the side window toward the space behind me. The screen showed empty pavement and falling snow. My heart thudded once, hard, and then it started to beat faster. I lowered the phone slowly and looked with my own eyes. In the mirror, 3 vintage trucks sat in formation. On my phone, there was nothing. I didn't get out. I didn't walk into the store. The idea of leaving the cab, even under bright lights, felt wrong in a way I couldn't put into words. I stayed where I was and did the next best thing. I rolled my window down 2 inches and listened for anything. An engine, a footstep, a cough, a voice. All I heard was wind and the distant hiss of traffic from the interstate. A security truck drove through the lot at a slow crawl, headlights sweeping. It passed near my rig and continued on. It didn't pause. It didn't shine a light on the line behind me. It didn't react like there were 3 unlit trucks sitting in the open. When it was gone, I looked back in my mirror. The 3 trucks were still there. I don't know why, but my eyes dropped to the paperwork on my dash. And that's when I noticed the receipt I'd grabbed earlier from the fuel counter without really looking. It was crumpled at the edges, printed on thin paper. Across the middle, between the usual store codes and the pump number, there was a line of characters that didn't belong. Like a glitch in the printer, I stared at it until my eyes started to water. Then I looked away. The receipt didn't explain anything. It just added one more piece of wrongness to a night already full of it. At 03 like, the clock on my dash clicked over, and the world outside didn't change. The snow kept falling. The lights kept buzzing. My engine kept idling. The 3 trucks kept their distance. I sat there long enough for my coffee to go cold, and my fear to stop spiking and become something steadier, something more useful. I couldn't make sense of what was happening, but I could choose what I did next. I didn't try to outrun them again. I didn't try to confront them. I waited until a cluster of other trucks began to pull in, their headlights washing the lot in movement and noise. When a pair of reefers rolled past my driver's side window and parked 2 spots over, I used the moment. I released my brakes and eased forward, turning toward the exit lane that led back to the interstate. In my mirror, the first vintage truck moved with me. The second and third followed, as if they'd been waiting for that exact cue. But as I approached the lot's edge, something shifted. Not in their distance, they held that like always, but in the way the light hit them. Under the last lamp before the exit, their outlines thinned like smoke pulling apart. The grills that had looked like teeth became just dark gaps. The cabs flattened. The whole line behind me seemed less like solid trucks and more like the idea of trucks occupying space. I kept my foot steady. I didn't speed up. I didn't brake. I just rolled toward the exit and watched, because watching was all I could do. At the exact point where my trailer cleared the brightest pool of light and the ramp dipped toward the interstate, my mirrors showed empty pavement. 1 second, there were 3 dark shapes holding formation behind me. The next second, there was nothing but falling snow and the glare of my own taillights. I drove back onto I-80 with my eyes locked on the mirrors, expecting them to reappear as soon as the road turned dark again, expecting that familiar pressure to settle back into place. They didn't. The rest of the run into Cheyenne was ordinary in the way ordinary can feel unreal after something like that. Cars passed, signs reflected, the wind pushed at my trailer. My tires hummed over the seams in the pavement. My CB crackled, and this time I heard a voice distant, bored. talking about chain laws and coffee. I didn't answer. I just listened until I was sure it was real. When I finally pulled into my drop yard on the east side and backed into a door with the first gray hint of morning on the horizon, I climbed down and walked the length of my trailer with my flashlight. The snow on the ground showed my tire tracks, clean arcs through the lot. Behind my trailer there were 3 sets of tracks following mine, perfectly spaced, ending exactly where my trailer had stopped at the door. No fresh tracks led away. The snow was still falling, light and steady, already softening the edges, already trying to erase the evidence. I stood there long enough for the cold to bite through my gloves and into my fingers, staring at those 3 silent lines in the white. And I realized I wasn't unspookable. I'd just been lucky, up until that night, to only be chased by things that made sense. I noticed the clock first because it was the only thing in the cab that didn't vibrate. Everything else in my Freightliner had a steady tremor on that mountain grade, the steering wheel humming under my palms, the dash plastics buzzing, the mirror arms shivering like they were cold. Outside, the road cut a narrow black seam through pine and rock. The air looked thick, not fog exactly, more like low cloud pressed down until the treetops disappeared into it. My headlights made a pale tunnel. My wipers weren't running, but the windshield stayed filmed with a damp sheen that caught every glare. The digital clock read 1:17. I remember thinking it was odd, not because of the hour. Hours get weird when you've been chasing delivery windows for days, but because the colon wasn't blinking. It sat there like a printed label, frozen at 1:17, while the rest of the dash lights fluttered with the usual electrical noise. I reached out and tapped the plastic. Nothing changed. I leaned forward and checked my phone in the cradle. Same time. 1:17. No notifications rolling in. No minute tick at the top corner. I unlocked it anyway, thumb dragging the screen up, and the interface moved fine, but the time didn't budge. I told myself it was a dead zone glitch, some kind of synchronization hiccup. Up there, between peaks, you could lose signal so completely you felt like you'd driven off the map. The next thing I noticed was the billboard. It was a small one, more of a plywood sign than a real ad, nailed to posts just past a turnout. Half the face had peeled away. The remaining paper showed a sun-faded smile and a phone number missing 2 digits. Someone had spray painted over it in sloppy white. Turn back. I saw it, took it in, and kept rolling. I didn't need another reason to get behind schedule. My load was sealed. My route was planned, and the mountain pass was the mountain pass. People paint all kinds of things on signs. 10 minutes later, I saw the same billboard again. Not another one like it. The same ripped corner, the same handprint smear in the white paint, the same missing digits on the phone number, the same turnout with a stack of broken guardrail sections piled like discarded ribs on the far side. My first reaction was physical. My stomach did that quick hollow drop like an elevator starting too fast. Then the logic part of me grabbed hold. I checked my mirrors. The trailer tracked straight, no swaying, no drift. I checked the speedo, steady. I checked the odometer. It had advanced some number. I didn't fixate on it, just enough to confirm movement. I checked the fuel. Same as before, maybe a hair lower. The engine sound stayed constant. A low pull in the gear I'd settled into. I told myself I'd missed a switchback turn and circled around without realizing it. But the road hadn't offered any choice. It was a 2-lane ribbon with a double yellow line and a guardrail on the drop-offs. No side roads, no intersections, just long curves and the occasional turnout scraped into the shoulder. Another 10 minutes passed at least. 10 minutes by my internal sense of time, by the rhythm of curve and straightaway, by the way the engine warmed and cooled as the grade changed. And then there was the billboard again. Turn back. Same spray paint. Same peeling paper. The clock still said 1:17. I sat up straighter. Fatigue can do ugly tricks, but I'm the kind of driver who watches for patterns. It's how you stay alive when you're alone with your thoughts, in a truck that weighs more than most houses. The repetition wasn't just a feeling. I had details to anchor it. After the billboard came a rock face that jutted close to the shoulder. stained dark where water had once run. 3 reflective markers were bolted into it, spaced evenly like eyes. Past that, the road straightened for a moment and crossed a short bridge over a ravine. The bridge had yellow and black hazard stripes on the ends, chipped and flaking. There was a dent in the right side rail, as if someone had clipped it and kept going. All of that appeared again, in the same order with the same dents, chips, and stains. I turned down the radio because the static started to feel like another layer of noise in my head. The cab became a pocket of engine sound, and my own breathing. I cracked the window an inch. Cold air slid in, smelling like wet bark and diesel exhaust, and it helped me focus. I needed a test that didn't rely on my memory. The next time I passed the billboard, I eased onto the turnout and stopped. My brakes hissed. The trailer settled with a soft creak. The world outside my headlights stayed unchanged. Gray air, dark trees, slick asphalt. I put on my hazard lights. Orange blinkers reflected off the wet shoulder. I grabbed a black marker from the door pocket, the kind I used to label paperwork, and climbed down. The cold hit harder out there. Not sharp, not snow cold, but heavy like the air had weight. My boots made a gritty sound on the gravel. I walked to the billboard, shining my flashlight across it. Up close, the spray paint looked fresh enough to still have texture. Little raised ridges where the white had pooled. The ripped poster beneath was damp and soft at the edges. I wrote a fat, obvious X on the bottom left corner of the sign. Then I looked around and made another mark I couldn't miss. I stacked 3 fist-sized rocks in a straight line at the edge of the turnout, right where the asphalt met the gravel. I stood there for a beat, breathing visible in my flashlight beam, and I listened. No wind through branches, no distant engine, no animal movement, just my truck idling behind me, and the quiet press of the mountain. Back in the cab, I pulled off. I left the hazards on for a while, just to see if the blinking would keep pace with my internal clock. It did. The blink was normal, steady, a small comfort. The dashboard clock still read 1:17. I drove for what felt like 10 minutes. I saw the billboard again. My marker X was gone. Not faded, not covered. Gone, as if I'd never written it. The bottom left corner of the sign was blank, damp paper and splintered wood, exactly as it had been the first time. My rock line was gone too. The gravel shoulder was smooth, dark, and wet, with no neat stack of stones. My grip tightened on the wheel until my knuckles ached. I forced myself to exhale. Panic would get me killed faster than anything supernatural ever could, and I wasn't willing to hand over the only advantage I had. My own brain. I tried the simplest explanation. I hadn't stopped where I thought I had. I'd marked a different sign, a different turnout. The mountain had more than one plywood billboard. The shoulder gravel looked the same everywhere, so I waited for the bridge. Hazard stripes, flaking paint, dent in the right rail. It arrived exactly where it always did, and it looked exactly the same. The dent was there, the chips were there. The same scrape mark ran along the metal, like someone had dragged a bolt cutter. I'd been here. I took my eyes off the frozen clock and focused on things that should change. The fuel needle should sink. The engine temp should fluctuate with the grade. My logbook hours should advance. My own body should feel time in its usual ways. Thirst, stiffness, the need to shift in the seat. I felt all of that. I was thirsty enough that my tongue stuck slightly to the roof of my mouth. My lower back started to ache where it always did, after too long on a mountain road. My eyes felt gritty. Time was moving in me, but it wasn't moving on the dash. I tried calling dispatch. The phone rang once, then dropped. I tried dialing my sister because she answers late. The call failed instantly. No ring, no nothing. I tried the CB, thumb on the mic, and let out a quick check. Only static answered, but it wasn't the usual loose hiss. It had a shape to it, like waves crashing in a distant tunnel. I let go of the mic and the static continued for a second, then vanished into silence. I told myself, stay on the road, keep control, gather data. So I started experimenting the only way I could with a moving loop that didn't offer exits. I changed speed. I slowed down until my truck felt like it was crawling, engine grumbling, four ways blinking. The world outside my headlights stretched out. Longer curves, longer shadows. I waited for the billboard. It came anyway, and it didn't feel like it had taken longer. I sped up, pushing faster than I like to on wet mountain pavement. The trailer stayed steady, but my caution meter screamed. The billboard still came, and it didn't feel like it arrived sooner. I turned the radio back on and scanned for anything. Every station was empty. No music, no talk, just dead air, as if the entire band was missing. I tried AM, FM, weather. The weather band gave me one thin tone and then nothing. I turned on my interior dome light, then turned it off. I switched the dash brightness up and down. The lights responded. The frozen time didn't. At the next turnout, I stopped again, and this time I made a mark I couldn't accidentally replicate. I took a strip of reflective tape from my toolbox, left over from a trailer repair, and stuck it to the guardrail post at the edge of the turnout. Then I tore a rag from an old shirt and tied it to the same post, a white strip that would wave if there was any air movement. I got back in and drove. 10 minutes. My sense of 10 minutes later, the turnout appeared again. The reflective tape wasn't there. The rag wasn't there. I felt something then that was worse than fear. It was the cold certainty that the rules were consistent, and I just didn't know them yet. A loop is a rule. Rules can be tested. The landmark repetition didn't waver. Billboard, rock face. Bridge, narrow straightaway. Left curve that dipped slightly. Another turnout with a half-fallen no service sign. Every time the same. Even the wet sheen on the road looked identical, like someone had sprayed it with the same pattern of water. But my body changed. My fuel gauge twitched down in tiny steps. My eyes got heavier. My stomach started to cramp with hunger. That meant I wasn't hallucinating in the way people talk about hallucinations. My truck was doing work. The engine was burning fuel. I was sweating under my jacket, despite the cold air outside. I wasn't asleep. I wasn't parked. Something was resetting the environment, while letting me and the truck continue forward inside it. That's the thought I had, and I hated it because it sounded like a movie. I'm not a guy who reaches for wild explanations first. I'm the guy who checks the obvious, the guy who reads the road sign twice, the guy who notices that the hazard stripes on the bridge have 3 chips in the same place, not 2. I kept driving because stopping felt like giving up, and giving up in a moving truck on a mountain grade is how you end up at the bottom of a ravine. I kept my hand steady. I checked the mirrors every few seconds. I watched for oncoming headlights. There were none. That might have been the creepiest part. Not seeing another vehicle for a while isn't unusual in the mountains late at night. But not seeing even one set of taillights, not a single distant glow, not a reflective deer sign lit by someone else's beam. Nothing. The road belonged to me, and the mountain was letting me have it, or trapping me in it. I took the next turnout again, not to mark it, but to do something different. I stopped, set the parking brake, and shut the engine off. The cab went quiet in a way that made my ears ring. The dash lights stayed on. The clock stayed at 1:17. The headlights still threw their pale tunnel ahead. I sat there and listened. The silence outside was thick, like the mountain had swallowed every sound. I expected to hear my own cooling engine tick. It didn't. I expected the usual soft creaks as metal settled. Nothing. I felt my pulse in my throat. I turned the key and started the engine again. The truck fired up normally. The sound came back. The world felt less like a vacuum. I pulled out. The loop continued. That told me the anomaly didn't care whether the engine was on. It cared that I was moving forward with light. I didn't know that yet. Not consciously. But the idea began forming in the back of my mind, like a shape under a sheet. I tried turning around. At the next wide spot, I did a slow, careful 3-point turn, trailer swinging with inches to spare. My headlights swept across tree trunks and wet rock, and for a second I felt better, like I was doing something decisive. Now I'd go back the way I came. Now I'd find the downhill. Now I'd see different landmarks in reverse and prove I wasn't stuck in a circle. I drove back. 10 minutes later, the billboard appeared. Turned back. It faced me like it always had, readable for my lane, as if I'd never turned around at all. My throat went dry. I swallowed and tasted coffee gone cold. I glanced at the side mirrors, half expecting my trailer to be missing, half expecting the road behind to be the one I'd just driven. It looked normal. Everything looked normal except the parts that weren't. I forced myself into a calmer routine. If I couldn't escape yet, I could at least keep myself functioning. I took a drink of water. I ate a granola bar. I adjusted my seat. I cracked the window again. I did the things you do on long hauls to keep from slipping into that dangerous half-awake state. The loop didn't care. Eventually, I noticed another detail. Small but consistent. Every time I approached the rock face with the 3 reflectors, my headlights would flare a certain way, and the reflectors would shine back like bright coins. Each loop, the brightness was identical, not roughly the same. Identical, the same angle, the same intensity. That shouldn't happen if the truck and road were moving through real space. Tiny variations. My lane position, the suspension bounce, the dampness on the reflectors should change it. The fact that it didn't made my skin prickle. It felt like I was inside a recording, but my hands on the wheel weren't recorded. My thirst wasn't recorded. My fuel needle wasn't recorded. I thought about turning off the dash lights, because I'd heard old-timers talk about electrical quirks. I dimmed them all the way down until the gauges were barely visible. The clock still glowed, stubborn. I pulled the fuse panel cover and stared at the labeled slots with my flashlight, but I wasn't about to start yanking fuses on a mountain road alone while rolling in a loop I couldn't predict. I tried one more physical mark, something that would force a change. At the billboard turnout, I stopped again and put my gloved hand on the spray paint. It was cold and slightly gritty. I scraped at it with my fingernail. A tiny flake came off, exposing a darker layer beneath. I pocketed the flake. A stupid little piece of paint. Proof. Then I stepped to the edge of the turnout and looked down the slope beyond the guardrail. The drop fell away into darkness. Tree trunks descending like vertical bars. I didn't throw anything. I didn't want anything falling out there. I just looked, and I tried to sense movement or wind or any sign that the mountain was a real place, and not a set. I heard nothing. Back in the cab, I held the paint flake between my fingertips and watched it in the dash light. It was real. It was there. It scratched my skin slightly. I put it in the cup holder where I could see it. I drove. 10 minutes later, the billboard appeared again, clean and unaltered. I pulled into the turnout without thinking, braked hard enough to feel the load shift and stared at the cup holder. The paint flake was still there. My hand started to shake, but that did something useful. It pushed me out of abstract fear and into problem solving. If the environment reset but objects in my cab didn't, then the loop wasn't rewinding me. It was looping the road around me, or dragging me through the same segment over and over while I carried it forward. And if the loop was tied to the road segment, maybe there was a trigger at the boundary. Something that snapped me back to the start every time I crossed an invisible line. I looked at the one thing that had stayed perfectly constant across every loop. The light. My headlights carved the same tunnel. The reflectors flashed the same. The wet road shone the same. Even when I shut the engine off, I'd left my lights on. When I turned around, my lights still painted the world, and the world still presented itself in the same forward-facing way. What if the loop needed me to see it? That sounds ridiculous when I say it out loud. I know how it sounds. But in the cab, alone, with the clock frozen and the same warning staring at me like a joke, my brain wasn't looking for comfort. It was looking for leverage. I started with small changes. I turned off my high beams. No difference. I drove with only my low beams and marker lights. No difference. I turned off the cab interior lights entirely. No difference. Then, on a straightaway before the bridge, I did something that went against every safety habit I have. I flipped off my headlights for a second. The darkness slammed in immediately. The road vanished. The guardrail vanished. My stomach lurched. I turned them back on and swore at myself under my breath, more angry than scared. That was how you die. One bad decision, one moment of pride or desperation. I wasn't going to become a news story, but the idea stuck. Not the reckless part, the rule part. If the loop was anchored to observation, or to the lights that let me observe, then maybe the only way out wasn't to outrun it or outsmart it. Maybe the only way out was to refuse to participate. I waited until the next turnout, the one with the half-fallen no service sign. I eased in gently and stopped with my trailer straight. I set the parking brake, I took my foot off the pedal and let the truck settle. My hazards were still blinking. The dash lights were still on. The clock still read 1:17. I stared out through the windshield at the pale road ahead, and I felt that thick, pressurized quiet again, the mountain holding its breath. I tried to picture my options like a checklist. Keep driving and hope the loop ends on its own. Keep marking and testing until something changes. Sleep and risk waking up still in it or not waking up at all. Cut through the trees on foot, which was a good way to get lost and frozen, even if nothing weird was happening. Then I remembered the one thing that had actually shifted when I'd experimented, the silence when I shut the engine off. The world had felt flatter, emptier, like I'd lowered the volume on reality. I didn't want the engine off, I wanted control. I wanted darkness. My hand hovered over the headlight switch. My other hand rested on the steering wheel, knuckles tight like the wheel could keep me anchored. I took a breath and made myself commit to a full test, not a half-second panic flick. If I was going to do it, I had to do it safely. Stopped. Brakes set, wheels straight, no movement. Then one by one, I shut things down. I turned off the hazards. I dimmed the dash until it was barely aglow. I turned off the marker lights. I turned off the headlights. The cab became a black box. The only light left was a faint, ghostly rectangle from my phone screen when it woke from movement. I flipped it face down and slid it into the console. In the dark, my hearing sharpened. I heard my own breath. I heard a soft tick from somewhere in the dash. That might have been a relay cooling. I heard the engine idle, low and patient. Then I shut the engine off too, because the test in my head demanded stillness. Complete stop. No vibration, no glow, no movement. Silence closed around the cab. For a moment, nothing happened, and then the air changed. That's the only honest way I can describe it. The pressure eased, like the mountain had been pressing its palm against the windshield and finally lifted it. The silence stopped being thick and started being normal. I heard wind, faint at first, moving through pine needles like distant rain. I heard a small clatter as something, maybe a pebble, shifted under the trailer tire. I smelled cold air that wasn't mixed with exhaust. My skin prickled. I waited. I didn't count. I just listened and let my eyes adjust to the dark, until the outline of the windshield frame became visible against the dimmer sky. Somewhere outside, far down the grade, the sound drifted up. A vehicle. A real one. Tires on wet pavement. A faint engine note climbing. My throat tightened so hard it hurt. I sat perfectly still until the sound passed below and around a curve, never coming into view, but existing in a way that made my chest feel too tight for my ribs. Other traffic meant the world was connected again. I reached out slowly and turned the key to accessory. The dash lights came on. The clock blinked once, like it had just remembered it was supposed to be alive, and then it changed. 1:18. Then 1:19. I stared at it until my eyes burned. I turned the headlights on again, but carefully, as if I might spook whatever fragile rule I'd just found. The road appeared. The turnout appeared. The trees and guardrail came back into their usual shapes. But the feeling was different. The space beyond my lights didn't feel like a wall anymore. I started the engine. It rumbled to life. I released the parking brake. My hands were steady now, not because I was calm, but because the logic had snapped back into place. Loop broken, time moving. Confirmed with landmarks, I eased out of the turnout and rolled forward. The bridge came. Hazard stripes, dented rail, flaking paint, still there. That made sense. I hadn't escaped the mountain road, just whatever segment had been folding back on itself. I drove on, waiting for the billboard. Minutes passed. Real minutes, because the clock advanced and my brain believed it. The road curved in ways that felt new. I saw a fallen tree limb on the shoulder that I hadn't seen before. I passed a mile marker that wasn't familiar. The grade steepened, then eased. No billboard, no turn back. I didn't feel relief the way people describe it. Relief is warm. What I felt was a cold, cautious permission to keep breathing. Eventually, after another stretch of climbing, I came around a bend and saw a set of taillights far ahead. 2 red dots floating in the damp air. They might as well have been a lighthouse. I followed at a safe distance, not wanting to crowd them, just needing the proof that I wasn't alone in a sealed-off pocket of road. The rest of the pass was uneventful, in the normal way. Wet curves, slow climbs, a few patches where the asphalt shimmered like thin ice. My shoulders stayed tight for hours, and every turnout made my pulse jump. By the time I crested the top and started the long descent, the sky looked the same as it had at the start. Gray, low, indifferent. I couldn't tell if it was night or dawn, or some kind of endless mountain overcast. But the clock kept moving, and my phone eventually found a weak signal and updated with a new time that matched the dash. I didn't tell dispatch what happened. I told them I'd hit a delay on the pass and left it at that. The sealed load delivered like it was supposed to, and nobody asked questions because freight doesn't care what you saw on a mountain road. The only physical proof I had was the paint flake in my cup holder. It was still there when I parked for the night, a tiny curled chip of white with darker color on the underside. I held it between my fingers under the cab light and tried to convince myself it was nothing, just something I picked up somewhere else. A coincidence I'd attached meaning to because I was tired, but I remembered scraping it off under my flashlight. I remembered how the environment reset while that flake stayed put. I remembered the way the air changed when the lights went out and the truck stopped moving, and I've never forgotten the fact that the sign's message, the first and only warning I got, was the exact instruction that would have kept me trapped if I'd obeyed it the wrong way. Turn back meant keep moving, keep watching, keep feeding whatever rule held that stretch of road together. The next time I ran that region, months later, I took a different route even though it cost me hours. I told myself it was for safety, for weather, for fuel, for anything that sounded reasonable. I still do, but sometimes late at night, when I'm alone in the cab and the dash lights reflect in the windshield like a second set of instruments hovering over the road, I catch myself checking the clock too often, afraid I'll see it frozen again, afraid I'll round a bend and find that same half-rotted billboard waiting like it never left. The wet mountain air pressed flat and soundless beyond my headlights, asking me to keep driving in circles until I forget what time is supposed to do. At 02 a.m., the dash clock looked like a tiny blue bruise in the dark, and the highway ahead of me was so empty it felt unfinished. The wipers whispered over a clean windshield more out of habit than need. I had my left elbow planted on the door, fingers loose on the wheel, listening to the engine's steady pull and the soft rattle of a coffee lid in the cup holder. I was thinking about my kids in their beds, the way my youngest kicked his blanket off every night, when the internal intercom crackled from the sleeper cab behind me, and a child's voice breathed into it. It wasn't the CB. It wasn't the phone. It wasn't dispatch cutting in on the radio. It came from that little speaker I used when I was parked, and didn't feel like shouting back into the bunk. It wasn't loud. It was close, like someone kneeling right behind my seat, mouth near the grill, whispering through plastic. My first reaction was stupid and automatic. I glanced at the passenger seat like I'd somehow forgotten somebody was sitting there. The seat was empty, seatbelt buckle shining in the dash glow. My thermos leaned against the floor hump. No wrapper, no jacket, no sign of another person. I was alone, the way I always was on overnights. The voice came again. Same place, same soft scratch of static before it. It sounded young, and it sounded like it was trying to be careful not to wake someone. That's what made my skin tighten. A grown man can shout. A kid whispers when he's not supposed to be there. I told myself it was bleed through. Electronics talk to each other in weird ways. I've heard weather bands slip into audio systems, CB chatter goes through cheap speakers, a Bluetooth call leak into the wrong channel. I've even had a baby monitor pick up somebody's garage door opener when I was at home. The world is full of signals, and sometimes they collide, but the intercom in my truck wasn't supposed to be connected to anything outside the cab. It was a simple system, a button on the dash and a speaker by the bunk, meant for talking to yourself in 2 rooms of the same box. I eased my grip and checked the mirrors. The road behind me was a dark ribbon with no headlights. Ahead, the reflectors marched away into nothing. Quiet highway, quiet night, the kind that makes you feel like the only moving thing in a still photograph. I turned the radio down until it was barely there, and listened hard, static. Then the voice again, clearer this time, as if the speaker had adjusted itself. It was a child, no question, not a baby, not a teenager. Somewhere in the middle, old enough to form words, young enough to sound thin and breathy. The sound made my chest ache with something I couldn't name. I thought of my son's little friend from our street, the kid who always asked 100 questions about the truck when I was home. I thought of my own boy, the way he'd stand on the curb and wave until I was out of sight. For a split second, my brain tried to make the voice fit those memories, like it could paste something familiar over something wrong. That didn't work. The voice didn't belong to any child I knew. It didn't sound like my kids. It sounded like it didn't belong in a moving truck at 2 a.m. I reached back with my right hand, not taking my eyes off the lane, and pressed the intercom button, the one I used to test it when I first got the rig. My thumb hovered there an extra beat because suddenly I didn't want to invite anything to answer. I pressed it anyway. Testing, I said, and the words sounded big and clumsy in the cab. The speaker in the sleeper gave back my own voice a second later, tinny and delayed, exactly how it should. Then the child spoke again, but not through the usual loop. It came through the intercom as if it had its own line. It did not sound like it was responding to me. It sounded like it had been talking the whole time, and I'd only now turned my head enough to hear. My mouth went dry. I found myself checking the locks on the doors by sight, like I could confirm with my eyes what I already knew with my hands. I'd locked up when I left the truck stop. I always did. The truck was my workspace, and on nights like this, my home, a sealed space. I should say I'm not the type to get rattled by every weird noise. You live in a sleeper cab long enough, you accept that the truck has its own language. You get bangs from shifting freight, groans from the frame, a tick-tick in the cooling metal after you shut down. You hear wind catch a mirror bracket and sing. You learn which sounds matter and which don't. But there is a difference between a truck talking and a child talking. The next exit was still miles away. The shoulder was narrow, the kind that punished you for stopping with a cloud of gravel and a line of rumble strips under your tires. I kept going, because in that moment moving felt safer than stopping. Moving meant rules. Moving meant lanes and speed and a job. Stopping meant turning around to face the dark behind my seat. The voice didn't keep up a steady stream. It came in short bursts, separated by stretches of silence long enough for me to convince myself I'd imagined it. Each time it returned, it sounded closer, not in volume but in intimacy, the way the human voice changes when you're leaning toward someone. My palms started to sweat, and the steering wheel got slick in the places my fingers rested. I swallowed, tasted cold coffee. I tried to breathe like I did when I was squeezing through Denver traffic at rush hour, steady and practical. I ran through the list of normal explanations again. Maybe the intercom button was sticking. Maybe a wire had rubbed bare and was catching the vibration of the road, turning it into sound. Maybe the speaker itself was picking up something it shouldn't, like a cheap amp catching radio interference. Maybe I was overtired and my brain was turning static into syllables the way it turned headlights into animals on the shoulder. That last one sounded the most sensible, which is why I held on to it like a handle. Still, when the exit sign finally appeared, green and reflective and real, I took it. I didn't care where it led. I wanted light. I wanted a place with other vehicles, other people, even if they were asleep behind their own glass. The ramp curled away into darkness. A small rest area sat off the side, not much more than a long pull-out with a handful of spaces and a bathroom building set back from the road. The place was half lit, sodium lamps making circles of amber on the pavement. A few cars sat scattered like they'd been dropped and forgotten. One other semi was parked near the far end. Its cab dark, I pulled into a space where I could nose out quickly if I needed to. I set the brake. The sudden quiet after the engine dropped to idle made my ears ring. For a moment there was nothing but the faint hiss of air systems and the ticking of the turn signal I hadn't canceled yet. Then, from behind me, the intercom crackled again. I did not answer. I reached up and killed the intercom power switch on the dash. The little indicator light went out. The cab stayed quiet. I sat there with both hands on the wheel, listening to my own breathing. The truck smelled like diesel and vinyl, and the peppermint gum I kept in the console. The windshield was a dark rectangle filled with the reflection of my face, pale in the dash glow, eyes too wide. The rational part of me wanted to laugh at myself. A voice on a speaker. That's all. There's always a reason. The other part of me kept seeing the words "no passengers" like a note stuck to the inside of my skull. I grabbed my flashlight from the door pocket. The heavy one, not the little pen light. The beam cut a hard white line across the cab when I clicked it on. I unlatched my seatbelt as quietly as if someone could hear the metal tongue sliding free. The sleeper was directly behind the seats, separated by a curtain I usually kept half open so air could circulate. Tonight it looked like a black mouth. I had been back there at the last stop. I knew what was there. My bunk, my bag, a cooler, a couple of plastic bins with clothes, spare gloves, paperwork. I knew what wasn't there. Another person. Still, when I stood and turned, my stomach tightened as if I were about to open a door I shouldn't. I pulled the curtain back with my left hand and shone the light, knowing the sleeper cab is not big. You can check it in one sweep. The beam hit the mattress, the rumpled blanket, the pillow with my wife's old t-shirt pulled over it like a case. It hit the back wall with its little window and the storage net. It hit the floor where my boots were lined up. Nothing moved. Nothing breathed. I climbed back there anyway, knees and shoulders bumping, the way you do in that narrow space. I opened every compartment. I checked under the bunk. I pulled out my bins and felt inside them, like I expected a small body to be curled there. I even checked the tiny closet space where I hung my jacket. The whole time the intercom was off. There was no voice. That should have calmed me down. It didn't, because the silence felt like something holding its breath. When I ran out of places to look, I sat on the edge of the bunk and listened. The truck creaked as it settled. Outside, a car door shut somewhere, with a soft thunk that echoed across the empty lot. A faint breeze pushed against the side of the trailer, making it pop once, like a finger tapping metal. I told myself this was enough. I'd checked. I'd proven the obvious. I was alone. I crawled back up front and started putting things back the way they belonged. My hand shook a little as I snapped a bin lid closed. I tried to be annoyed with myself instead of afraid. Annoyance is easier. As I leaned forward to set my flashlight in the cup holder, the beam swept across the windshield. Something caught the light and flashed pale, like skin. It was on the inside of the glass, up high, near the passenger side, where the curve of the windshield met the pillar. At first I thought it was a smear, maybe from my own hand when I'd cleaned the glass earlier. Then my brain registered the shape, a handprint. Not mine. It was small, the kind you'd see on a sliding glass door at a daycare, fingers short and slightly splayed. The print was faint but clear, like it had been made in a thin film of condensation or dust. The pads of the fingers were visible, the heel of the palm, even the little crescent where a thumb had pressed. It was on the inside. I leaned closer until my breath fogged the glass below it. The print didn't move. It didn't fade. It sat there like a signature. My first thought was that I had picked it up somewhere without noticing. That maybe at the last stop a kid had touched the outside of my windshield, and the print had somehow transferred. That made no sense. Prints don't jump through glass. The inside of my windshield was something only I could reach from the cab. I stared at it and tried to remember the last time I'd cleaned the windshield from the inside. I did it when the sun was low and glare made it hard to see. I did it with a rag and spray from the console. I did it alone. I had not noticed any print then. My skin prickled all over. A cold flush that made my scalp feel tight. The cab suddenly felt smaller, every surface too close. I reached up slowly, like sudden movement would make the print do something, and put my fingertips against it. The glass was cool. There was a slight tack to it like a thin residue, not wet but not dry either. When I pulled my hand back, my fingertips had a faint film, barely visible like the oil from a child's skin. I grabbed a clean rag from the console and wiped at the print. Hard. The rag squeaked on the glass. The print blurred, but it didn't disappear right away. The fingers smeared into pale streaks, and for a moment it looked worse, like something had dragged across the windshield. I wiped again, slower, putting pressure on each finger mark until the shape finally broke apart into nothing. The glass looked clean, but my chest didn't unclench. I kept seeing the handprint even when it wasn't there, like an afterimage from staring at a light. I sat back in the seat and forced myself to do the practical things. I checked the door locks again. I checked the sleeper curtain. I looked behind the seats for anything out of place. I checked the little access panel where wiring ran. I did not find a hidden transmitter. I did not find a toy. I did not find anything that explained a child's voice coming through an internal system. I told myself maybe the voice had been my own thoughts slipping into the shape of sound. Maybe my brain had taken some fragment of a radio station and dressed it in something personal because I'd been thinking about my kids. I'd had long runs before where the line between tired and awake got thin, but the handprint didn't fit that story. My tired brain could invent a sound. It couldn't invent skin oil on glass. I wanted to call my wife. I pictured her sleeping with her phone, face down on the nightstand, the house quiet around her, and I pictured myself explaining this in a whisper so I wouldn't wake the kids. The thought of her voice comforted me and embarrassed me at the same time. I didn't want to be the grown man calling home in the middle of the night because he heard a spooky noise, so I didn't. I sat there instead, listening for the intercom. The power switch stayed off, the cab stayed quiet. After a while, the rational part of me found its footing again. Trucks pick up grime. Hands touch things at truck stops. Maybe I'd leaned a glove against the windshield earlier and it left a shape that looked like a hand. Maybe the voice was just a glitch, and my fear stitched the two together into a story. That explanation was thin, but it was better than the alternatives my mind kept offering. I held onto it the way you hold onto a guardrail in the dark. I started the engine back up. The diesel rumble filled the cab and pushed the silence out. I pulled out of the rest area and merged back onto the highway. The road swallowed me again, black and quiet, lines flashing under the headlights. The longer I drove, the more normal things became. The radio static sounded like static. The engine sounded like an engine. My body settled back into its familiar posture, shoulders loose, eyes scanning. I kept the intercom power off. I didn't touch it. I didn't want to prove anything one way or another. Miles rolled by. The night stayed still. The only other lights were occasional reflectors and the red blink of a tower in the distance. At one point, a set of headlights appeared in my mirror far back, then passed in the left lane without slowing. A car full of people I couldn't see. For a while, I almost convinced myself it had been nothing. Then, without any crackle or warning, the intercom speaker in the sleeper popped softly, as if it had received a signal. The indicator light on the dash was still off. I knew it was off because I'd glanced at it. The speaker should have been dead. A breathy sound came through, not quite a word, more like the beginning of one, and the hair on my arms lifted. I felt my hands tighten on the wheel, until my knuckles ached. The sound lasted less than a second, and then cut out, leaving nothing but the engine. I did not look back. I did not speak. I drove as if I could outrun it. The next truck stop was 40 miles ahead, a familiar one with a wide lot and bright lights that made everything look like daytime. When I pulled in, I chose a spot between two other rigs with their curtains drawn. I wanted the comfort of proximity, even if it was just steel boxes with sleeping strangers inside. I shut down and sat for a minute before moving. I listened. Nothing. I got out and walked the length of my truck, flashlight in hand. checking the seals on the trailer doors, the locks, the side compartments. Everything was intact. No cut straps, no pried latches, no sign that anyone had climbed up. The world outside was normal. Diesel smell, distant voices, a door slamming somewhere, the hum of vending machines through the wall of the building. When I climbed back into the cab, the air inside smelled like it always did. I looked at the windshield, half expecting to see the print again. The glass was clean. No marks, no pale smear, just my reflection and the bright truck stop lights behind it. I crawled into the sleeper and lay down without taking my boots off. I kept the curtain open so I could see the dash. I kept my flashlight within reach. I tried to tell myself sleep would reset my brain the way it always did, and that in the morning this would feel like a tired night hallucination. Sleep didn't come easily. Every shift of the truck as another rig rolled past made me flinch. Every distant voice outside made me listen for a smaller one inside. I lay there thinking of my kids again, but now the thought was sharp instead of warm. I pictured their hands on the inside of our own car windows, fingerprints and smears, and my throat tightened. When I finally did drift off, it was shallow. The kind of sleep where you can feel your own heartbeat and you wake up thinking you heard something. I woke up more than once with my hand reaching for the curtain, ready to pull it back and shine the flashlight into the cab. Morning came gray and ordinary. I made coffee. I ate a stale breakfast sandwich. I did my pre-trip walk around with the sun on my neck and the world full of noise. In daylight, fear doesn't vanish, but it looks ridiculous like a costume you put on in the dark. Still, as I drove out of the truck stop and back onto the road, I couldn't stop myself from glancing at the intercom switch. It sat there like any other piece of plastic, harmless, waiting. I left it off. I told myself I'd have the shop look at it when I got home. I told myself I'd check the wiring, maybe replace the speaker. I told myself it was an equipment issue, and the handprint was some fluke I couldn't explain but didn't need to. That was the story I practiced in my head, because it was the only one that let me keep doing my job. A week later, I was home for my reset. The kids ran to the driveway when they heard the truck, like they always did, and my youngest pressed his hands to the passenger window, leaving perfect little prints on the glass as he tried to see inside. I laughed and told him to get down, and he laughed back, and for a moment everything felt clean again. That night, after dinner, I went out to the truck with a roll of paper towels and glass cleaner. It was a normal chore. I cleaned the inside of the windshield until it squeaked. I wiped the dash. I wiped the steering wheel. I even wiped the intercom grill in the sleeper, because I couldn't help myself. When I finished, I sat in the driver's seat with the engine off and the doors closed, the cab still and quiet. The intercom power switch was in the off position. The house lights glowed through the windshield. My reflection looked tired but normal. I stayed there longer than I needed to, staring at the place where the handprint had been, waiting for anything to happen. Nothing did. The silence held. The cab remained what it was supposed to be. My sealed space. My private box of metal and glass. And yet when I went back inside, washed my hands and stood at the kitchen sink, I couldn't shake the memory of that small palm on the inside of the windshield, like a kid had been sitting where no kid could sit, reaching forward in the dark to touch the glass as the highway slid away beneath us. The first time my GPS tried to kill me, it did it politely with a calm blue line and a woman's voice that never raised her volume. It was after midnight in the high country, the kind of black you only get when the mountains block the last spill of town light, and the clouds pressed down like a lid. My headlights tunneled through it, two hard beams catching snowflakes that weren't quite snow yet, just wet grit drifting on a wind that smelled like rock and pine sap. The road I was on was a state route I'd run a dozen times, a long climb with switchbacks and runaway ramps, then a ridge that always made my ears pop. Cell service came and went. Radio chatter faded until it was just static and the engine. I don't like paper maps. I never have. I came up right when dispatch apps got good, when the truck could tell you your fuel burn and your idle time, when you could see a weather blob moving across the screen and decide to outrun it. I like certainty, and technology feels like certainty. especially when you're alone at night with 40,000 pounds behind you, and the mountains don't care if you're tired. That night I had a load of boxed hardware. Nothing hazardous, nothing that needed babysitting, tight schedule, but not insane. I was making time. I'd stopped earlier for coffee and a shower, checked my tires with my flashlight like I always do, smacked the trailer doors like it means something. Everything was normal. The truck was normal. The dash glow was normal. Even my GPS was normal, sitting up on its mount with the route locked, counting down miles in that patient way it has. Then, just past a sign that warned trucks use low gear, and a bend that always shows you the valley lights far below, the GPS chime, in 1 mile, turn right. I remember frowning because there was no turn right up there. There never had been. I had the lane to myself. Wet pavement, double yellow, guardrail on my right, drop off beyond it. I knew the next actual turnoff was a wide left into a rest area, another 7 miles up. The GPS didn't care what I knew. It redrew its line as if the world had always been different. I tapped the screen. The map zoomed out, confident. A right turn now would shave off time, it said without saying. It wanted me on a thinner, pale line that veered away from the state route and cut across the mountains like a shortcut. The name of it looked like a forest road number, the kind you see on little green signs when you're deep in public land. I told myself the database had updated. Roads get added. Detours happen. Maybe there'd been a slide on the main route and this was the approved way around it. I glanced at my truck's built-in system, the one tied to the company's dispatch. It showed the same thing. My route line, a right turn coming up, 2 systems agreeing, made me relax in the exact wrong way. The mile counted down. There was no sign for an intersection. No reflective arrows. No break in the trees. Just more guardrail and rock face, and that wet grit moving sideways in my lights. The GPS chimed again. Turn right. At first I thought it was just wrong. It happens. You ignore it and it recalculates and you roll on. But the voice kept insisting, and the screen showed my truck icon drifting toward a right that didn't exist. The blue line bent away into darkness like a doorway opening. I slowed, because arguing with electronics is one thing, and missing a turn in the mountains is another. Then my headlight swept over a gap. It wasn't a proper turnout. It was a break in the guardrail like someone had cut it years ago and never bothered to patch it. Beyond the gap was a narrow mouth of gravel, barely wider than a pickup. No sign, no reflector posts. Just 2 ruts that disappeared between fir trees. The GPS was happy. It showed my icon perfectly aligned with that little pale line. I should have kept going. I know that I've replayed it so many times my stomach has learned the shape of the regret. But a trucker's life is built out of small decisions you make when you're tired, and the machine in front of you is telling you there's a faster way. My company nags you if you're late. Customers dock you if you're late. Your clock runs out whether you're moving or sitting. Shortcuts start to look like smart choices instead of risks. I flipped my right signal on out of habit, like there was anyone to warn, and eased toward the gap. The front tires dropped off the asphalt onto gravel with a crunch. The trailer followed with a heavier grind. The cab rocked, and the seatbelt tightened against my chest. Pine branches leaned in close immediately, my mirrors showing dark needles and wet bark. The state route fell away behind me in the side mirror, its painted lines vanishing like they'd been erased. The gravel road climbed at a steady grade. Not smooth, but not terrible. My tires found the ruts. The truck's suspension took the washboard. I stayed in a low gear. The engine growled, steady. My headlights caught dust and mist, making a bright moving cloud in front of me. I told myself it was a maintenance road, kept just good enough for utility crews. I told myself I'd be back on pavement soon, maybe dropping into the next valley on some lesser highway. The GPS showed a curved path that rejoined the main route ahead, like a bypass. The thing that bothered me first wasn't how narrow it was how quiet the truck sounded. A loaded rig on gravel usually tells you a story through the floorboards. You feel every small shift, every stone under the tires. You hear the trailer creak, and the chains in the load settle. That night, the cab felt insulated. like someone had wrapped it in thick fabric. I could still hear the engine, but the world outside sounded far away. Even the rain grit on the windshield seemed muted. I clicked the wipers up a notch. The blades moved, squeaking faintly. The sound felt wrong, like it belonged to a different truck. The GPS counted down to the next instruction. In 2 miles, continue straight, as if straight was even a choice. Trees pressed close on both sides. The road was a thin ribbon of pale gravel in my headlights, disappearing into black. No reflectors, no eyes of oncoming cars, nothing but the green-black wall of the forest and the occasional rock jutting from the bank. I kept my speed low, 10, maybe 15. I watched the temperature gauge. I watched the air pressure. I watched the little icon that showed my drive wheels. I watched everything except the part of my brain that was trying to whisper, "This is wrong." The road began to smooth out, and that's when the sensation changed. It's hard to explain without sounding like I'm reaching for something supernatural, and I'm not. I don't do that. I believe in bad data and tired eyes, and the way mountains mess with signals. But what happened to me was a clean physical feeling, like someone changing the pitch of a song without touching the volume. The steering wheel got lighter. Not loose, just lighter. The vibration through the seat eased until it felt like I drifted back onto asphalt. The engine note stayed the same, but my body stopped registering the small impacts. The headlights still showed gravel, still showed pine needles and wet dirt, but the ride felt like floating. I checked my speedometer. 12 miles an hour. That made sense. My gut said I was doing more. Like the world was sliding past faster than the number. I looked at the trees. Their trunks should have strobed by in the edges of my beams. Instead, they seemed to hold still until the last second, then pop past in a jump. I tightened my hands on the wheel and forced myself to focus on the road, on the small curve ahead, on the way the bank rose on the left and dropped away on the right. A mile passed, or what I thought was a mile. The GPS line crept forward. The icon moved. My headlights chewed up gravel and darkness. Then the road ended. It didn't taper. It didn't warn. It didn't come to a dead end with a turnaround or a berm. It just stopped at open air. 1 second my headlights were on gravel. The next they were spilling into nothing. And beyond that nothing was a sheer black drop that my beams couldn't find the bottom of. The edge was clean like a cut. There was no guardrail, no boulders, no trees clinging to the lip, just a cliff face falling away into the valley. I slammed the brake. The trailer shoved forward with the weight of it, and the cab lurched hard enough that my coffee cup launched out of the holder and exploded across the dash. The seatbelt locked and bit my collarbone. The tires screeched on gravel in a sound that finally felt real. A raw tearing noise that made my teeth hurt. The truck skidded. The hood dipped. My headlights pitched down and lit empty air. The front end stopped with a jolt that snapped my head forward. For a breath, I couldn't tell if I'd gone over. My hands were shaking so hard the steering wheel rattled. My heart was hammering like it was trying to break out of my ribs. The engine was still running, but I couldn't hear it over the blood in my ears. I forced myself to lean forward and look. The bumper was inches from the edge. Not feet. Inches. My headlights lit the cliff face now. A wall of gray stone dropping away so steep it looked vertical. Wet streaks shone where water ran down it. My beams didn't reach the bottom. There was no sound of a river, no road below, just wind that came up from the dark and fluttered the loose paper in my cab. I took my foot off the brake just enough to feel the truck settle. Gravel shifted under the tires with a soft slide. I jammed the brake again and felt the trailer tug as it stopped. That's when the part about the previous mile hit me, because a mile ago, even on that weird smooth gravel, I'd been on a road that had a right shoulder, trees, bank, the sense of ground under me. I hadn't been driving toward a cliff. There was no sign of open space ahead, no sense of the forest thinning, no widening of wind noise, nothing that would lead naturally to a sudden end. It was as if the cliff had been placed there in the time between one blink and the next. My mouth tasted like metal. I could smell spilled coffee, and hot brakes, and the sharp wet scent of pine needles crushed under my tires. My throat was tight like I'd been yelling, but I hadn't made a sound. I did the first practical thing I could think of. I set the parking brake. The handle clanked into place. The truck gave a heavy sigh as the air systems held it. I sat there with my foot still pressed to the service brake anyway, because my body didn't trust anything in that moment. I reached for my phone on instinct and it showed no service. I reached for the CB mic and got nothing but static. I reached for the dash button that brings up the truck's trip information. Because numbers are comforting, the screen changed to the log view. Timestamps, speed, location pings. It was the same system the company uses to check if you're honest about your hours. I expected it to show a slow crawl up a forest road, little speed fluctuations, the kind of messy line you get on gravel. It showed 0. For the last several minutes, the log read as if my truck had been stationary. Not low speed, not intermittent, stationary. The position data didn't move either. It placed me back on the state route, right around where I'd turned off, as if I'd never left. The time marched forward, but the location pin stayed nailed to one spot, and the speed stayed at 0 mph. My eyes flicked to the windshield. The cliff was still there, right in front of my bumper. I flipped back to the GPS map. The GPS showed me on its pale road, right where the blue line ended. It labeled the spot like it was a normal endpoint, like a driveway. Then as I watched, the map twitched. My icon jumped backward a tiny distance, then forward again, like a glitch. The voice remained silent, as if it had done its job. The dash clock ticked. The engine idled. My breathing sounded loud. I did what I always do when electronics disagree. I tried to verify with something dumb and physical. I looked down at my odometer. It showed the same miles it had before the turnoff, plus the small amount I expected. Not exactly because I hadn't memorized the number, but enough to tell me I'd gone somewhere. I leaned out and shined my flashlight down past the bumper. The beam hit gravel right up to the edge, then fell into black. I could see fresh tire marks, my tire marks carved into the wet grit. So the ground in front of me existed, and the edge existed, and my truck existed at that edge. But the log said I'd been sitting still on the highway. The fear in that moment wasn't just the cliff. It was the idea that my own senses, the ones I used to keep myself alive, had become negotiable. If I couldn't trust what moving felt like, if my instruments were lying or blind, then the whole job became a kind of roulette. I wiped coffee off the screen with my sleeve, smearing it. My hands left shaky streaks. I forced myself to slow down. Think like a driver, not like a panicked animal. First, don't go forward. Second, don't get out. People love to tell stories about getting out and looking. In the mountains at night, getting out on a narrow road with a cliff edge is how you slip on wet gravel and disappear. I stayed belted in. I kept the parking brake set and my foot on the service brake because I didn't trust the parking brake alone. Not with the trailer pushing. I put the truck in reverse, just enough to feel the transmission engage. Then I eased off the brake a hair. The truck didn't move. Not at first. It sat like it was bolted to the earth. The reverse gear whined softly. The tack rose. My mirrors showed nothing changing. No gravel shifting, no trailer sway. Then, with no warning, it rolled backward an inch, maybe 2. The motion was smooth, too smooth for gravel. The cab didn't bounce. The trailer didn't creak. It was like easing a shopping cart on polished concrete. I braked hard again, startled by how wrong it felt. The truck stopped cleanly, as if a hand had pressed against it. I stared at the log screen again, half expecting it to update. It still showed me sitting on the highway. 0 movement. A thought came, unwanted and sharp. What if the cliff isn't here? What if you're not here? What if you're still on the highway and your brain is somewhere else? I pushed that thought away because it leads nowhere good. I needed a plan that worked, whether the problem was bad GPS data or tired nerves or something I didn't have a name for. I decided to back out the way I came, in small controlled pieces with the hazards on and the mirrors locked in my vision. Backing a trailer on a narrow gravel road in the dark is miserable, but it beats going over a cliff. I took a deep breath, tasted pine and coffee, and eased into reverse again. The truck rolled back another foot, smooth and quiet. The edge of the cliff in my headlights crawled away from me. Gravel crunched softly under the tires now, like the sound had returned in a delayed wave. My mirror showed the trailer straight. Thank God, the rut's guiding it. I backed slowly, stopping every few feet to check that the trailer wasn't drifting toward the drop. The road behind me was a tight tunnel of trees. My reverse lights lit wet needles and dust. Everything looked normal again, except for the way the air felt, heavy and thin at the same time. After a short stretch, maybe the length of my trailer, the road widened a touch, enough that I could start a three-point turn if I had room. I didn't. The trees were too close. The bank on one side rose steep, the other side fell away. Not a cliff like the one ahead, but enough of a slope that a wrong move would put me on my side, so I kept backing. Minutes passed in slow, careful motion. My foot hovered between brake and accelerator, my hands burning from gripping the wheel too hard. I watched my mirrors until my eyes ached. I listened for any shift in the trailer that would tell me it was starting to jackknife. I didn't look at the GPS again. It had done enough. At some point, the sensation of floating returned. The truck stopped making normal road noise. The steering wheel felt like it wasn't connected to tires. I could see the gravel and the ruts, but my body stopped believing in them. That's when my panic tried to spike again, and I had to talk myself down with facts. You are in reverse. You can see the road. You are controlling the truck. You can stop. I kept going. Then, without any dramatic moment, my reverse lights caught something reflective off to my left. The end of the guardrail. I had backed far enough to see the mouth of the turnoff again. The black rectangle of the highway beyond it looked like a different world, wider and safer and stupidly simple. The gap in the guardrail waited like an open jaw. I stopped, set the brakes, sat there shaking, and watched my breath fog the windshield. I didn't want to pull forward onto the highway until I was sure I could do it cleanly. The road behind me, the gravel tunnel, the cliff somewhere ahead, all of it felt like it might snap back and take me the second I moved wrong. I checked my mirrors one more time. Trailer straight, no traffic behind me on the highway, at least not in the mirror. I turned off my reverse lights by shifting to neutral, then to drive. The moment I did, the dash chimed a normal little alert, like it was proud of me for being safe. The log screen flickered. The speed still read 0. The location pin still sat on the highway. The system was acting like I had never left it. For a second, that made me nauseous, because it meant the machine was going to tell a different story than my body would remember. If something happened, if I went missing, if the truck went over, the record would say I'd been sitting calmly on asphalt the whole time. My hands moved on their own. I reached up and yanked the GPS unit off its mount. The suction cup popped with a sharp sound. The screen swung in my grip, still showing the blue line, and the pale road like an invitation. The cliff icon sat at the end of the route, as if it was a delivery point. I didn't throw it. I didn't smash it. I just turned it face down on the passenger seat like it was a snake I didn't want to look at. I pulled forward. Slow, tires crunching, trailer following. The truck climbed the small lip and rolled onto asphalt. The moment the front tires hit pavement, the cab's vibration changed, familiar and reassuring. The highway's reflective paint jumped back into my headlights. The guardrail ran along the edge like it had always been there. I stopped fully in my lane and turned my hazards on. I sat with the engine idling and stared at the gap in the guardrail in my mirror. From the highway, it looked smaller. The gravel mouth was there, sure, but it didn't look like a road you'd take a semi down. It looked like a maintenance cut, barely passable, the kind of thing you'd only notice if you were looking for it. And the thing that made my skin prickle was this. From where I sat, I could see maybe 50 feet into it, and then it curved slightly behind trees. In that short view, there was no hint of a cliff, no open space, no missing earth, just gravel and dark forest. I watched it for a long time, waiting for the world to contradict itself again. Nothing moved. Finally, I did what I should have done earlier. I dug my paper atlas out of the side pocket, the one I keep because every old-timer told me to, and I unfolded it on my lap. The pages smelled like ink and dust. My flashlight beam made the printed lines jump. I found my route. I found the mountain pass. I found the little forest roads that branched off in faint gray. There was no road where the GPS said there was. Not even a faint line. Just contour marks and a blank patch of green. I sat there with the atlas open and felt a kind of anger mixed with fear. Not at the mountains because the mountains don't care. Not even at the GPS because it's a tool, and tools can be wrong. I was angry at myself for giving that tool authority over the only thing that matters on a night run. What you can see, what you know, and what you can verify. After a while, a pair of headlights appeared behind me, climbing the grade. I didn't flag them down. I didn't want to explain. The car passed slowly, the driver probably wondering why a semi was stopped with hazards on. Their taillights vanished around the bend, and the highway swallowed the evidence that anyone else existed in the world. I eased back into gear and continued up the mountain. The rest area 7 miles up was exactly where it had always been. The lights were bright enough to hurt my eyes after the dark. I pulled into a truck spot and shut down. The sudden silence rang in my ears. I did a walk around with my flashlight. Even though I'd already done one earlier, I needed the ritual. Tires, mud flaps, lights, trailer doors. Everything was fine. No gouges, no blown lines, no smell of overheated brakes beyond what I expected. The truck didn't look like it had just stared over the edge of a cliff that wasn't supposed to exist. Inside the cab, I brought up the logs again. The screen still showed me stationary for the whole period I knew I'd been on that gravel road. It pinned me neatly on the highway like a thumbtack through a map. The only evidence of my detour was a small hiccup in the GPS track, a jitter of the icon that never settled into a new place, as if the software had tried to draw the truth and then corrected itself. I took photos of the log screen with my phone, even though there was no signal. I took photos of the atlas page. I wrote down the time in a little notebook I keep for fuel receipts. At the bottom of the page, out of habit, I copied the strange internal reference string that the dispatch system stamped on the route file earlier that day, the one I'd never paid attention to before. I tried to sleep in the bunk, but every time I closed my eyes, I saw my headlights spilling into nothing. In the morning, with daylight and coffee and other drivers moving around like the world made sense again, I drove back down to find the gap in the guardrail. It was there. The gravel mouth was there. In daylight, it looked even less like a road, more like a place someone had once pulled a piece of equipment through and then let nature reclaim. I parked safely in the rest area and walked to the edge of the highway shoulder where I could see it clearly. I did not walk into it. From the asphalt, you could see ruts and weeds and small branches. You could see where my tires had crushed the wet gravel the night before. The marks were real. The evidence of my decision was real. The cliff was not visible. Not from there. Not with my eyes. Not with the way the light fell. Maybe the cliff was farther in, around the curve where the trees thickened. Maybe there was a drop-off that didn't look like one until you were on top of it. Maybe I'd driven onto a shelf of rock that gave way. Maybe the mountains had been undermined by water and frost, and the road had collapsed overnight in the exact spot I happened to be. I've tried to accept those explanations because they're the only kind that let you keep driving afterward, but I can't shake the part about the previous mile. The way the world ahead of me had been solid, and then suddenly wasn't. The way my body felt motion while the truck's own record insisted I never moved. I can't shake how the ride smoothed into something that didn't match the surface under my tires, like my senses were being gently edited. I reported the GPS error to the company. They shrugged. They said maps get things wrong. They told me to stick to truck routes. They weren't interested in my photos of a log that said I'd been sitting still while I was trying not to die. I stopped using that GPS unit after that. I keep it in the back of the cab now, face down in a drawer with old permits and spare fuses. I run on the truck's built-in system, and my atlas and the signs on the road. And when anything disagrees, I trust the signs. Still, Every time I'm climbing a mountain at night and the fog presses close and the headlights turn the world into a narrow tunnel, I feel that old instinct to lean on the blue line, to let a calm voice tell me where to go. And every time the screen tries to reroute me onto some thin, pale line that doesn't match what I know, I imagine that sudden clean edge of gravel turning into open air, and I keep my hands tight on the wheel and my eyes on the pavement, because I don't ever want to find out if the truck can be stationary while my body feels it moving again. The first time I saw the sign, my wipers were dragging it into view like they were wiping away fog from a window in my head. I was easing a 48-foot trailer down a rural mountain road I'd never driven before, watching the overcast sky press lower and lower on the ridge lines. The clouds had that heavy bruised look that makes everything feel later than it is. Pine and wet earth slid in through the cracked vent, sharp enough to sting. The route was new to me. A last-minute swap because another driver called in sick, and the dispatch note on my phone had been unhelpful in the way dispatch notes always are. Take 47 over the pass. Keep it moving. I'd already learned the hard way that 47 meant 3 different roads depending on which county you were in. The GPS had been steady for an hour, then started hesitating like it was second-guessing itself. The signal bars dropped to 1, then none. The map went blank except for my arrow floating on gray. I didn't like that. Not in the mountains, not in the evening, not with a load that didn't belong to me. A mile later, in the sweep of my headlights, a reflective sign flared out of the dark. Rest Stop 1TOI. Under that, smaller travelers welcome. The lettering looked too clean to be old, but the design felt wrong, like something pulled from a photo in a history book. The reflective sheeting caught my beams in a hard white glare, and for a second I thought I'd imagined it. Some tired brain trick of road glare and trees. Then the sign was behind me, and the idea of a rest stop in a place this remote snagged in my mind, like a burr. I knew the official stops on this stretch. I'd studied the route before I left the yard, zoomed in and out on the state map, checked the trucker app, looked at satellite images. There wasn't supposed to be anything between the last gas station and the town on the other side of the pass. Just switchbacks, forest, and a steep drop to a creek somewhere down in the dark. I kept going anyway. I told myself it was probably a small pullout the county had built. A couple of spaces and a trash can. The kind of thing that never makes it into an app until somebody posts a review about the smell. Half a mile later, another sign appeared. A simple arrow, and the word rest stop again, pointing left onto a narrow paved spur that cut into the trees. My fuel was fine. My hours were not. The new route had cost me time, and I could feel the day's miles behind my eyes. I'd been doing delivery work long enough to know that a decision made tired becomes a decision you have to live with later. I signaled out of habit, even though there wasn't another vehicle in sight, and turned in. The spur road dipped and leveled out. The pavement was older than the main road, with cracks like dry riverbeds and moss growing in the seams. My headlights swept across a low stone wall and a wooden sign that should have been rotted gray by now but wasn't. It was dark-stained and intact. The words carved deep, Cedar Ridge Rest. Beyond it, the trees opened into a small clearing, and I saw light, not the cold bluish light of LEDs. This was warm and yellow, the kind that pools instead of spreads. It came from windows in a squat building that looked like a diner grafted onto a lodge. A canopy covered 2 old-style fuel pumps near the front, and a handful of vehicles were parked in a loose line. Sedans with rounded bodies, a pickup with a split windshield, none of them with the shape of anything built in the last few decades. For a moment, I just rolled forward at idle, hand tight on the wheel, trying to make the scene fit into the world I knew. The air felt different as soon as I came into the clearing. The forest smell was still there, but underneath it was something like hot metal and cigarette smoke, the ghost of it clinging to the damp. The lot had room for maybe 4 trucks if someone had painted lines, but there were no lines. I chose the far edge where the pavement looked thickest, and eased the rig into a spot that wouldn't block the smaller vehicles. My trailer settled with a soft groan. I cut the engine, and the sudden quiet made my ears ring. The building's front door had a bell above it, the old kind that would jingle when someone came in. Through the windows, I could see silhouettes moving. Someone laughed. Not loud. More like a chuckle that got caught in the throat. A radio played somewhere tinny, steady, a voice singing without the heavy bass. Modern speakers carry. I sat there a few seconds longer than I meant to, staring at my dark reflection in the windshield. Behind it, the diner windows glowed like a small fire held safely in a box. The idea of coffee in a restroom was enough to push me out of the cab. My boots hit the pavement with a hollow sound. The lot felt slightly soft underfoot, like it had been resurfaced long ago and never quite cured. I zipped my jacket against the damp and walked toward the building. The nearer I got, the more details snapped into focus. The fuel pumps had glass domes on top with numbers inside, the kind you see in antique shops. The canopy supports were painted a faded red. A vending machine stood near the door, but it wasn't humming. It looked like it held bottles with paper labels. On the door, in neat block letters, a sign read, "Please wipe feet. No loitering." Below that, a smaller strip of paper had been taped up recently enough that the tape still looked clear. Printed on it was a string of characters that didn't belong on any notice I'd ever seen. I stared at it, waiting for my brain to make it into something familiar. A route code, a joke, anything. It stayed exactly what it was. I pushed the door open. Warmth, and the smell of frying oil wrapped around me. The bell jingled once, bright and thin. Every head in the place didn't turn, but enough did that I felt myself slow down. Inside, it was a rest stop in the old sense of the word, not the modern concrete bunker with bright lights and locked doors. There were booths with vinyl seats, a long counter with stools, and a fireplace at the far end with a low fire burning behind a mesh screen. The walls held framed photographs, men standing beside big trucks with rounded hoods, women in dresses smiling too wide, a ribbon cutting in front of the same building. A clock ticked loudly over the counter. The people scattered around the room looked like they'd stepped out of those photographs. Men in jackets with wide collars and hats that stayed on indoors. Women with their hair pinned up, wearing coats that flared at the hips. Even the way they sat felt different, more upright, hands folded or resting on the table like they had a place they were supposed to be. Nobody had a phone out. Nobody had earbuds. A couple of teenagers sat in a booth near the back, and even they looked wrong to me. Their clothes too neat, their faces too pale under the warm light, like they belonged to an older film. I forced myself to keep moving. I told myself I was being stupid. People dress up sometimes. There are events. There are themed diners. There are places out in the hills that never changed, because nobody had the money or the reason to change them. A woman behind the counter looked up at me with a polite, neutral expression. She wore a pale uniform dress and a small white cap that perched on her hair like it had been folded into place. Her name tag said Mary, the letters black and simple. She didn't greet me with the casual cheerfulness I was used to. She watched me the way someone watches a stranger step into a room they consider theirs. I nodded to her and kept my voice steady. I asked for a cup of coffee, and if there was a restroom. She pointed with one hand, the gesture smooth and practiced, toward a door in the back hallway. Then she turned and poured coffee from a glass pot into a thick white mug without asking how I wanted it. The coffee smelled strong and sharp. I paid without thinking, sliding bills across the counter. She took them and placed them in a metal tray, not a register. I noticed then there was no register, no card reader, no display, just a tray, a small stack of bills, and a jar with coins that looked heavier than modern ones. The restroom was down a narrow hall with wood paneling. The light there was dimmer, and the air was cooler. The restroom door had a simple sign that read men. Inside, the sink had separate hot and cold taps, and the mirror was slightly warped, making my face look longer. The soap was a hard white bar that smelled like clean linen. When I came back out, the murmur of conversation was still low and steady. I carried my coffee to a booth near the window where I could keep an eye on my rig. The yellow light outside made the chrome on my trailer look dull and old, like it didn't belong. The coffee was good, not fancy, just real, bitter and hot enough to make my fingers feel alive again. I took a long drink and let myself breathe. At the booth across from me, two men were talking in quiet tones. I wasn't trying to eavesdrop, but the room was small and their voices carried. They spoke about a road closure up by the cut and about the new line they're putting in. One of them mentioned a winter storm from 52 like it was a thing you'd ever refer to that way in casual conversation. Another man, older, nodded and said something about how the pass had claimed more than one careless driver. The way he said pass made my neck tighten. It wasn't fear exactly. It was the feeling of being watched by terrain that doesn't care. A couple at the counter laughed softly. The woman's coat had a fur collar. The man wore a suit jacket with wide lapels. He held a cigarette between his fingers, unlit, rolling it like a habit. There were ashtrays on the counter, clean but used. I looked for the modern things that would anchor me. An exit sign, a soda fountain, a television with the news on. I didn't see any. The radio behind the counter played a song I recognized only in the vaguest sense, like a tune my grandparents might have hummed. On the wall near the kitchen pass-through hung a calendar. It was the kind with a single photo above the grid of dates. The picture showed a bright red truck parked beside a river, and the truck had rounded fenders and a grille like a smile. The year on the calendar was too small to see from where I sat. I stared at it anyway, feeling my stomach tighten with a childish, superstitious reluctance to know. The waitress Mary came by with a pot and topped off my cup without asking. She didn't smile, but she wasn't unfriendly. Her eyes flicked toward my jacket logo, the company name stitched on the chest, then back to my face. She asked me where I was headed in the same tone someone might ask about the weather. I told her the town name on the other side of the pass, and that I was running a load on a new route. That gave her pause. Not a dramatic pause, just a brief stillness, like she was checking a detail in her mind. She said the pass could get slick when the clouds sat low like this. She told me to watch for deer and for rockfall near the second switchback. Her voice made it sound like she'd given the warning 1,000 times. I thanked her, and she moved on. At the far end of the room near the fireplace, a man sat alone with his hat tipped forward. His coat was draped over the chair beside him. On the table in front of him was a folded paper map, not a phone. He traced a line on it with one finger, slow and careful. When he lifted his head, I felt his eyes land on me across the room. He didn't look threatening, he looked tired. The tiredness was familiar, the only thing in the place that felt normal. But his gaze held me a second longer than comfort allowed, and then he looked away. I finished my coffee faster than I meant to. The warmth in the diner had started to feel like a closed lid. On my way out, I glanced again at the photographs on the walls. One of them showed the building with a big sign that read Cedar Ridge Rest Stop in bold letters. In the photo, the lot was full of vehicles like the ones outside now. The edges of the photo were slightly curled and the colors were faded to sepia. Something in me resisted the obvious thought. There had to be an explanation. A museum stop, a reenactment, a community event, anything but what my skin was trying to tell me. Outside, the air hit cold and damp again. The sky was a solid sheet of gray, the clouds so low they hid the tops of the nearest trees. I climbed back into my cab, shut the door, and sat with my hands on the wheel without starting the engine. I checked my phone. No signal. I opened the map app anyway, waiting for it to find itself. It didn't. My location arrow floated in a blank area like a boat in fog. I started the engine. The diesel rumble filled the cab, reassuring in its familiarity. I pulled out of the lot, careful not to clip any of the old sedans, and rolled back onto the spur road. As I drove away, I glanced in my mirror. The diner's windows still glowed. The building looked like it was holding itself together with warmth alone. The wooden sign at the entrance stood straight and dark, and the trees behind it were too still, as if the wind had forgotten them. Back on the main road, the modern reflective markers reappeared, and the asphalt smoothed out. I kept my speed conservative, and watched for the second switchback like Mary had said. Her warning was accurate. At the second switchback, a patch of wet leaves had gathered in the inside corner, slick as oil. I slowed more than I needed to, heart thudding once against my ribs, and made the turn without incident. That should have soothed me. Instead, it made the rest stop feel more real. as if the place had reached out and touched the road beyond its clearing. I got over the pass and down into the next valley without trouble. By the time I hit the town, the overcast had deepened into evening and streetlights were coming on. I delivered the load at a warehouse on the edge of town, signed paperwork, and found a legal spot to park for the night. When I finally had a signal again, I did what any practical person does when something doesn't fit. I tried to prove myself wrong with facts. I searched for Cedar Ridge Rest. Nothing. I searched for rest stops on Route 47. The official state site listed 2, neither of them where I'd been. The trucker app showed no pin in that area. Satellite view showed only forest and a thin gray line of road climbing the pass. I told myself I'd taken a wrong turn. I told myself the spur road belonged to a private camp. I told myself I was tired and had projected meaning onto a place that was just old. But the next morning, after a few hours of sleep and a shower at the warehouse facility, the memory didn't fade the way tired mistakes usually do. It sharpened. I could still smell the coffee. I could still hear the clock ticking over the counter. I had another drop scheduled back over the pass later that day. Same road, same mountain. My trailer was lighter now, and the idea of seeing that turnoff in daylight gnawed at me until it felt like an obligation. If it was real, I wanted it on my map. If it wasn't, I wanted proof my mind had simply filled in blanks. The sky was still overcast when I climbed back up, but the light was brighter, flatter. The trees looked less like walls and more like trees. The road's turns were the same, the guardrails the same, the reflectors the same. Everything in daylight tried to be ordinary. I watched for the sign. When I reached a mile marker where I was sure I'd seen it, there was nothing. No rest stop 1 tough mile. No traveler's welcome. Just the blank gray of sky between tree branches and the steady rise of pavement. I slowed slightly, eyes scanning the shoulder, waiting for the second sign, the arrow. Nothing. My hands tightened on the wheel. I drove another quarter mile, then another. Still nothing. I told myself the sign could have been removed. Temporary signs exist. Crews take them down. Wind knocks them over. The mountains swallow anything not nailed in. But the turnoff had been obvious. A paved spur road. A carved wooden sign. A clearing with light. I found a safe spot to pull over where the shoulder widened near a gravel turnout. I set my hazards and stepped out into the damp air. The road hissed under my tires. Somewhere down in the trees, water moved over rocks, unseen but loud enough to make the silence feel layered. I walked a short distance along the shoulder, staying well away from the lane. I looked for any hint of a spur, a break in the trees, a patch of different pavement, tire tracks. At first I saw nothing. Then, a little farther down, I noticed something that didn't belong with the rest of the forest. A rusted metal post leaned at an angle, half swallowed by ferns. It had once held a sign. The bolts were still there, orange with corrosion. Behind it, the underbrush was thicker, the trees closer together, but there was a faint depression in the ground, a place where pavement might have been long ago before dirt and needles filled it in. My mouth went dry. I moved closer, careful of the slope. The depression widened into what used to be a road, now broken up and cracked. The asphalt lifted in jagged plates by roots. Moss covered most of it, and small saplings grew straight up through the cracks like they'd been planted there. It angled away from the main road into the trees, exactly where the spur had been. I stood at the edge, staring down it. In daylight, it looked abandoned, dead. The kind of place you'd never turn into by mistake. I could have left it there, I could have said old road, that's all. But my feet moved anyway, drawn by the same stubborn need that makes people touch a stove they already know is hot. The air under the trees was cooler, wetter. The road dipped, and the canopy closed over me. The sound of the highway faded fast, swallowed by needles and distance, until all I heard was my own breathing and the soft patter of moisture falling from branches. The farther I went, the more the asphalt disappeared under green. In places it was completely gone, replaced by mud and leaf litter. The depression still guided me forward like a memory worn into the earth. Then the trees opened. The clearing was there, but it didn't look like it had last night. Not even close. What had been a warm lit lot was now a patch of broken ground. The stone wall I'd seen was collapsed, its rocks scattered and half buried. The wooden sign at the entrance was gone, replaced by 2 splintered posts that stuck up like rotten teeth. The diner building was a ruin. Its roof had caved in, leaving jagged beams pointing at the gray sky. One wall still stood leaning inward, with a window frame hanging crooked and empty. The rest was a tangle of wood, rusted metal, and dark damp debris. Vines crawled over everything. Ferns grew through what used to be a floor. The fireplace was still recognizable, a blackened stone shape with no fire in it, just wet ash and leaves. The fuel pumps were there too, but they were not the polished antiques I'd seen. They were twisted, rusted hulks, glass domes shattered long ago, their insides exposed to rain and time. The canopy had fallen, its support snapped. One of the old sedans I'd seen in the lot was present only as a low rusted shape in the weeds, collapsed into the ground as if the earth had been slowly eating it. I took a step forward. My boots sank into soft ground that should have been pavement. The smell here wasn't coffee and oil. It was rot, wet wood, and cold metal. I stood still, listening for any sign of life. There was none. No radio, no clock, no murmur of voices. My skin prickled anyway. The feeling you get when a room you thought was empty turns out not to be. I moved slowly around the edge of the ruin, eyes darting to details as if collecting evidence for a court that would never convene. In the mud near what might have been the doorway, I saw an old porcelain fragment, white with a blue stripe, part of a mug. Nearby, half buried, a small metal bell lay on its side, dulled by years. I didn't pick it up. I didn't want to touch anything that might make this real in a way I couldn't undo. A sudden wind moved through the clearing, and the ruined beams creaked. Leaves skittered across the debris. For a brief instant, the sound of that creak lined up with the memory of the diner doorbell, and my throat tightened hard enough to hurt. I backed away. I didn't turn my back on the ruin until I was under the trees again. I kept my eyes on it as long as I could, because a part of me was convinced that if I looked away it would change, that the warm windows would flicker back into place, that people in old coats would step out and wave like nothing was wrong. Nothing changed. The walk back up the old spur road felt longer than it had coming in. The forest seemed denser, the air seemed heavier. When the sound of my truck on the highway finally reached me again, it hit like a lifeline. I climbed back onto the shoulder and stood there beside the modern road, staring at the place where the spur road disappeared into the trees. In daylight, it was a wound half healed over. Easy to miss if you weren't looking. Easy to pass without ever knowing anything had been there. I got back into my cab and shut the door. The interior smelled like diesel and my own sweat. I gripped the steering wheel until my hands hurt, then forced myself to release. I drove on because that's what you do. You keep the truck moving, you deliver the load, you don't pull over in the mountains to argue with your senses. For the rest of that day, every time I came around a bend and saw a patch of yellow light from a farmhouse window, my chest tightened. Every time I smelled coffee from my own thermos, it took me back to that counter, that ticking clock, that woman in a uniform that didn't belong to this century. Later, weeks later, when I had time and distance, I tried again to make it fit. I dug into county records online. I found mention of an old rest stop called Cedar Ridge that had been built decades ago, when the pass road was new. There were notes about a fire in the late 70s, about how it never reopened because the highway was realigned. There were grainy photos that looked like the ones on the diner wall, the same building when it was whole, the same sign out front. That should have been the end of it. Old place, closed long ago. My tired mind taking a wrong turn and filling in the blanks. Except I hadn't just seen a building. I'd sat in it. I'd tasted the coffee. I'd watched people move. Heard them talk about storms and closures like they were current. I'd been warned about a slick patch of leaves that was in fact waiting for me on the road. And there was one detail I couldn't shake because it didn't fit either explanation, practical or not. On my dash, I keep my paperwork clipped under a little plastic bar so it doesn't slide. When I parked that night in town, I pulled my delivery packet out from under it and found an extra slip of paper that hadn't been there before. It wasn't a receipt from a modern register. It was a small thin strip, the kind you'd tear from a pad. On it, in careful handwriting, was a single line: "Drive safe over the cut." No signature, no date. The paper smelled faintly of coffee and something like old smoke. Even after weeks in my cab, I threw it away at the next stop because I didn't want to keep it. I didn't want a souvenir from a place that could vanish overnight and leave only ruin behind. But even after I did that, I kept checking my mirrors on overcast evenings, half expecting to see warm yellow windows in the trees, waiting for me to turn in. Now when I run that pass, I don't stop on that shoulder. I don't look for the leaning rusted post. I keep my hands steady on the wheel and my eyes on the road, and I let the forest be just forest. Still, in the flat gray light before dusk, when the clouds sit low and the world feels older than it should, I sometimes catch the faintest hint of warm light between the trunks, where there shouldn't be any at all, and I keep driving until it disappears behind me. At 3 a.m., my headlights were the only honest light on that mountain, and even they felt thin against all that black timber. I had both hands on the wheel, knuckles sore from hours of small corrections, and the trailer was talking to me through the seat in that steady, loaded way. That means you keep it smooth or you'll pay for it. The dash clock glowed green. The voltmeter sat where it always did. The engine temp was steady. Everything was normal, until something off to my right started matching me like a shadow that learned how to glow. I was eastbound over Wolf Creek Pass, coming out of the higher switchbacks and into a stretch where the road cuts along the slope. Snow had been pushed back earlier in the day, and the shoulders were rimmed with dirty ice. The air was clear and cold, the kind that makes diesel feel thick when you first light it off. I'd been driving long enough to know the difference between tired eyes and a problem outside the cab. This wasn't a smear or a floaty speck. It was light, and it was moving in the woods. At first it looked like a single headlamp down in the trees, the way a hunter's rig can be seen through branches if you catch it right. But there was no road down there that followed my line. It held level with me as I rounded a bend, and then it rose with the road's rise, staying at the same relative height off my passenger window. When I eased off the throttle a touch to keep my speed under control on the grade, it eased too. When I rolled back in, it rolled with me. It kept the same pace like it was tied to my front axle. I did what I always do when something doesn't make sense. I tried to make it make sense before I let it get inside my head. Reflections are real. Your own marker lights can strobe through guardrail posts and fool you. Distant towers can blink in patterns your brain insists are messages. I scanned the mirrors for a car behind me with high beams bouncing around in the timber. Nothing. I checked my right convex for a four-wheeler on the shoulder or a motorcycle playing games. Nothing. The CB was quiet, except for faint static. My phone had no service up there, and I liked it that way most nights. The light in the trees wasn't steady like a distant house or a radio tower. It pulsed in small, quick surges, not flashing on and off, but swelling and shrinking like something breathing. It wasn't the red-white rhythm of a tower. It wasn't the hard cut of an LED bar, and it didn't throw beams I could see. It was just there, between trunks, sliding along the slope parallel to my lane. Then a second one joined it. Same color, a pale, cold white with a hint of blue that didn't belong to any halogen I'd ever bought. The second light appeared farther back, then accelerated until it ran alongside the first. They held there together, pacing my truck like escorts. My skin prickled under my jacket in that immediate physical way that has nothing to do with imagination. I didn't talk to myself. I didn't say anything out loud. I kept driving, because in a loaded rig on a mountain pass at 3 a.m., you don't do sudden moves unless you want to test gravity. The road straightened for a short stretch, and the trees on my right opened into a shallow drop with scattered boulders and snow patches. That's when I saw there weren't just two lights. There were more. Deeper in the timber, dim points that had been hidden when the forest was thicker. As my headlights washed the slope, those points brightened as if my presence fed them. They formed a loose line, staggered at different depths, all moving with me like a strange convoy that didn't need pavement. I glanced at the voltmeter again, out of habit. Still fine. Air pressure was good. The truck sounded healthy, that steady pull of a motor that knows its job. I listened for any change in the alternator whine through the speakers. Nothing. I toggled the dash dimmer slightly to make sure my own reflections weren't playing tricks across the glass. The interior glow changed, but the lights out there kept their pace. They were independent. They started drifting forward. It was subtle at first. One of the lights eased ahead of the others, slipping between trunks without bobbing like a person walking. Another joined it, and another, and soon the whole group was no longer a parallel line. They were angling toward the road, converging the way birds do when they decide on a new direction. The next curve was a left-hander with a guardrail and a drop beyond it. I've run that pass enough times to know where the pullouts are, where the camber changes, where the wind hits hardest. I also knew that if something was going to step into the road ahead of me, I needed time, not panic. I eased off the throttle and let the Jake hold me steady. The engine note deepened, a comforting mechanical growl. My speed bled down a few miles per hour. The lights responded. They didn't lag behind as if I'd pulled away from them. They adjusted smoothly, keeping their drift forward but matching my new pace. That was the part that pushed it out of the category of maybe and into the category of pay attention. Because whatever those lights were, they were not just drifting, they were tracking. As the curve unwound, I got a view down the road for a couple 100 yards. The center line reflected back at me in broken yellow. Snowbanks glowed dull gray. There was nothing in my lane, nothing on the shoulder, but the lights in the woods were now ahead of my cab, angled toward the pavement like they meant to cross. They came out of the trees without breaking stride. No crunch of snow, no silhouette, just light separating from the black between trunks, and sliding into the open air beside the road. 3 of them, then 4, like somebody had opened a door and let them out. They moved low, just a few feet above the shoulder, and they weren't casting shadows the way a vehicle light would. They were self-contained, bright points with a soft halo, and the halo didn't illuminate the snow like it should have. It made the air look thick around them instead. They sped up and pulled ahead of me. All at once they gathered in the space over my lane, maybe 100 yards in front of my bumper, and hovered there in a loose cluster. The cluster tightened until the points of light were nearly touching, like they were forming something. It wasn't a shape I could name. It was just a concentration, an intensifying glare right where I needed the road to be clear. I did the quickest mental checklist I've ever run in my life. Brakes good, air good, shoulder narrow, grade manageable, oncoming none, stopping on a curve at night bad, pushing through something unknown, worse. I kept it steady and aimed for the center of the lane, because swerving a loaded trailer is how you end up as a story on the evening news. My eyes started watering from staring into that unnatural brightness. I blinked hard, and when my eyes opened again, the lights had stretched into a line across the road, shoulder to shoulder like a low fence made of glow. They didn't block the road physically. There was nothing there to hit, but every part of my body argued that I should not drive into it. I felt the truck enter that line. Before I saw anything change, it was like passing through a patch of colder air. A sudden pressure shift in the cab. The hair on my arms lifted, my teeth buzzed faintly, as if I'd put my tongue too close to a 9-volt battery. For a fraction of a second, the cab smelled sharp, like hot dust off an electric heater. Then the entire electrical system died. It wasn't a gradual fade. The dash went black instantly. The radio cut to silence. The engine stumbled as if somebody had yanked a plug wire, and the headlights winked out for a heartbeat so complete that the world disappeared. In that black second, I heard the trailer chains creak and the tires hiss on cold asphalt, and I had the awful weightless feeling of a big machine losing its mind. The lights were still there. In the absence of my headlights, they were the only illumination, and they were inside the cab now, past the glass, past the steel, past everything that should have kept outside on the outside. A pale wash slid across the steering wheel in my hands. The gauges were dead, but I could see their outlines. The sleeper curtain glowed faintly as if moonlight had flooded in. except there was no moonlight on a night like that. The engine coughed once, hard, and quit. Power steering went heavy immediately. The rumble of the motor disappeared, and all I had was momentum and gravity and the sound of rubber. My foot went to the brake pedal with measured pressure. Air brakes still had reserve, but I could feel the rig settling as I asked it to slow without power. I held the wheel straight with both arms working like I was wrestling a stuck gate. The road was a darker stripe in a darker world, and I kept it centered by the faint reflectors on the guardrail, the only fixed points I could trust. The lights flowed forward through the cab, passing from my chest toward the windshield, as if they were moving through water. There was no sound from them, no crackle, no hum. They slipped out the front and spread across the hood. For an instant, the hood ornament and the edge of my fender were outlined in that cold glow, sharp as a photograph. Then the lights were ahead again, sliding away down the road like they had finished their work. I guided the dead truck onto the narrow shoulder, the moment the curve gave me a few extra feet. It wasn't a full pullout, just a spot where the snowbank was cut back enough to get my right tires off the lane. I brought it to a stop with a final controlled squeeze of the brakes, then set the parking brake by muscle memory even though the dash was still dark. Silence settled hard. The kind of silence that makes you realize how much noise a living truck makes. For several seconds I sat there with my hands on the wheel, staring out at a road that now belonged to those lights. My breath fogged the windshield, my heartbeat was loud enough that I could feel it in my throat. In the distance, the lights drifted back toward the trees. As they reached the timberline, they separated again into smaller points, spreading out the way they had earlier, as if returning to their places. They didn't hurry. They didn't hide. They just melted into the black and were gone, leaving the mountain as it had been before. Dark, cold, indifferent. That's when my training and my temperament took over. Panic is a luxury on the side of a pass at night. If you can't restart, you become an obstacle. If you become an obstacle, you become a hazard. If you become a hazard, somebody else gets hurt, and that part is not acceptable. I reached for my flashlight, and it didn't turn on. I clicked it twice, hard. Nothing. I tried the cab light. Dead. I grabbed my phone and the screen stayed black. The truck had taken everything electric down with it, including anything that relied on the truck's charging cord. I found a spare old-fashioned flashlight in the door pocket, the kind with replaceable batteries, and that one worked when I thumbed it on. The small cone of yellow light looked embarrassingly normal. I opened the door, and the cold punched me in the face. The wind up there has teeth. My boots hit frozen gravel. The truck stood like a giant animal holding its breath. No marker lights, no tail lights, no nothing. The dark trailer behind me was a wall. I pulled out my reflective triangles, because even if there's no traffic, you don't gamble with a blind curve. I paced them out with the beam of my flashlight on the asphalt, placing them where they could do the most good. Farther down the road, the trees were black spikes against a sky, dusted with stars. There was no other movement, no headlights, no sound. Back at the cab, I popped the hood release and worked the latch with cold fingers. The engine bay was a block of shadow until I aimed the flashlight in. Everything looked intact. No smoke, no smell of burning plastic, no obvious melted wire. The serpentine belt was in place. The battery cables looked tight. I touched the alternator housing, and it was cold. I keep basic tools on the truck, because I like solving problems more than I like waiting for a tow. I crawled up on the bumper and checked the main fuse panel near the batteries. I pulled the cover, working by flashlight, and scanned for anything blown. One of the big fuses looked suspect. The metal bridge inside it darkened. It wasn't dramatic, it wasn't melted into slag. It just looked like it had failed cleanly. That should have comforted me. Fuses blow, electrical faults happen. But the timing sat wrong in my gut. A main fuse doesn't usually go out in perfect sync with something you watched glide through your cab. Like light passing through a glass of water. I pulled the fuse and held it closer to the flashlight beam. The break was crisp. I found the spare in my kit, same rating, same size, and slid it into place. I tightened everything back down, then paused with my hand on the battery disconnect. In the quiet, I could hear tiny sounds that normally get drowned out. The tick of cooling metal, the faint whisper of wind through pine needles, my own breathing. The mountain didn't care about my hesitation. The road didn't care. Only I cared. I flipped the disconnect back on. The cab came back to life as if nothing had happened. Marker lights blinked on. The dash lit up. The voltmeter jumped, then settled. The radio crackled with static, and then found whatever weak station it had been clinging to before. My phone screen finally woke when I pressed the side button, and it showed a low battery warning that didn't make sense given how long it had been on the charger. The truck's computer threw a couple of fault codes, then cleared them as the system stabilized. I climbed into the driver's seat and turned the key. The starter engaged strong. The engine caught on the first turn and idled clean. No misfire, no stumble like it had been waiting politely. Air pressure began to build. All the normal noises returned, comforting and unreal at the same time. I sat there for a minute with the engine running, looking out at the same dark road. Nothing moved in the trees. No cold white glow, no pulsing points. Just the honest darkness again. I didn't call it in right away. I knew what it would sound like. A driver on a mountain pass claiming lights came through his cab and killed his truck. Dispatch would have written it down politely and filed it under driver fatigue. State Patrol would have asked if I'd hit something. A mechanic would have shrugged and said fuses blow for reasons we never find. Still, I needed something outside my own head, so I used the one bar of service I briefly caught, and sent a short message to my company's maintenance log when the phone allowed it. I noted the time, the location, the electrical failure, and the fuse replacement. I kept it plain and technical, because that's the language that gets attention. I saved my longer notes in my own incident folder, later under one file tag, not because I thought anyone would read them, but because I didn't want my memory to be the only place this lived. When the air pressure hit safe range, I eased back onto the road. The truck felt normal. Steering was responsive. Throttle was steady. The trailer tracked straight. My headlights carved the same tunnel through the night, but I drove the next few miles with my right hand hovering near the dash. Not in fear of a mechanical issue, but in readiness for that unnatural interruption. The instant when the familiar world might blink out again. The rest of the pass was quiet. I descended into lower elevation where the trees changed and the air warmed just a little. The sky in the east had the faintest hint of gray that comes before dawn, and that should have made me feel better. Instead, it made everything feel more exposed, like whatever had watched me would have an easier time seeing me now. By the time I reached flatter ground, my hands had stopped shaking. My breathing returned to normal. My brain began doing what it always does, trying to box the event into something manageable. Maybe it was ball lightning, or St. Elmo's fire. Maybe it was static buildup, and the fuse was weak. Maybe there were drones in the woods, and my tired mind stitched them into something impossible. Maybe, but none of those explanations fit the one detail that stayed nailed in place. The way the lights matched me, adjusted with me, and then gathered ahead of me, as if making a decision. The way the failure happened the exact moment they flowed through the cab, like contact without touch. The way the truck came back with a single fuse swap, too clean to feel real. A few hours later in daylight at a truck stop, I opened the fuse cover again to look for heat marks. There were none. I checked the alternator output with a handheld meter. It tested fine. I inspected the wiring harness for chafing. I found nothing. The truck ran the rest of the week without another hiccup, as if it had never been anything but reliable. I didn't see the lights again. Not on that pass, not on any other, but I still think about them when I'm alone on a high road at 3 a.m., when the forest is a solid wall and your headlights can't reach the end of it. Some nights, if my radio hisses a little louder than it should, or if my dash backlight flickers when I hit a seam in the pavement, my stomach tightens before my mind can catch up. I keep my spare fuses closer now. I keep my old flashlight in the door pocket where my hand can find it without looking. And every time I run that stretch of Wolf Creek, I watch the timber line on the right out of the corner of my eye, waiting for something to pace me again, waiting for that cold glow to learn my speed, waiting for the road ahead to fill with light that doesn't belong to anything I can name. The first time I saw him, my high beams caught the white of his knuckles before they caught his face. It was early morning. That gray hour where the mountains aren't fully awake, but the road is already demanding. I was easing my rig through a long right-hand curve on a remote stretch of highway, climbing toward a pass that always felt higher than it looked on the map. The air outside was cold enough to tighten every rubber seal on the cab, and the windshield had that fine grit of salt spray that never really goes away in winter. My wipers squeaked once, then settled. The trailer behind me was loaded heavy and steady, and I was in that careful, quiet mindset I get into on mountain roads. Hands light on the wheel, eyes moving constantly, never trusting the next bend. He stood on the outside shoulder, just beyond the curve, where the rock face dropped away behind a guardrail into nothing I could see. No pullout, no driveway, just a narrow strip of asphalt and a metal rail with reflectors like little red eyes. The man was still, half turned toward the lane, thumb out like a textbook hitchhiker. Dark jacket, jeans, backpack slung over one shoulder. His hair looked wet, or maybe it was the way the light hit it. He didn't wave. He didn't move when my truck's wind pushed past. He simply watched, and I saw enough of his face in my headlights to register an expression that wasn't pleading or hopeful. It was blank, like he was waiting for something that would arrive whether I stopped or not. I didn't slow. I don't pick up hitchhikers. That's not a moral position or a story I tell for effect. It's a rule that keeps me alive and employed. I've got a family, a route, and a mind that works better when it stays simple. Some drivers will tell you the road is lonely, and you should help people. I've helped plenty, just not like that. I'll call it in, I'll throw on flashers, I'll wait at a safe distance if someone's stranded. I don't open my passenger door for a stranger on a dark mountain highway. I passed him and checked my passenger side mirror out of habit, expecting to see him shrink back into darkness. But as my trailer cleared him, the mirror showed his figure clean and upright, still at the edge of the lane, thumb still out. The weird part wasn't that he didn't move. People freeze in cold, people get stubborn. The weird part was how clear he was for a second, as if my truck's lights had left him lit even after they'd moved on. Then the curve took him away. Darkness swallowed him. I drove on. The climb continued, the engine humming steady in a way that always makes me think of a big animal content in its work. The road narrowed with snow piled in hard gray ridges along the shoulder. Pines leaned over the cut banks, their branches heavy and black. My cab smelled like coffee and diesel heat and the faint plastic of the dashboard warming up. The radio was low, some talk show fading in and out between ridges. Every so often a gust of wind pushed against the trailer, and the whole rig would give a slow, patient sway. I kept my speed where it needed to be. Cautious, not because I was afraid, but because mountains don't forgive shortcuts. I came around another bend and saw the next set of reflectors along the guardrail, and for a second my brain misfired and tried to place the hitchhiker there again, like a memory stuck in the headlights. Then I saw him for real. He stood at the beginning of a narrow bridge span, right where the shoulder vanished into a concrete barrier. There was nowhere to stand unless you'd walk there from the far side, and there was no far side within easy distance. The bridge crossed a ravine, the kind you only notice in daylight when you can see down into the trees. In the dark, it was just a gap the road floated over. The man was placed on the lip of it, perfectly balanced between the barrier and the lane. Same jacket, same backpack strap cutting across his chest, same thumb, held out in that calm, unwavering way. My foot came off the accelerator without me telling it to. My hands tightened. I looked at the clock on my dash, and then at the trip readout, like numbers could argue with what my eyes were seeing. I'd covered more than 10 miles since the first sighting. The road between wasn't straight. It wasn't friendly. It was switchbacks, grades, and no safe walking path. A person on foot would have been battling snowbanks, guardrails, and icy shoulders, assuming they didn't get clipped by a passing vehicle. Even if someone had picked him up, they'd have had to pass me because there hadn't been a single vehicle behind me for a while, and nobody had come from the opposite direction either. I'd been alone in my lane, alone in my mirrors, alone in my head. The bridge forced me to stay centered. I rolled past him with inches that felt like feet. His face turned slightly as I went by. In my headlights, his skin looked too pale for the cold, like paper held up to light. His eyes didn't track the cab. Not the way people look at a driver deciding whether to stop. They seemed fixed on something above or beyond me, as if he was listening for a sound I couldn't hear. I checked the mirror again, and he was there, framed between the barrier and the black drop of the ravine, still holding his thumb out, still upright, not flinching at the wind from my trailer. He didn't fade like a person stepping back. He stayed solid until the road bent and he was gone again. My mind started assembling explanations the way it always does when something doesn't fit. Twins. Two different men dressed alike. A stranded hiker and then another. A trick of light. A reflection. Exhaustion. I'd been driving long hours. I hadn't slept enough the last couple nights. Not because I was reckless, but because winter roots steal rest from you. Plows, delays, chains, the constant calculation of whether you'll make the next safe stop. My eyes felt gritty, and that was enough to make me distrust myself. But I knew what I'd seen, twice. The next stretch straightened out along a cut shelf where the mountain rose on the left and fell away on the right. A low fog clung to the trees below, making the world outside my headlights look like it had been erased. The center line had fresh paint that glowed too bright, and the reflectors on the right shoulder blinked in a repeating pattern. I told myself to focus on driving. Focus on the road. A cautious driver has rules for fear. You don't feed it, and you don't ignore it. You keep it in the passenger seat where it belongs. Buckled in. Quiet. Then he appeared again. This time he wasn't on a shoulder. He was standing in a place no one would choose. No one could reach quickly, and no one sane would wait. He stood on a narrow strip of gravel between the roadway and a high rock wall. Right where the wall bulged out so close it forced the road to pinch. There was no guardrail there, just a vertical rise of stone to my right, and a sheer drop to my left. His boots were on that thin strip like he'd been set down there. The backpack strap was still on his shoulder, and his thumb was out, and his head was angled the same way, as if he was copying a pose. I felt the bottom of my stomach go cold, the way it does when you crest a hill too fast and the road surprises you. I looked at the mile marker on the right as I passed, a number I won't forget. I watched it disappear behind my trailer. Then I watched my mirrors, because if there was any chance this was a normal situation, two men dressed alike, a broken down car tucked somewhere, I needed to see signs of it. The mirror showed him again, standing in that impossible notch between road and rock, too straight, too still. The fog behind me blurred the scene, but his outline stayed sharp as if it didn't belong to the air around it. That's when I started to increase speed. Not reckless, not wheel spinning, just enough to put distance between my rig and whatever this was. My cautious instincts weren't telling me to slam on the gas. They were telling me not to stop, not to hesitate, not to create an opportunity. The simplest rule took over: keep moving. I turned down the radio until it was barely a murmur. I adjusted my mirrors, not because they needed it, but because I needed my hands to do something. The heater blew steady warm air, and I realized my knuckles ached from gripping the wheel. The cab felt too small. The darkness outside felt too close. A few miles later, the highway climbed into open ground where the trees thinned, and the wind came harder. Snow had drifted across parts of the shoulder in pale, lumpy shapes. The horizon ahead was just a darker smear where the pass waited. My headlights cut through the air, showing swirls of fine snow like dust in a beam of light. I told myself firmly that I had probably passed 2 or 3 different people. The mountains attract all kinds: hunters, hikers, drifters, and clothes can look similar in headlights. My own brain could be stitching one image onto another. Then I saw him at the top of the grade. He was standing at a turnout that wasn't really a turnout, just a widened patch where plows stacked snow higher than the hood of a car. The spot was blocked by a berm and scattered rocks, the kind of place you wouldn't stop because you'd never get back onto the road in a loaded semi. There were no footprints in the snowbank, no tracks, nothing that suggested someone had climbed up there. Yet he stood on the packed crest like it was a sidewalk, his boots planted on snow that should have collapsed under his weight. The backpack strap cut across his chest at the same angle. The thumb was out again. His face, when it turned toward my headlights, looked wet, like the sheen of snowmelt or fog. I didn't have room in my thoughts anymore for explanations. Something was wrong in a way that didn't care about reason. My heart wasn't racing. It was heavy, pounding slow, like it wanted to keep time with the engine. I checked the clock again. The minutes didn't match the distance. The road didn't match the placement. A person couldn't be there. Not without passing me. Not without leaving signs. Not without time. The fourth time did something different to me. The first sighting had been unsettling. The second had been confusing. The third had tightened a knot in my chest. The fourth made my mouth go dry. It happened just after a long sweeping left, where the highway skirted the edge of a slope. The shoulder there was narrow. The guardrail bent and patched from old impacts. There was a drainage ditch on the inside where meltwater cut across in summer. In winter, it was a frozen groove. I saw the figure up ahead and my body reacted before my mind did. My foot pressed the accelerator a little deeper. My shoulders tensed. My eyes flicked to the gauges, to the road, to the mirrors, like I was looking for an exit in a place that didn't have one. As I drew level with him, I realized he wasn't thumbing a ride anymore. His arm was raised, palm outward, like a signal to stop. Same pose a flagger uses at a construction site. Same pose a trooper uses when they want you to pull over. Except there were no cones, no flares, no vehicle, no uniform. Just him and the guardrail and the black drop beyond it. I kept going. For a second, my headlights flashed over his face at a closer angle than before, and I saw details I hadn't seen. The way his lips were slightly parted. The way his cheeks looked too smooth for the cold. The way his eyes seemed to reflect light without showing where they were actually focused. He didn't look angry. He didn't look desperate. He looked patient, like someone waiting at a bus stop that only he knew the schedule for. I passed him and stared into my rearview mirror, because that had become a compulsion. I needed to see him recede. I needed to see him turn away. I needed to see anything that would put him back into the world where distance works the way it's supposed to. In the mirror, he stood on the shoulder for a heartbeat. Then, without any motion I could track, his silhouette appeared farther back along the lane, centered behind my trailer in the faint wash of my taillights, as if he had stepped into the roadway after I passed. There was no stumble, no stride, no transition. He was simply there, smaller because of distance but unmistakable. That one impossible shift stripped the last layer of comfort off my rational mind. I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding, and a single thought repeated itself with the steady insistence of a warning light. Don't stop. I pushed my speed up enough that the engine note changed, and the trailer tugged slightly, complaining about the grade. Snow hissed under the tires. The road ahead narrowed into another climb, another set of curves, and I focused on staying in my lane, while part of my mind kept pulling at the mirror, checking. The figure stayed in the mirror longer than he should have. The curve should have blocked him. The fog should have swallowed him. The distance should have turned him into nothing, but he remained, a dark mark against the gray road, centered behind me like he was following at a steady pace without a vehicle. I watched until the next bend finally cut him off, and when he vanished, it wasn't the relief of a normal ending. It was the empty feeling you get when something stops making noise, and you realize the noise was the only thing proving it was still outside. My CB sat on the dash, the channel quiet. I kept it on for weather updates and the occasional driver chatter, but that morning it was dead air and a faint hum. I thought about calling out, just to hear another human voice. I thought about calling dispatch on my phone, but there wasn't much signal up there and I didn't want my attention split. I didn't want to say the words out loud, because saying them would make them real in a way my mind couldn't tuck away. Instead, I did what cautious drivers do. I chose the safest action available. I kept moving toward the nearest place with lights. The pass finally crested and the road began to descend, the grade easing enough that my engine brake could take over. The sky was turning from black to deep blue. The first thin line of daylight edged the peaks, outlining snowfields and rock faces that looked like they'd been carved with a dull knife. In that growing light, the highway looked more ordinary. The shoulders were still narrow and dangerous, but they were visible. The world had shape again. I didn't see the hitchhiker for a while, and for several miles my fear cooled into something like brittle calm. I told myself it was over. I told myself fatigue had done it. The mind plays tricks, especially on lonely roads. I'd heard plenty of stories from other drivers, told with a grin at a truck stop counter. Stories about lights that followed, and voices on dead radios. I had never been the guy with the story. I'd always nodded and listened, and poured more coffee. I started to believe I'd become that guy for a few minutes, and the thought embarrassed me enough to straighten my spine. Then, as the descent brought me into a long straight with a wide shoulder and a view of distant foothills, I saw him again, standing beside a green highway sign that listed the next services. It was a normal place for someone to stand, except there was no access road, no trail, no pullout. The shoulder was wide, but the ditch beyond it was deep with snow. He stood near the signpost, close enough that the reflective paint caught my headlights and splashed pale light across his jacket. He didn't lift his thumb this time. He just faced the road watching. I didn't slow. I didn't look at his face. I kept my eyes on the lane, and I watched him in the mirror as my trailer passed. The mirror showed him turning slightly, the same calm movement I'd seen before, and for a moment his outline lined up with the signpost behind him. It was the first time I noticed how little he seemed to react to the weather. The wind blew snow across the shoulder in thin sheets. It brushed past his legs. His jacket didn't flutter. His hair didn't move. Then the mirror angle changed and he was gone behind a bend, just like the others. I drove faster than I should have for the next stretch, still careful in the curves but pushing the straightaways, hungry for the first sign of human activity. My hands were steady on the wheel, but my mind kept replaying the placements, the bridge, the rock pinch, the snowbank crest, the shoulder where he raised his palm, the sign. Each spot was miles apart. Each spot was wrong in a different way. When I finally reached a small service station at the edge of the mountains, the kind with 2 pumps and a lit window and a lot of gravel, the relief hit me so hard it felt like dizziness. The sky was pale now, the sun still hidden behind peaks but making everything visible. I pulled in with my trailer crunching over frozen gravel, and parked where I could see the road. I didn't shut off the engine right away. I sat with it idling, listening to the steady thrum, letting the cab vibrate under me like a reassurance. Inside the station, the air smelled like burnt coffee and fryer grease even though it was too early for anyone to be cooking. A woman behind the counter looked up as I walked in, and I could tell by the way her eyes stayed on my face a second too long that I looked off. I bought a coffee I didn't want just to have something to do with my hands. I asked as casually as I could if she'd seen anyone walking along the highway that morning. She said no, not since yesterday. She said the weather kept most people off the mountain. She said there were no buses, no ride shares, nothing like that. Her voice was matter of fact, and she went back to her register like the question didn't matter. I stepped back outside with the coffee steaming in my hand, and I stood near my truck where the diesel heat washed up from the engine bay. The cold air bit at my cheeks. The mountains behind me looked clean and indifferent in the daylight, their slopes white and gray, their shadows deep in the gullies. The highway snaked back up toward the pass, a thin line cut into stone. I looked at the road, half expecting to see a figure on the shoulder, thumb out, waiting at the edge of my headlights even though the sun was coming up. There was nothing. Just empty pavement, drifting snow, and a pair of ravens picking at something in the ditch far down the frontage road. I finished my coffee in slow sips, watching every car that passed on the highway, watching the shoulders, watching the places where someone might stand. I didn't see him again. Not that day. I made my delivery on time. I drove the rest of the route with the radio louder than usual, and my mirrors checked more often than any training manual would recommend. I kept telling myself I'd been tired, that the mountain had played tricks with my depth perception, that 2 or 3 different people could look identical in the harsh glare of truck headlights. But every time I said it, my mind returned to that moment on the bridge, when there was nowhere to stand, and he stood anyway, and to the moment in my rear view when his silhouette shifted without a step. In my logbook that evening, I wrote the facts the way I write everything on the road. Time, weather, location, the plain details that keep stories from turning into rumors. I even marked the entry with a reference tag the way I do for odd incidents, something I could point to later if I needed to explain why I won't take that pass in the dark anymore. The next week, when dispatch offered me the same route, I asked for a different climb and didn't give a reason. I didn't want to argue with anyone who hadn't stared into a rearview mirror and watched distance fail. Now, when I'm out before dawn and the road is empty and the mountains are only shapes against the sky, I keep my eyes on the shoulders without meaning to. I watch for reflective paint, for dark jackets, for the outline of a person where a person shouldn't be. And sometimes when the fog is low and the guardrails blink their little red lights in a repeating pattern, I still feel the urge to check my mirror one more time, just to make sure the lane behind me is truly empty, and that nothing is standing back there, centered and patient, waiting for me to slow down. The night I stopped trusting the airwaves, my wipers were fighting a losing battle against Appalachian rain. I was rolling west with a light load in a heavy sky, the kind that sits low enough to press on the top of the cab. Water sheeted off the hood and the lane lines were pale ghosts under the glare of my headlights. The wind kept shouldering the trailer just hard enough to remind me I wasn't the only thing out there moving. I'd been driving long enough to know the difference between a normal storm and a storm that wanted attention, and this one had teeth. I keep a CB in my dash the way some folks keep a lucky coin. Most drivers don't bother anymore. They've got apps and group texts and hands-free calls. I've got the crackle and the chatter, the old habit of listening for trouble before I see it. I'd installed the radio myself, tuned the antenna until the SWR sat right where it should, and I left it on even when it was quiet. Silence on a CB isn't empty, it's just waiting. That late evening, somewhere between one ridge and the next, I was passing a sign for an overlook that was closed for the season, when the speaker gave a sharp pop, like someone snapping a finger in my ear. Then a wash of static. Then a voice came through, thin but clean enough that I eased off the throttle without thinking. Not a truck stop clown yelling into the mic. Not a bored kid. A working voice, tight and tired, the kind you hear at the end of a bad week. He said a handle I hadn't heard in years, a name that made the hairs on my arms lift under my sleeves because it belonged to a story that had been told and put away. He called himself Blue Loon. I didn't answer right away. I turned the volume down a notch and watched the road, waiting for the usual follow-up. A laugh, a curse, a buddy chiming in. Instead he came back, same tone like he'd been talking to me for miles already, and was surprised I hadn't responded. He asked for a weather check. That wasn't strange. The way he asked was, he didn't ask what it was doing ahead. He gave details, like he was reading them off the windshield in front of him. He mentioned the rain changing texture, the way it goes from fat drops to hard needles when the wind shifts. He said the gusts were sliding down the hollows from the right. He said the temperature had dipped just enough that the spray was starting to cling to the reflectors on the guardrail. I glanced at the outside temp on my dash. 35. I'd watched it fall from 40 in the last half hour. Then he said something that made my stomach tighten. He warned about a patch of sleet collecting in the left lane near a mile marker I hadn't reached yet. I hadn't told anyone my position. I hadn't keyed up. He hadn't asked where I was. He spoke like he was right in front of me, seeing the same signs, the same curve warnings, the same dark cut in the mountain where the road bent and the water pooled. The CB hissed and the voice dipped, then steadied again. I could hear engine noise under him, not the clean hum you get from a phone recording, but the raw vibration that rides a live transmission. An older diesel by the sound of it lugging uphill. I finally thumbed the mic, more out of reflex than courage. I gave my handle and asked who he was talking to. I asked where he was. He didn't answer my questions. He kept talking about the weather. He said the wind had shifted again. He said he'd just seen a flash at the ridgeline, and that thunder would roll through in a few seconds, long and low. I stared through the windshield at the black slopes to my left. 3 seconds later, the sky lit up like a camera flash behind the trees. Thunder followed, dragging itself across the hills exactly the way he'd described it, like a heavy tarp being pulled. I tightened my grip on the wheel. The storm didn't feel like something on the outside anymore. It felt like something listening. I tried him again. I asked him to repeat his location. I asked him what road he was on. I told him he was coming through strong and clear. That was when he said, casual as if he was calling out a way station, he was on the old cut, the stretch where the mountains close in, and nothing works. No bars on a phone, no towers, just rock and trees, and the road laid like a ribbon in the bottom of a dark bowl. I knew the place, every local driver did. It had a reputation for dead zones, the kind where a call drops the moment you hit the dip and doesn't come back until you climb out. People joked about it. People also drove a little faster through it, like speed could outrun emptiness. The voice on the CB called it by the name old-timers used, not what the sign said now. My skin went cold in a slow wave, because Blue Loon wasn't just a handle, it was a missing driver's handle. Years back, long enough that some folks had moved on, and others had turned it into a campfire story. A man hauling through the Appalachians had vanished with his rig. Not an abandoned trailer on the shoulder, not a stolen cab found in a different state. He'd just dropped off the map. Dispatch never got the check-in. A trooper never found the wreck. The only trace had been a last transmission someone claimed they'd heard on Channel 19, right before the signal died in the dead zone. I hadn't believed the last part. I'd believed in breakdowns, bad choices, and long falls you don't see until it's too late. I didn't believe in voices traveling through time, but there it was in my cab, while rain hammered the roof. I told myself the simplest thing first. Someone was using his handle as a joke. Someone had dug up an old story and wanted a reaction. I'd heard worse. I'd heard men bark into the mic pretending to be law enforcement. I'd heard kids squeal and laugh. I'd heard cruelty dressed up as entertainment. So I tested it. I asked him something only a driver actually in the storm would know. What the road looked like where he was. Not wet, not bad. What exactly? He described the sheen of water in the tire ruts. He mentioned the way the reflectors looked doubled because the rain had filled the cracks in them. He said there was gravel scattered at the outside of the next right-hand curve. Fresh, washed down from a cut slope. 10 minutes later, I hit that curve and felt my trailer tires crunch through the same grit. Little stones ticking against the undercarriage. I said nothing for a while. I drove and listened. The transmission wasn't constant. It came in bursts, like the signal had to climb up and over something before it could reach me. Each time it returned, it sounded closer, and each time the details matched what was unfolding in front of my headlights. The practical part of my mind tried to build a ladder out of the dark. Skip propagation. A relay. Someone rebroadcasting a recording while watching the same weather radar I was. A ham operator with too much time. Anything that fit into the world I understood. But the world I understood had rules. And CB doesn't work like that in a notch with no towers to bounce off. Not clean. Not this steady. Not this intimate. At the next truck stop on the edge of the hills, I pulled in hard enough that my trailer sighed and rocked. The lot was a wet mirror under sodium lights. I left the engine idling and sat there with the CB still on, my hands resting on my thighs like they didn't belong to me. Inside, the place smelled like fryer oil and wet denim. A handful of drivers hunched over coffee, shoulders tight against the chill that follows you in from a storm. I asked the clerk, a woman with tired eyes, if anyone had mentioned Blue Loon on the radio tonight. Her face changed the moment I said it. Not fear exactly. Recognition, like a name from an old yearbook. She told me, quietly, that her uncle used to run these roads. She told me the story was still told sometimes when the weather turned. A man and his rig that never came out of the dead zone. She asked me why I was bringing it up. I didn't answer directly. I asked if anyone still ran a CB. She jerked her chin toward the window at a parked flatbed with a whip antenna on the mirror. She said the driver was in the back showering off the road. When he came out, I waited by the coffee station and asked him if he'd heard anything strange on 19. He shook his head and said it had been dead quiet, except for the usual warnings about hydroplaning. When I told him what I'd heard, he let out a short breath like a laugh that didn't want to be one. He told me to get some sleep and stop spooking myself. Maybe I would have. Maybe I could have shrugged it off if the voice hadn't been so exact. If the lightning hadn't struck when he said it would. If the sleet hadn't started tapping my windshield in the left lane right where he warned me, I went back to my truck and sat in the cab with the dome light off. Rain drummed, the CB crackled and fell silent again. I stared at my phone, then at the empty signal bars, then at the CB. The thing about being a CB enthusiast is you don't just listen, you learn how to listen. You learn what interference sounds like. You learn what a distant base station sounds like. You learn the difference between a guy a mile away and a guy 10. I kept a small direction finding loop in a side compartment. It was a simple setup. Nothing fancy. A little rig I'd built for fun after watching an old timer do it at a meetup. You rotate it and watch the needle, find the null, get a rough bearing. It's not perfect, but it's enough to tell you whether a signal is coming from ahead, behind, or off to the side. The rain had eased into a steady sheet when I rolled back onto the highway. Late evening had tipped toward night, the kind where the sky and the trees become one long black wall. I set the CB to scan, but kept it on 19, volume low, loop rig ready on the passenger seat. A few miles later, the static snapped back. Blue Loon's voice came through again, sounding more strained now, like he'd been talking to keep himself awake. He mentioned his trailer feeling loose in the gusts. He said he could smell hot brakes from someone ahead, a faint bite of metal and heat in the wet air. I rotated the loop. The needle dipped when the loop faced forward. I rotated again. The null pointed ahead and slightly left, toward the mountain. My heart started beating in my throat. He wasn't behind me. He wasn't off in a town with towers. If the loop was telling the truth, he was up the road down in the cut, the dead zone. I drove with my eyes locked on the darkness ahead, watching for the drop in the landscape where the road would sink. When I hit the first curve that led into it, my phone bars died exactly the way they always did. The GPS froze and then spun, trying to find a sky it couldn't see. The CB, though, got louder, not in volume, in presence. The static thinned, the voice sharpened. I could hear the rattle of something in his cab, maybe a chain, maybe a cup. I could hear his wipers squeaking against glass. He said, almost conversationally, that the rain had started to turn to pellets on the high side of the grade. He said his steering felt light. Then he said my handle, clean, like he'd been looking at the side of my door. I nearly dropped the mic. I didn't answer with words that time. I answered by breathing, loud enough that it fogged my own windshield at the edges. I told myself it was coincidence, that he'd heard me earlier, that he was playing it back, but he called my handle again, and this time he added something no one on the radio could know. The name stitched on my jacket, the one I'd never spoken out loud on the CB, because it wasn't what I went by out here. I felt my face go hot, like a flush of fever. The loop rig on the seat trembled with the vibration of the road. I rotated it with a shaking hand. The bearing still pointed ahead, still left, into the bowl of rock. There shouldn't have been any way for his signal to be this strong down here. This was where everything died. This was where, if you wanted to call for help, you learned the hard way that help couldn't hear you. He said he couldn't see the lines anymore. He said the rain was swallowing them. My headlights caught a shimmer in the left lane. Not water, but something granular. A scatter that looked like salt. Sleet. Exactly where he'd warned me earlier, I moved right and eased off the throttle. My trailer settled. The voice on the radio drew in a breath and let it out slow, like he'd been holding it. He said there was a pull-off ahead, a small one, barely wide enough for a rig, where you could sit out a gust if you needed to. He said he was thinking about taking it. I knew that pull-off. It wasn't on newer maps. It was a scar from older road work, a stub where crews had parked years ago. The state hadn't bothered to remove it because nobody used it, not in weather like this. The loop rig's null lined up with that direction too. I shouldn't have done what I did next. I know that. I can say it now in the clear light of other mornings, sitting at my kitchen table with coffee that doesn't shake in my hand. I can say it and feel the shame of it, because curiosity can be as dangerous as speed. But in the cab, in the storm, with a missing man's voice calling my handle like he could see me, the choice didn't feel like a choice. It felt like being pulled. I slowed as the road dipped deeper. The rock walls rose closer. The trees leaned in. The rain turned into a harder noise on the roof, like handfuls of gravel tossed by an unseen arm. CB was so clear now. It felt like the voice was sitting in the passenger seat. I spotted the pull-off when my headlights caught the pale edge of its broken line. I swung in carefully, tires hissing over wet pavement. The rig rocked once and settled. For a second, everything was just the sound of rain and the tick of my turn signal, forgotten and still blinking. Then the CB cracked, and Blue Loon's voice dropped low. He said he'd pulled into the same place. He reminded himself out loud to set the brakes. He said the wind had a mean angle down here. I looked through my windshield at the empty pull-off ahead of my bumper. There was nothing there. No tail lights, no shadow of a trailer, no reflection of chrome. Just wet asphalt shining back at me. The hair on my arms rose so fast it prickled. I put the truck in neutral and set my brakes. I reached for my flashlight and opened the door. Cold air knifed in. Rain hit my face and neck. The smell outside was all whetstone and diesel, but the diesel wasn't mine. I stepped down onto the slick ground and swung the light in a slow arc. The beam caught the rock wall, the litter of leaves, the edge of the shoulder. It caught nothing that should have been breathing or idling or waiting. Then the beam landed on something that made my stomach flip. A set of tire tracks in the thin film of sleet at the far end of the pull-off. Not my tracks. They were narrower, set differently, and they cut into the sleet like they'd been made moments ago. I walked closer, boots slipping. The tracks led toward the rock wall where there was no road, only stone and a steep drop into trees. At the edge, the beam of my light caught a piece of metal half buried in wet leaves. A broken red reflector, the kind that bolts to the side rail of a trailer. Old, scratched, but with water beating on it like it had been lying there for years, and also for minutes. The CB in my cab squawked behind me. The voice rose, sharp now. He said the wind had shoved him. He said he was sliding. He said he couldn't get the trailer to bite. I spun back toward my truck. The rain blurred the cab windows. The interior was a dim rectangle of shadow. The CB glow was a small green eye. Static poured out, loud enough I could hear it from outside. I climbed back in fast, boots thumping the steps, and slammed the door. The sound was too loud in the enclosed space. Blue Loon's voice was still there, still live. He spoke like he was fighting the wheel. He said the trailer was jackknifing. He said the shoulder was giving way. I didn't think. I grabbed the mic and told him to stay off the brakes, to steer into it, to let it straighten. It was the kind of advice you give without knowing you're giving it. The kind that spills out of muscle memory. The second I spoke, the cab went colder, like someone had opened a freezer door. The voice on the CB stopped, not fading, not trailing into static. Stopped. Silence snapped into place so hard my ears rang. I sat there with the mic in my hand, staring at the radio face like it had betrayed me. Rain hammered the roof. Water ran in streams down the side window. My breath sounded too loud. Then the CB made a sound I'd never heard it make before. A low, steady tone, like a line left open, like a channel held by something that wouldn't let go. My loop rig lay on the passenger seat. The needle vibrated, then sank hard to one side, as if pulled by a magnet. It pointed straight down into the rock. I turned the truck lights on full beam and stared out at the pull-off again. The sleet glittered. The tire tracks I'd seen were already softening under the rain, edges blurring, filling with water as if they'd never been there at all. I could have driven away right then. I should have. Instead, I did what drivers do when something doesn't make sense and you need it to. I tried to make a record. I grabbed my dash cam remote and hit the save button, locking the last few minutes. I pulled my phone up and started recording audio, holding it close to the CB speaker. The low tone hummed. Static whispered at the edges. No voice. I sat like that until my hand stopped shaking. When I finally pulled out of the dead zone, my phone bar snapped back. My GPS found itself again with a little chime, cheerful as a lyre. The storm loosened its grip as I climbed, rain turning back to plain water, and the wind settling into a steady push. At the next exit, I found a well-lit gas station and called the non-emergency line for the county. I told them I'd heard a distressed trucker on the CD near the dead zone, and that there might have been an incident near an old pull-off. I gave the mile marker range and described the spot as best I could. The dispatcher asked if I'd seen a wreck. I said no. I said I'd seen tracks. I heard my own voice and hated the way it sounded. Too thin to carry what I'd felt. A deputy called back later. He said they'd checked. He said the pull-off existed, but it was washed with rain and there was no sign of a recent accident. No debris, no fresh marks, no vehicle. He asked me what channel I'd heard it on. I said 19. He paused. Then he asked me, carefully, if the voice had given a name. I told him Blue Loon. The line went quiet for a beat. Then he said he'd heard that name before. He said, without giving me details, that there had been a missing trucker years ago tied to that handle. He said people still brought it up when storms came through, like weather and memory like to travel together. He asked if I could come by the station the next day with my dash cam footage. I did, in the bright fluorescent light of a small county office, with a deputy sipping lukewarm coffee and a trooper in a pressed shirt watching me like I was either lying or broken. I played them the recording from my phone. It had my breathing. It had the steady tone. It had static. It didn't have Blue Loon's voice. I told them it had been clear as day in my cab. I told them he'd described the weather like he was riding beside me. I told them he'd known my name. The trooper asked for my dash cam. He plugged the card into a computer and scrolled. The footage showed my headlights on wet road. It showed me turning into the pull-off. It showed me sitting in the cab, staring forward. It showed me getting out with my flashlight. It did not show tire tracks at the far end of the pull-off. It did show me bending down to pick something up near the rock wall, my hand closing on a small object, then my arm jerking back like I'd touched something hot. The camera angle didn't catch what I'd grabbed, but it caught the way my posture changed afterward, like whatever it was had weight beyond its size. The deputy asked what I'd picked up. I reached into my jacket and pulled the broken reflector out of the pocket where I'd shoved it without thinking. It looked older in the station light. The red plastic was dulled and crazed with hairline cracks. The bolt holes were rust-stained. The trooper took it with 2 fingers and turned it over, inspecting the back. There was a faint imprint there, raised letters pressed into the metal like a brand, a trailer manufacturer's mark and a partial serial that had been thickened by time. He didn't say much. He wrote the numbers down. He asked me to wait while he was gone. The deputy asked me if I'd been drinking. I hadn't. He asked if I'd been awake too long. I told him I'd had a legal day and plenty of rest. He asked if I believed in ghosts. I told him I believed in dead air. The trooper came back with a file folder that looked like it had been handled by a lot of hands. He laid out a photocopied report on the desk. A missing vehicle report from years ago. A tractor trailer. A driver. A handle noted in the margins because someone had written down what other drivers said they'd heard. The trooper pointed to a line where a trailer serial was listed. The kind of detail nobody remembers unless they're paid to. The partial serial on the report matched the partial serial on the back of the reflector. He looked at me for a long time, then asked me again where I'd found it. I told him the pull-off, the dead zone, the place with no towers. He rubbed his jaw and said something that landed heavier than any talk of ghosts, that the search years ago had been extensive. Dogs, aircraft, ground crews. They'd combed that stretch in good weather and bad. They'd found nothing. No skid marks, no broken guardrail, no spilled freight, nothing. He said that if that reflector had been there back then, somebody should have found it. Then he added, almost like he was trying to convince himself as much as me, that CB signals don't originate from where there's no equipment. They don't come out of rock. Not clean, not like a person talking in real time, not with weather details that match the minute. He told me they'd take the reflector as evidence. He told me to get some sleep. He told me not to go hunting for trouble. I went back to my truck and sat behind the wheel in the parking lot with the engine off, listening to the tick of cooling metal. The sky had cleared. The mountains stood dark and sharp in the distance. As if the storm had never been, I drove out of there feeling watched in the most ordinary way, like the world had simply remembered me. Every time I passed a low spot after that, every time my phone bars dipped, my hand would hover over the CB volume knob. For a while I kept it off entirely. The cab felt wrong without the soft hiss, like a room with the lights out. Then, weeks later, on a calm night with stars above the ridge lines, I turned it back on at low volume, telling myself it was foolish to let one storm rewrite my habits. Static filled the speaker, gentle and familiar. A couple of drivers traded road updates. Someone warned about a deer near an exit. Normal. I started to relax. And then, faint under the chatter, I heard it. A low, steady tone, the same one from the pull-off, sitting on the edge of the channel like a hand resting on a doorknob. No voice, no words, just the sound of a line held open. I turned the volume down until it was barely there. The tone didn't change. I reached for the mic, then stopped. My fingers hovered, and I thought about tire tracks that didn't show up on camera. I thought about a reflector that shouldn't have been found by anybody, least of all me. I thought about a man who disappeared into a notch in the mountains and maybe never made it out, except for a few seconds at a time, when the weather was right and the air remembered how to carry him. I drove through the night with the CB on and my mouth shut, and when the road dipped into a hollow and the signal bars on my phone fell away, the tone swelled in the speaker like a breath, drawn close to my ear. By the time I reached the next ridge, it was gone again, leaving only the hiss of empty space and the steady sweep of my headlights over wet pavement. I didn't tell dispatch. I didn't tell another driver. I didn't even tell myself a story I could live with. I just kept driving, watching the mile markers slide past in the dark, and listening. The first thing I noticed wasn't fear. It was the distance. I was easing my rig down the west side of a mountain pass. A little after midnight, fog pressed tight to the windshield like damp cotton, when a pair of headlights settled into my mirrors and held there. Not gaining, not falling back, just sitting in the exact same spot like someone had drawn them on the glass. I remember because I was doing what I always do on that grade. Right hand light on the brake, left hand on the wheel, eyes moving in a steady loop from lane to gauges to mirrors. Experienced drivers get superstitious about routines, but mine is more practical than mystical. The mountain doesn't care how long you've been hauling. It only cares if you make a mistake. The fog that night was the kind that turns your beams into a pale tunnel and steals the shoulder. The reflective posts blinked in and out. The guardrail shone wet. I couldn't see more than a few truck lengths ahead, which made the headlights behind me feel closer than they probably were. At first I assumed it was another truck. You learn to read the shape of light. Higher and wider tends to be a rig. Lower and tighter tends to be a car. And those were low. 4 points. Crisp, white. A pickup, I figured, or some guy in a crossover trying to get home and using my tail as a guide. I let him stay there. It's not my job to police anybody's following distance. If I'm doing the posted speed and holding my lane, the rest is on them. Then we hit the first long curve, one of those bends where the mountain walls your right side and the drop falls away on the left, and I watched his lights track with mine like they were locked to the same hinge. That's when the distance started to bother me. Not the fact that he was still behind me, but that he was still behind me in the exact same way. I tapped the brake enough to flash my lights without really slowing the rig. A gentle message, most folks get it. They drop back, or they pass when the road gives them room. His headlights didn't change size. They didn't drift. They stayed pinned at the same place in my mirror, as if the mirror itself were holding them there. I tried the next thing you do when someone's riding you on a pass. Slow down. Invite them around. The grade was steep enough that I could ease off the throttle and let gravity do the work. My speed bled down from the mid-50s into the 40s. The engine note changed. The trailer leaned heavier. The fog roared a little louder along the cab. The headlights behind me did not grow larger. They did not get closer. They stayed exactly where they had been, a fixed distance, neither crowding me nor giving me space. In rememberable terms, It was like they were always about 7 car lengths back, no matter what I did. My skeptical brain started building explanations, because that's what it does when something feels wrong. Maybe the fog was playing tricks on depth. Maybe he had some kind of adaptive cruise control, and it was matching me, but even that didn't sit right. Adaptive systems don't hold that perfectly on a twisting mountain grade, with changing pitch and visibility. They hunt a little. They wobble. They break. They surge. I sped back up. Not much, but enough to test it. The rig crept toward the speed limit again. The tires hummed on wet pavement. My hands tightened without me telling them to. The headlights stayed the same size. I reached over and turned my CB up. Most nights it's a low growl of chatter and jokes and traffic warnings. That night it was mostly static and the occasional distant voice, muffled by the terrain. I keyed the mic and called out on 19, gave a location off the nearest mile marker, the best I could, and asked the driver behind me if he needed something. Static answered. Thin, empty. I tried again, slower, clearer, still nothing. No acknowledgement, no angry reply, no copy that. Not even the kind of open mic hiss you get from a radio sitting under a seat. I glanced at the mirrors again. The headlights behind me didn't brighten or dim with the curve. They didn't jitter on the rough patches. They didn't bounce the way lights do when a vehicle hits those little seams in the road. They were too steady. Fog can do that, I told myself, the way you do when you don't want to hand your thoughts to something you can't control. Fog can smear distances. Fog can flatten things. Fog can make lights seem suspended. But the longer it went on, the more it felt like the fog was just the stage, and the headlights were the act. The pass that night was mostly empty. No oncoming traffic for long stretches. No taillights ahead. Just me and the white lines and those lights in my mirror that refused to behave like anything real. I started using markers to measure him. A reflective sign would pop out of the fog behind me and slide past in my mirror. I watched the moment it passed his headlights. If he was keeping a normal following distance, there should have been a tiny change in where he sat relative to that sign. As I went through curves and speed changes, there wasn't. The headlights stayed in the same place in my mirror, and the world moved around them. My pulse didn't spike. I'm not wired that way. What I felt was something colder, a focus that sharpened into the space behind me. My neck prickled along the collar. I found myself swallowing more often, like my mouth had gone dry. I told myself it was nothing until I tried the last simple test. I eased into a pull where the grade softened for a moment, hit my four-ways, and let the rig slow down to almost a crawl. Slow enough that any sane driver would either pass me or stop and keep distance. I held it there long enough that my own patience started to fray. The headlights behind me held their position. Same size, same separation. Not coming up on my trailer, not swinging out to pass, not dropping back. I let the rig roll forward again, picked my speed back up, and the headlights continued as if attached to an invisible bar fixed to the rear of my trailer. There's a point in a situation like that where you stop trying to win the argument in your head and start thinking about what you can control. I couldn't control the fog. I couldn't control whatever that vehicle was doing behind me. I could control where I went next. I knew the pass well enough to know there was a lighted maintenance turnout a few miles down. One of those places the DOT keeps equipment and gives you a spot to chain up. Sodium lights, harsh and steady, the kind that make fog glow like a wall. It wasn't civilization, but it was light, and light changes things. People behave differently under it, so do animals, so do shadows. My plan was simple: get to that lit turnout and see what I was dealing with. If it was a tired driver, maybe the light would break whatever trance he was in. If it was a drunk, the light would give me visibility in space. If it was nothing at all, then I'd have proven it to myself and kept rolling. I kept my eyes glued to the right edge for the sign. Fog ate the world, then gave it back in pieces. A reflector, a post, a jagged silhouette of pines, the ghost of a rock face. The headlights behind me stayed in place. There was no other sound in the cab besides the engine and the wipers. No sudden thump, no horn, no rev, Just the steady white dots in my mirror. I tried the CB one more time. I didn't get cute, I didn't threaten. I just asked if the driver could hear me. Static. A few minutes later, the fog brightened ahead in a way that wasn't my own beams. It was the turnout lights, spilling into the mist like someone had set a lamp behind a bedsheet. The sign appeared at the last moment. Chain up area 1-2 mile. I felt a small ridiculous relief, like seeing a porch light when you're walking back to the house at night. I clicked my right signal on early and started easing over. The shoulder widened. The stripe disappeared under slush. The turnout pavement came into view, slick and dark. The light above it buzzed faintly, throwing a pool of yellow that made the fog glow and the wet asphalt shine. I watched my mirror as I drifted into the turnout. I expected the headlights behind me to swing with me, to follow, to finally reveal the shape of a vehicle. They didn't swing. They stayed on the highway line for a second, still the same distance back, as if the road itself was holding them in place, and my movement hadn't been accounted for yet. Then they moved, but not like a vehicle turning. It's hard to describe without sounding like I'm reaching for drama, which I'm not. The best way I can put it is this: the lights didn't arc. They didn't pivot around a front end. They simply slid sideways and then straightened, as if the whole set of them were a flat image being repositioned. I pulled deeper into the turnout, under the brightest part of the sodium light, and brought the rig to a stop with my foot on the brake. The cab rocked once. The air hissed. My wipers kept their slow sweep, and the fog took the light and turned it into a glowing halo over the hood. I leaned forward, staring into the mirror. The headlights came toward the edge of the lighted area, still at that same impossible distance. And then, the moment they reached the bright pool, they were gone. Not fading, not dipping behind a curve, not cutting off like someone flipped a switch. Gone in a single instant, as if someone had erased them from the scene. I sat there with both hands on the wheel, waiting for my brain to catch up to what my eyes had just sent it. The highway behind me was empty, a wet ribbon disappearing into fog. No taillights, no shadows, no movement. Just a blank road and the glow of the turnout light making the mist look thick enough to touch. My first thought was that he'd turned his lights off. People do stupid things. Maybe he didn't want to be seen. Maybe he was messing with me, so I did what any practical person would do. I looked for the signs of a vehicle in motion. I watched for the dim outline of a body in the fog. I listened for tires on wet pavement. I waited for the soft crunch of someone pulling into gravel. Nothing came. The world behind me held steady, silent and empty. My second thought was that he'd pulled off somewhere just before the turnout. Some hidden access road or a wide spot in the shoulder. I knew the pass, and there aren't many places to hide a vehicle. Mostly it's guardrail and drop-offs. I grabbed my flashlight anyway, not because I planned to go hunting in the fog like a hero in a movie, because holding a tool in your hand makes you feel less like prey. Even when you're not sure there's anything hunting you. I cracked the window. Cold fog rolled in immediately, wetting the inside edge of the glass. The air smelled like pine and diesel and damp rock. I paused, listening. Nothing. I shut the window. I stayed in the cab. There are unwritten rules about getting out on a mountain pass at night. If you don't have to, you don't. You don't know who else is out there. And you don't know what the road is doing around the bend. A truck is a fortress if you keep your head. I sat in that pool of sodium light for a long minute. Maybe 2. I didn't count. I just watched the highway behind me and let the reality of the disappearance settle into the space where explanations usually go. Fog had been my first excuse, a trick of depth. But the lights hadn't vanished into fog. They vanished into light. I checked my mirrors again and again, like repetition would make something different happen. The road stayed empty. My phone didn't have signal. Up there, it rarely does. I considered calling it in anyway, just to put words to it. Unidentified vehicle tailing, disappeared, the kind of thing that sounds silly as soon as it leaves your mouth. So I didn't. I wrote it down instead, because that's what I do with things I don't like. I turn them into notes. In the pocket behind my passenger seat, I keep a small logbook. separate from the electronic logs for my own record. Dates, unusual delays, maintenance reminders, places to avoid. On the inside cover, under old coffee stains and a grease smudge, there's a string of characters I once copied from a training handout and never bothered to erase. It's meaningless to anyone else, but it was the first thing my eyes landed on when I flipped the cover open, and it steadied me in a strange way, like proof that my world still had ordinary nonsense in it. I wrote the time. I wrote fog and pass, and tailing lights fixed distance. I wrote CB no response. I wrote vanished at turnout light. Then I closed the book and put it away. When I eased back onto the highway, I did it slowly. I signaled. I checked both mirrors. I let my eyes work the fog until I could see the lane clear. My hands were steady, but my attention felt sharper than before, as if some part of me expected the impossible to return. The moment I left the light, the fog swallowed the turnout behind me almost immediately. The sodium glow faded into a dull smear, then disappeared altogether, and I was back in the narrow tunnel of my own beams. The road kept dropping. The grade eased and tightened in familiar ways. The guardrail ran alongside like a wet spine. I watched my mirror. At first, nothing. Just fog and the faint reflection of my own trailer lights. A mile went by. 2. Then, as if someone had waited for me to relax, the headlights were there again. Same crisp white. Same 4 points. Same distance in the mirror. Not a little closer for having caught up. Not farther back for having fallen behind. Just there, occupying that exact spot behind my trailer like they had never left. My throat tightened. That cold focus returned. Sharper now because I had already watched them disappear once, and whatever explanation I had been clinging to had broken under the light. I didn't speed up this time. I didn't slow down. I kept my pace steady and my lane clean. I didn't give it the satisfaction of reacting like a frightened animal, because whether it was a person playing a cruel game or something I couldn't name, my best option was still the same: get to civilization. Below the pass, there's a small town tucked in the valley, a truck stop with a bright sign and a lot full of idling engines, a gas station, a diner that stays open late for drivers and shift workers. Not big, but it's real, and it has light and people and cameras. It is, in every practical sense, the opposite of a foggy mountain grade at midnight. I knew I had maybe 15-20 miles to the first real lights. Those miles stretched. Fog is strange on your nerves because it makes everything feel closer and farther at the same time. It turns every reflective surface into a warning. It erases depth until your brain has to work overtime. And that work wears you down in a quiet way. The headlights behind me stayed fixed. I keyed the CB again. I didn't try to be friendly. I didn't try to be tough. I simply announced that I was heading to the next truck stop and that if the driver behind me needed help, that was where I'd be. Static. I tried switching channels, just in case. I tried again. Nothing but hiss and the occasional distant voice that didn't acknowledge me, like I was talking into a hole. I started scanning the road edges for anything lighted. A rest area, a maintenance shed, a pullout with overhead lamps. Anything that could put that same harsh clarity on what was behind me. The mountain didn't offer much. Just darkness and fog and the steady descent. Once or twice I caught the faintest hint of the vehicle's suggestion in the fog, like a shadow behind the lights, but it never resolved into a shape. It was always just light, always that impossible distance. My skeptical side kept trying to assemble a physical explanation. Maybe the vehicle had a light bar that made its lights appear farther back. Maybe my mirrors were distorted by moisture. Maybe my own stress was changing the way I judge distance. But none of those excuses fit the way the headlights had vanished in the turnout's pool of light. They didn't fade, they didn't peel away. They were there, and then they were not. That kind of discontinuity doesn't belong on a road. Not in my experience. The fog began to thin as we dropped in elevation. It wasn't sudden, but there was a shift. The world ahead sharpened at the edges. The reflective lines grew clearer. I could see farther down the grade, and I could see the dark shapes of the valley starting to open up. And then I saw it. A faint glow on the horizon, orange and steady. The first light spill from the town. I felt my body loosen in small ways I hadn't noticed were tight. My shoulders lowered, my jaw unclenched. Relief doesn't always feel like happiness. Sometimes it feels like the permission to breathe. The headlights behind me stayed fixed as the road straightened. I held my course and aimed for that glow. No heroics, no stopping, just steady driving toward the place where there would be other eyes. The first actual streetlight came into view around a bend. A lone lamp over a rural intersection, its light leaking into the fog that still clung in low patches. The highway sign for the town appeared, green and reflective. I watched my mirror as the rig passed into that first pool of real, municipal light. The headlights behind me reached the edge of it, and they vanished again, instantly, cleanly. One moment present, the next absent, like a video cut. There was no tail of light, no dimming, no slow fallback into fog. The space behind my trailer was simply empty road. This time I didn't stop. I didn't pull over. I kept driving into town like a man who knows better than to go looking for an explanation in the dark. The fog thinned further. More lights appeared. A porch, a storefront, a passing car going the other way. Normal and solid. The world filled in with ordinary details. A lit window, a neon sign, the shimmer of wet pavement under street lamps. By the time I rolled into the truck stop lot, there were other rigs idling, their marker lights steady and warm. A couple of drivers moved between pumps, hunched in jackets. It smelled like diesel and coffee. It sounded like air brakes and distant laughter. I parked under a floodlight so bright it made the hood of my truck look pale. I sat there for a moment with my hands resting on the wheel, staring at my mirrors as if the white dots might reappear out of stubbornness. They didn't. I got out, did a slow walk around the rig. Not because I expected to find anything, but because I needed my body to do something normal. The trailer doors were sealed. The tires were fine. The road grime on the mud flaps looked exactly like road grime always looks. There were no fresh tracks in the wet lot behind me that suggested anyone had followed in. The highway beyond the truck stop was visible from the lot. Traffic moved through it like it always does. Headlights and taillights obeying distance and speed, behaving like they belonged to machines with weight and momentum. I went inside, bought coffee, stood under fluorescent lights, and let the ordinary noise soak into me until the mountain pass felt like something that had happened to someone else. Later, back in my cab, I wrote one more line in that little logbook. Disappeared at Town Light 2. I closed it and put it away, and I didn't touch the CB again that night. Even now, when I drive that pass in fog, my eyes go to the mirrors a little more often than they used to. I still tell myself the practical things first. Moisture, depth perception, fatigue, some driver with an odd habit. I still try to keep the world explainable, because that's how you stay sane in this job. But I also keep one other detail close, because it won't leave me alone. Those headlights didn't care about the fog. They cared about the light. And once I reached it, the road behind me was empty, shining under the lamps like nothing had ever been there. At 02:47 a.m., rolling north on Interstate 79 through West Virginia coal country, I heard my engine twice. Not a rattle, not a loose heat shield singing at a certain RPM. Two separate diesel notes, layered just enough out of phase that my teeth felt it before my brain named it. The night was clear and cold, 42 degrees by the dash, and the sky over the ridge lines looked scrubbed clean, stars sharp as gravel. My headlights carved a white tunnel through cut rock and black timber. Everything about that run should have been simple. Steady throttle, empty right lane, the long dark between one reflective mile marker and the next. I've been driving long haul since I was 21. 28 years of listening to machines for a living will tune your ears the way a good mechanic's fingers learn thread pitch. You notice things that don't show up on a gauge, the way a turbo spools a half breath late, the way a fan clutch grabs with a different bite when a bearing starts to go, the way a driveline hum shifts when a U-joint is thinking about quitting. When you live inside a truck, you don't just drive it, you monitor it. That's why I knew the second engine didn't belong. It started as a shadow sound, like another tractor pacing me somewhere in the dark, far enough back that its note got smeared by distance. I checked my mirrors out of habit. Nothing behind me but empty black asphalt and the tiny pinpricks of reflectors fading into the curve. No headlights, no running lights, no overconfident four-wheeler sitting in my blind spot. Just me and 40,000 pounds of freight and the steady pull of my own motor. Then I eased into a shallow grade, and the sound shifted. My engine held its pitch, tack steady, boost normal, but the extra note rose as if someone else had downshifted a heartbeat late. 2 separate climbs in RPM, one layered over the other, like a duet where one singer insists on being half a beat off. I reached down and killed the radio. Silence. Except there wasn't silence. The second engine was clearer without music. It wasn't wind. It wasn't tire noise. It had that thick, wet diesel growl that you feel in the seat springs. It was close enough to be under my cab, and it was wrong enough to make the hair on my arms lift under my jacket. I did what I always do when something feels off. I started a rolling diagnostic in my head. Oil pressure? Solid. Coolant temp? Rock steady, right where it lived all night. Volts? Normal. Air pressure? Building and holding. No warning lights. No loss of power. No vibration that suggested a mechanical twin hiding in my driveline. I toggled the engine brake off and on, listening for the change in exhaust note. My engine responded like it should. The other sound didn't. It stayed, stubborn and separate, like it wasn't connected to my switches or my load. I cracked the driver's window an inch. Cold air knifed in and carried the smell of winter woods and distant coal smoke. That faint mineral tang that hangs over certain hollers even when the mines are quiet. The extra engine note got louder with the window open, as if it lived outside my cab. I leaned forward, peering over the hood into the dark. My headlights caught a pale mist hanging low in a dip, but the sky was clear and the pavement was dry. The interstate here runs like a ribbon cut into hills, with old industrial scars off to the sides, dark conveyor silhouettes, gravel lots, the occasional lonely light by a fenced yard. If another rig was near me, I'd see it. If it was unlit, I'd still see some shape, some glint, some hint of motion. Nothing. The sound moved again. It slid from behind to my passenger side, matching my speed like a vehicle in the next lane. There was no next lane occupied, just empty pavement and my trailer's reflection in the right mirror. I checked my fuel. I'd topped off earlier in Pennsylvania, enough to make the whole rest of the night a one-shot run. The gauge sat a touch under 3/4, exactly where I expected it after the miles I'd covered. I glanced at the trip computer out of habit, the little readout that tells you average MPG and fuel use since last reset. I'd reset it at the pump. I knew my numbers the way some people know their kids' birthdays. The average MPG was down. Not down like a headwind or a grade. Down like a hole in the tank. I watched it for a long 10 seconds, eyes flicking between the road and the display. The number wobbled, then settled into a new reality that didn't make sense. Fuel used was climbing faster than it should. Way faster. The math in my head didn't want to accept it, so I did the math again. Speed, time, typical burn rate at this weight. Even if I was pulling a sail in a crosswind, it shouldn't be doing that. I eased off the throttle and let the rig coast. The second engine note didn't coast. It kept its own pace, that same half-beat late climb and fall, like something else was still under load even when I wasn't. My palms went damp on the wheel. It wasn't panic. It was that cold awareness you get when a machine you trust starts acting like it has ideas. I keyed the CB once, just to put a line out into the night without turning it into a conversation. Any drivers northbound around mile marker. I checked the sign ahead, the reflective green blur coming into focus. Around 120, you got someone running dark, static. Then a tired voice answered from somewhere ahead, a drawl flattened by fatigue. He said he hadn't seen any headlights behind me for miles. Another voice farther away said the same. Someone else, closer, asked if I was the white tractor with the box trailer. I said yes. He said he'd passed me 10 minutes back, And I'd been alone then. No back and forth, no storytelling. Just confirmations that my mirrors weren't lying. I swallowed and tried the simplest explanation first. My ears were playing tricks in an empty night, so I changed the conditions. I tapped the throttle and listened. My engine responded cleanly. The second note swelled too, but not in perfect sync. I turned off the cab fan. I turned off the dash air. I shifted my seat, changed posture, put my ear closer to the door, then closer to the windshield. The sound stayed outside my control. I watched the fuel readout again. The fuel used number ticked up like a stopwatch. It wasn't supposed to tick like that. Not at cruising speed, not with my foot steady and the truck running smooth. It was as if the truck thought it was feeding two engines. The phrase landed in my mind, and I didn't like it. Feeding two engines. Because that's what my ears were telling me, and that's what the fuel numbers were acting like. I checked for the smell of raw diesel. None. I looked for smoke in the mirror. None. A fuel leak big enough to double consumption would leave a shiny trail, and a smell that would slap you in the face. It would fog behind you like a bad fog machine. It would light up the road with reflectors catching liquid. There was nothing. I passed an off-ramp sign for a small town I barely registered. The road ahead curved through another cut in the hillside, and the second engine sound drifted forward, like it had moved from my passenger side to somewhere under my hood. That was worse. I've heard phantom sounds in trucks before. Wind that finds a gap in a mirror bracket. Tires that sing in fresh asphalt grooves. A loose strap that flaps and makes your brain invent patterns. Those things don't move around on their own. They don't relocate from behind you to beside you to in front of you. Like an animal circling your campfire, I thumbed the button on my dash that cycles through engine data. Coolant, oil, intake temp, everything normal. I stared at the tach. No fluctuation. I stared at the boost. Normal. If there were truly two engines in play, something in the physical world should show it. Heat, load, vibration, a dip in RPM, a change in exhaust, anything. Instead, I had a sound and a fuel rate and nothing else. The interstate opened briefly. A long straight where you can see 2 miles of pavement under moonlight. The coal country look at night is different than daytime. Everything is softened and the land feels older, quieter, like it's holding its breath. I found myself scanning the right shoulder for abandoned equipment, for a truck pulled off with no lights, for anything that could explain the engine note, without requiring me to accept the impossible. Halfway down that straight, my fuel gauge moved, not the normal slow drift. It dipped the way a needle dips when you hit a bump, except the road was smooth. It dipped and stayed there. My mouth went dry. I glanced at the miles since fill-up. I knew exactly how far I'd gone. I knew what I should have left. The needle was now telling me I had burned nearly twice what I should have. I didn't like relying on a gauge in a moment like that, so I went one step deeper. I started calculating from what I could verify. Time since fill, hours on the engine, typical burn per hour at this weight and speed. The numbers should have lined up within a gallon or two. They lined up with the trip computer instead. Double burn. The second engine sound was steady now, like it had found a comfortable place to sit, just off my right fender where nothing existed. I could hear it in the negative space between my own engine strokes. 2 sets of combustion pulses, 2 exhaust notes, 1 physical truck. I'd been alone on a stretch of interstate at night before, with weird things in my head. Too much coffee, too little sleep, a song stuck on loop. This wasn't that. This was structured, mechanical, consistent in the way machines are consistent. I made the call I tell new drivers to make. Stop before you have to stop. An off-ramp appeared for a small service plaza. I signaled early, eased into the ramp, and let my speed bleed down. As my rig decelerated, my engine dropped to a lower note. The other engine dropped too, but a half beat late, like a delayed echo that kept its own timing. I rolled into the lot under sodium lights and parked away from the few sleeping rigs. I didn't kill the engine yet. I listened. At idle, my engine settled into its familiar clatter, steady as a clock. The second engine idled too. It wasn't as loud now, but it was there. An identical diesel idle, slightly deeper, slightly farther away, as if another truck was parked nose to nose with me behind the wall. There was no wall. There was open lot and cold air, and the distant hum of the interstate. I got out with my flashlight. The air hit me hard, clean and cold. I walked a slow circle around my tractor, boots scraping salt and grit. I checked under the tanks for drips. I checked the lines I could see. I looked for wet shine on metal. I leaned close and smelled around the fuel caps. Nothing. I crouched under the side fairing where the tank strap runs. Dry. I ran my gloved fingers along the bottom edge. No slickness. No stain. No trail. The pavement under the tank was bare. Just a dark patch of old oil from somebody else's problems months ago. The second engine sound followed me, shifting in volume as I moved, like it was anchored to my truck but not to any part I could touch. When I stepped away, it stayed close. When I leaned in, it was still out of reach. I climbed back into the cab and shut the door. The sound dulled but didn't disappear. I flipped on the interior light and stared at the dashboard like it might confess something. The trip computer still insisted I was burning fuel, like I had a second engine feeding off the same supply. I pulled out my phone and tried to record the sound, holding it near the passenger window where it seemed loudest. The waveform on the screen danced. The timer rolled. I stopped the recording and played it back. Nothing but my own engine. I tried again. Same result. The phone picked up the cab rattle and a faint fan noise. The second engine was absent, as if it refused to be caught in anything digital. I sat there for a minute, hands on the wheel, watching my breath fog the glass. The lot was quiet. One other truck idled on the far end, but it was too far away for its sound to match what I was hearing, and it was facing a different direction. Even if it had been closer, the timing wouldn't have been this intimate, this synchronized to my own truck's vibration. I didn't want to keep pushing north with a fuel situation I couldn't explain. Running out of diesel on a winter interstate at night can turn into something worse than being late. So I did the practical thing again. I decided to get eyes on a receipt. Numbers on paper don't care about fear. The fuel island was open. I eased forward, tanking up under bright lights that made the night feel thin. The pump clicked on, and diesel began to flow. I watched the gallons climb. They climbed too high. The amount I put in should have brought me back to full with room to spare. Instead, the pump kept going like I'd run a much longer leg. I stopped it, stared at the display, and did the math right there with my finger on the edge of the pump housing. It matched the doubled burn. No leak, no theft, no reason, just twice the fuel missing, as if something unseen had been eating the same diet as my engine. The receipt printed with a warm curl, and I took it inside to the counter, more for the human presence than for any service. The cashier barely looked up, eyes glazed with a dead hour. I bought coffee I didn't need. When I glanced down at the receipt again under the indoor light, there was a line of garbled text under the total, something that didn't belong on any fuel ticket I've ever seen. It sat there like a stamp from a machine that wasn't supposed to exist. I blinked, looked away, looked back. It didn't change. I folded the receipt and put it in my pocket like it could cut me if I stared too long. Back in the cab, fueled and lit by the dash glow, I told myself the sound would be gone now. If the fuel issue was real, and it was, then maybe it was a sensor glitch. Maybe the computer was misreading. Maybe some weird calibration problem was making the truck think it was doing more work than it was. The second engine sound could still be auditory nonsense layered over worry. But when I pulled out of the plaza and eased back onto I-79, the second engine came with me like it had been waiting. The moment my tires hit the merge lane, it rose in pitch beside me. Not behind, not ahead, beside. A clean diesel acceleration note, matching my increase in speed with that same slight delay. I didn't touch the CB this time. I didn't want to borrow anyone else's imagination. I kept my eyes on the road and my mind on procedure. I tried to force the anomaly to reveal itself with controlled inputs. I backed off the throttle slightly, watched the instantaneous MPG. It dropped again too steep for the change. I gave the truck a gentle throttle increase, watched the boost, watched the EGT, listened for any change in my engine that would justify extra fuel. My engine stayed steady. The second engine stayed hungry. I turned off cruise control. I set my foot at a fixed position and held it like a test bench. The fuel consumption didn't stabilize. It behaved like it was accounting for another load that didn't show on my gauges. The coal country got darker north of the plaza, the road dipping and rising through forested hills. Every so often, a side road vanished into a hollow like a black throat. Reflective signs flashed past, curves, grades, a warning about trucks. My own headlights made the world exist only where they pointed, somewhere around another long grade. The second engine note swelled enough that it felt like a presence. The sound pushed into my cab, heavy and close, and for a few seconds it wasn't just my ears anymore. The truck's vibration changed. Not the engine vibration. The chassis, like something else, was harmonizing with the frame. My speed increased. I hadn't added throttle. If anything, I'd eased off slightly for the incline. Yet the rig gained 2-3 miles per hour. That got my full attention in a way the sound hadn't. Sound can lie. Speed doesn't. I glanced at the tach. It was the same. I glanced at the boost. Same. I glanced at the fuel economy. Worse. The second engine sound was now almost perfectly aligned with the sensation of being pushed, like an invisible tractor had hooked to my trailer and decided to help. I took my foot off the throttle completely. The speed held. My stomach tightened. I kept both hands on the wheel and scanned the shoulder for somewhere safe. The grade leveled, and the road curved right. My speed should have drifted down. It didn't. The second engine note stayed in my blind spot like it was pacing me in the next lane, except there was no next lane occupied. I hit the service brakes lightly, just enough to let the brake lights flash. The speed dropped a notch, then held again, as if whatever was pushing didn't care about my brake input. That's when I made the call that ended the run. I was getting off the interstate, whether I liked the exit or not. An off-ramp sign came up for a small town I recognized only from paperwork and weather reports. I signaled, moved right, and took the ramp. The second engine followed through the curve, the sound tightening as if it leaned into the turn with me. At the bottom of the ramp was a wide shoulder and a small lot for a closed convenience store. The building was dark, but the lot had one working light that washed the pavement in a sickly cone. I pulled in and stopped with my tractor under that light. I set the brakes. I sat still. I listened. At idle, the second engine idled too. It was closer now than it had been all night, as if it had moved under my passenger door. I could hear it through the glass like a second truck was parked inches away. I picked up my phone and called state police. I kept my voice even, gave them my location, told them I wasn't injured and there wasn't an accident, but I needed a trooper to check something mechanical. I didn't say phantom engine. I said possible fuel system issue and unidentified vehicle noise, because those are words that keep you from sounding like you've lost your mind. While I waited, I kept the engine running. Killing it felt like turning the lights off in a room where you're not alone. I kept watching my gauges like they could anchor reality. The trooper arrived in under 10 minutes, blue lights washing the trees in the closed storefront. He pulled in behind my trailer, got out, and walked up cautious but not alarmed. I climbed down to meet him, flashlight in hand, my breath white in the cold. He asked the usual questions. I answered with the simplest version. Strange engine noise, strange fuel consumption, no visible leak. He took it seriously in the way a man does when he's seen enough roadside situations to know strange can turn into danger fast. We walked around the truck together. He shined his light under the tanks. He checked my fuel caps, my lines, the pavement. He looked for footprints, for siphon marks, for anything that would explain the missing diesel. There was nothing. Back in the cab, with him standing on the passenger step, I started the engine again after a brief shutdown to see if the sound changed. My engine caught and settled. The second engine note slid in a moment later, soft but unmistakable. I watched the trooper's face in the dash glow. He didn't jump. He didn't laugh. He just tilted his head slightly, listening the way you listen when you're trying to be sure you're hearing what you think you're hearing. He asked where the other truck was. I pointed out into the lot, into the empty road. into the cold dark. There was nothing. He stood there another second, eyes scanning. Then he stepped down and walked a slow circle around my tractor, as if the sound might be hiding behind it like a person. His light swept the pavement, the bumper, the side panels. No other vehicle, no source. When he climbed back up, his expression had changed from skeptical to careful. He didn't tell me what he thought. He didn't need to. He told me to shut it down and follow him to a larger, well-lit truck stop a few miles away off the next exit, somewhere with cameras and people. He said he'd escort me. He didn't make it dramatic. He made it procedure. I did what he said. We rolled back onto the interstate with his cruiser ahead of me. The blue lights painted the road. The second engine sound stayed with me, but it felt less bold with another set of headlights in front, like it preferred the private dark. At the truck stop, under floodlights and surveillance domes, the world looked normal again. I parked near the building and shut down. The second engine faded the moment my key turned, like a radio station losing signal. I sat there for a long minute in the sudden quiet, listening for it to come back. It didn't. The trooper waited until I was safely parked, then did one more walk around with me and told me to get some rest. He said if I wanted, I could have a mechanic look at it in the morning. He said if anything changed, call again. His tone never admitted anything impossible, but he also didn't dismiss what he'd heard. He left me with the kind of caution you give someone when you can't name the risk but you know it's real. I went inside, bought a bottle of water, and sat at a table by the window where I could see my truck. I pulled out the fuel receipt again, unfolded it flat. The numbers still showed that double burn. The garbled line still sat under the total like a scar. When I finally crawled back into my bunk, I didn't sleep right away. I lay there listening to other trucks come and go, their engines starting and stopping in the lot like distant animals. Each time a diesel note rose, my body tensed, waiting to hear two instead of one. Near dawn, I did sleep. The kind of shallow sleep where you're still half in the cab even when your eyes are closed. In the morning, I called my company and told them I'd had a mechanical anomaly and needed a check. They sent me to a shop. The mechanic plugged in, ran his own diagnostics, checked for leaks, checked the injectors, checked the fuel system pressure, checked everything he could check without tearing the truck apart. He found nothing wrong enough to explain anything. No codes, no faults, no smoking gun. He suggested a bad sensor and shrugged the way people shrug when they're done being curious. I didn't argue. I didn't try to convince him of what I'd heard. I'd spent the night with my own senses. I didn't need anyone else to validate them. I just needed my truck to be safe. The next week I drove the same corridor again, but I timed it to hit that West Virginia stretch in daylight. I kept my fuel topped off. I kept my CB quiet. I watched my gauges like I was new to the job. When the sun went down, I found a place to park instead of pushing into the dead hour. I still run I-79. You can't avoid a major route forever in this line of work. But when my clock creeps towards 0247 and the hills start to close in around the road, I get a certain tightness in my chest that has nothing to do with coffee or fatigue. I listen harder than I used to. I watch the fuel numbers like they're a lie waiting to be told. And every so often, in a quiet cab with the radio off and the night clean and cold, I catch the faint suggestion of a second diesel note in the dark beside me, close enough that I can almost feel it in the seat springs, and I keep my hand steady on the wheel until the next exit comes, and the world turns back into one engine again. The night got quiet the moment I merged onto Route 19, like the world had decided to save its breath. Rain slicked the asphalt into a black mirror, and my headlights carved out a narrow tunnel. Reflective lines, wet guardrails, the occasional mile marker flashing past like a metronome. I drive for work more than I sleep, and I've learned to stay alert without looking like it. Mirrors every few seconds, hands at the right place on the wheel, eyes on the shoulders for deer, stranded cars, anyone standing where they shouldn't be. Vigilance is just another word for not being surprised. I was headed west to check a job site after a string of break-ins. Nothing dramatic. Cut locks, missing copper, a smashed trailer window. but the supervisor's calls had that edge people get when they've started seeing patterns in random lights. "It's always around midnight," he'd said. "It's always a vehicle that doesn't belong. Out here, midnight feels like a living thing." I kept the radio low for company. A talk host was halfway through a story about a local election when the audio stuttered, thinned, and dropped into static. I reached for the knob, expecting a weak patch of reception, and then a clean tone snapped into place, followed by a voice that didn't match any station personality. "This is an emergency broadcast. This is an emergency broadcast." The voice was calm in a way that didn't comfort. It sounded rehearsed, like someone reading from a laminated card in a fluorescent-lit room. I glanced at the dash clock just after midnight and then at the road. No brake lights ahead, no flashing hazards, nothing but rain and emptiness. A green sign loomed. "River Bridge 8 miles. This is an emergency broadcast. A mass casualty collision has occurred on Route 19 westbound near the river bridge. All traffic must exit immediately. Do not proceed toward the bridge." My first reaction was practical. If there's a wreck ahead, you get off the road. My second reaction was confusion. There should have been signs of it. Smoke on the horizon, congestion, at least a ripple of brake lights. Instead, the highway rolled on as smooth as poured ink. The voice kept going, describing a tanker, multiple vehicles, a fire risk. It referenced an exit number I'd already passed. That didn't line up with near the bridge. I turned the dial to another station. Same tone, same voice, same words in the same order. I clicked through my presets fast. Country, rock. The station that usually fades in and out with static and sermons. Every one of them carried the identical broadcast, like the entire radio band had been replaced by one mouth. No station IDs, no music under it, just the message looping with clinical patience. I tried to tell myself it was a regional system malfunction, some weird override that got stuck, but the voice had that uncanny precision that makes you feel singled out even when you aren't. My grip tightened. Rain tapped the windshield. The bridge distance sign counted down, dragging me closer with each mile. Then the broadcast changed. "This is an emergency broadcast. If you are operating vehicle Colorado license plate." The pause was short, but it felt intentional. My stomach sank before the number even came. The voice spoke my license plate. One character at a time, exact and undeniable. Not close, not similar. Mine. Vehicle Colorado license plate. My plate? "You are within the incident perimeter. You must exit the roadway immediately. Do not proceed to the bridge. Activate hazard lights and pull to the shoulder at the next safe location." My mouth went dry so fast it hurt. I stared at the lane lines as if they'd start explaining things if I looked hard enough. The highway was still empty. No responders, no cones, no evidence of any incident perimeter, except the voice insistently drawing a circle around me. I grabbed my phone and checked the bars. One flickered, then vanished. No service. Out here, that wasn't unusual, but the timing made it feel like part of the message, like the night itself had cut the cord. The voice came again, softer somehow, like it had leaned closer to my ear. "Vehicle, my plate. You are listed as a primary involved party in the incident." That phrase hit like a slap. Primary involved. Not approaching, not in the area, involved. As if I'd already been there. As if I'd already done something. My foot lifted off the accelerator and the truck slowed, tires whispering over wet pavement. My thoughts scrambled for a rational hook, another vehicle with a similar plate, a database error, a prank. But how do you prank every station at once? How do you speak my plate into the same calm void on every frequency? The bridge sign returned. 5 miles. The broadcast began listing hazards. Airborne irritants. Avoid river water. Keep windows sealed. I turned the cabin fan down without thinking, like the words could make the air dangerous. I scanned the shoulder for a safe pull-off. It was narrow and muddy, sloping into a ditch. Stopping there in the dark felt like painting a target on my rear bumper. I flicked the radio off. Silence rushed in so abruptly my ears rang. Without the voice, The wipers sounded violent. My breathing sounded too loud. I kept staring at the wet road like it might reveal a hidden barricade. 10 seconds later, I turned the radio back on. Because not knowing felt worse than hearing, the voice returned instantly. Driver of vehicle, my plate. You will reach the bridge in approximately 4 minutes. You must not cross. That's when my confusion tipped into panic. Not a slow build, an on-off switch. My skin prickled, my heart thudded against my ribs, and the bridge stopped being a piece of infrastructure and became a line someone had drawn across my path. Must not cross. Like a warning, like a threat. I checked the rearview mirror again. Still no headlights. No one following. The emptiness made it worse, because it meant whatever was happening didn't need a physical car behind me to apply pressure. The voice was enough. A blue sign appeared. Exit 242 miles. Not my route, but away off the main road. The broadcast repeated. You must not cross, and I could feel my hands trembling against the wheel. I told myself I was being manipulated. I told myself a normal system doesn't speak directly to one vehicle. I told myself that if there really was a crash, getting off now would keep me safe. I took the exit. The ramp curved away and the road noise changed. At the bottom, the county road was darker, rougher, lined by fence posts and scrub. My headlights caught the pale eyes of a deer in the ditch, frozen and watching. Rain drummed on the roof in a steady small applause. The radio voice adapted immediately. Driver of vehicle, my plate. You have diverted. Maintain your diversion. Do not attempt to re-enter Route 19. Proceed to the designated staging area. Staging area. The words belonged to Incident Command, not to a hijacked radio band in the middle of farmland. My fear sharpened into something colder. Control. That's what it wanted. My compliance, my obedience, my car guided off the highway and into some dark place with an official-sounding name. I drove a mile down the county road. Then 2. No houses, no streetlights. Only the occasional mailbox reflecting my headlights for a split second before vanishing again. The voice issued commands in a steady cadence. Remain in vehicle. Prepare identification. Keep hands visible. Each one tightened the knot in my chest, not because it sounded helpful, but because it sounded like someone rehearsing authority. I pulled into a gravel turnout, maybe a farm access point, and stopped with the engine running. I killed the interior light and sat in the dark. Rain ticked against the glass. The radio kept murmuring. Low now, like it was satisfied I'd stopped.
Driver, acknowledge!
I didn't answer. I didn't even breathe right for a moment. I stared through the windshield at the empty county road and waited for the shape of headlights, for the crunch of tires, for a knock on my window. I imagined the gas station from earlier, the sleepy clerk, the coffee I didn't need, the man in the hoodie by a car with its hood up. I remembered noticing his shoes, because I always notice shoes. I remembered not seeing his face. Had he read my plate? Had he been a spotter? Or was that my brain trying to turn a voice into a person, so it could be fought? My phone buzzed once, an empty vibration, then went still. No calls, no notifications, just a reflex of the device searching for something it couldn't find. A car passed on the county road, slow and ordinary, its headlights sweeping across the turnout and moving on. It didn't stop. That tiny normal moment, the fact that someone else existed somewhere outside my panic, made me decide I wasn't going deeper. Whatever this was, it had already pushed me off my route. That alone was enough to make me push back. I eased out of the turnout, drove back to the on-ramp, and merged east just long enough to loop around and re-enter westbound. The whole time, I kept expecting the voice to rise up again, furious, tightening the leash. It didn't. For those few minutes, the radio stayed silent like a held breath. When I merged back onto Route 19 westbound, I turned the radio on at low volume, braced for the tone. A song played, bright normal, oblivious. The DJ's voice came in with a casual laugh and a station ID like it had been there all along. I spun the dial. Sports talk, weather, a late-night call-in show. No emergency broadcast. No tone. No mention of a tanker or a pileup or an incident perimeter. The normality felt so wrong I almost missed the next sign. River Bridge, 1 mile. My heart kicked again. I kept my eyes on the road and my hands steady. If the bridge was the boundary, if crossing it mattered, I was about to find out. Rain gusted harder as the roadway rose. The bridge emerged from the dark, wet concrete, metal rails gleaming like teeth. I listened for the moment. The radio would cut out for the tone that would announce the voice's return. Nothing changed. My tires hit the bridge deck, and the music kept playing. The wipers kept sweeping. Wind shoved at the truck on the open span, and I corrected automatically, muscles remembering what to do even while my mind spiraled. Halfway across, I realized I'd been holding my breath. I let it out in a slow, shaking exhale. On the far side, the highway dipped, and distant lights smeared under the clouds. Town lights, warm and human. My phone bars climbed back up one by one, and a couple of delayed notifications slid onto the screen. Junk email. A calendar reminder. Nothing about disaster. Nothing about me. I drove another mile before pulling into a wide gravel area near a closed way station. I sat there with the engine idling and the radio playing commercials for a diner and a mattress store. Like the world had never tried to swallow me. I kept waiting for the voice to break through, to say my plate one more time, to prove it wasn't just some stress-induced hallucination, but it didn't. I stepped out into the rain and walked to the back of the truck. The license plate shone under the small white plate light, ordinary metal with ordinary bolts. I ran my fingers along the edges, half expecting tape, a tracker, anything. There was nothing but water and cold. Back in the driver's seat, I stared east toward where the bridge disappeared into darkness. The idea that a simple span of concrete and steel could separate one set of rules from another made my skin crawl. Maybe it had been a glitch. Maybe it had been targeted harassment. Maybe it had been something that only lived in that dead stretch of road where the towers drop out and the sky presses down low enough to touch. All I knew was this. Every station had spoken with one voice, and that voice had known my plate. And the moment I crossed the bridge, the world snapped back into place like a switch had flipped. I turned the radio down to a whisper, kept my hand steady on the wheel, and drove on, trying not to imagine what would have happened if I'd stopped where it told me to. Right in the middle of that span, right on the line it didn't want me to cross.